Among the ruins of stones and piles of destroyed rubbish, on which snow is falling, someone's hand breaks out. Next, breathing heavily and almost falling, a young man named Viscount gets out. He leans on his sword with one hand and the ground with the other, looking forward with determination. The action moves back some time to the forge building in the slums, in front of which the Viscount stands. He looks at the sword hanging on the wall, not hiding his admiration for this product. The young man turns around at the dissatisfied call and says that he knew about the arrival of Anna, who was standing behind him. She sighs displeasedly, commenting that she believed that the Viscount had already given up his occupation. He asks not to get on his nerves and replies that it was just one of the breaks. Anna asks if her interlocutor is aware of the rumors that have begun to spread about him. He asks more specifically about the rumors, to which Anna first shakes her head, nervously looking around. The girl lowers her voice and asks if the Viscount still hears certain voices when he holds a weapon in his hands. Having received only silence in response, Anna gloomily asks what sins the Viscount committed in a past life. Anna says that no one could have thought that the Viscount would be struck by lightning in the middle of the day, not yet ordinary lightning, but black lightning. She advises him to keep a low profile for a couple of days since the new bishop, once an inquisitor of heretics, reacts sharply to such cases. The Viscount doesn't understand why she's telling him all this, to which she replies that she's just worried. Anna claims that many witnessed that black lightning strike and wandering the streets is dangerous, since the Viscount could take the church. The Viscount does not attach much importance to Anna's words because he will not be taken away for simply looking at the sword. In this case, the young man refuses Anna's offer to simply buy a sword because of the high price. The interlocutor asks in disbelief about the cost of the sword, and after a short pause, the Viscount names the price of 5 gold pieces. This answer leaves the girl stupefied and confused due to a lack of understanding of how a piece of metal can cost so much. The Viscount understands her reaction, calculating that with this money he could not work for a whole year. They suddenly hear loud indignation that Anna called the sword just a piece of metal. The old blacksmith walks towards them and rudely orders them to get out, assuring them that the sword is not intended for such poor people. Anna questions the blacksmith's words and clarity of mind, because only people like them live in the slums. The blacksmith gets even angrier at this, offended by the girl's lack of any manners. Anna sincerely does not understand why the blacksmith is making so much fuss over a sword that only some knight can buy. The blacksmith exclaims that he does not have long to live and invites her to return to work as a dishwasher, calling her a petty girl. Anna is outraged by this treatment, claiming that she is already a grown lady. The Viscount asks her to moderate her ardor and takes her away, ignoring the girl's disagreement and resistance. The blacksmith looks after the retreating young people, continuing to spit out insults at Anna. He remembers these children years earlier, when the 3 of them hid under one blanket in the corners of old ruins, trying to stay warm at least a little. When the Viscount and Anna disappear from sight, the old man curses again under his breath and turns around, preparing to return to the forge. He stops close to the door, noticing footprints on the ground opposite the wall where the sword hung. These marks, clear and deep, indicated that the Viscount stood for a long time without moving, admiring the desired sword. The blacksmith says with dissatisfaction that instead of such a waste of time, the guy could be concerned with more important things, like making money. The old man understands that such dreams will only complicate the Viscount's life, because the child from the slums will live there forever. He decides that it is better to sell his product to someone who can really get something out of it, because he does not want to leave his latest masterpiece to rot in such a place. The shining city of Sawara is the center of the northern economy and the beacon of the northern region. In Sor there are slums that hide all the dirt of the city. On the second floor of one of the establishments, a woman began to scream while a client was dragging her by the hair and accusing her of fraud. The man is angrily perplexed as to how they dared to slip him a fake, because he has been working as a mercenary for 20 years. A Viscount stops in front of the man with a box of candles and comments on the noise. The client points his finger at the Viscount and loudly demands that Madame be brought to him. The Viscount replies that to meet Madame you need to pay in gold coins, not silver coins. The man is outraged by this condition and demands to bring in the Viscount's mother if Madame is not there. He again accuses the establishment of fraud since, in his opinion, the candles burn out too quickly. The Viscount claims that in those 5 minutes that the candles are burning, nothing can be accomplished, and in this case the man should return to his wife. The man becomes even more furious and demands to repeat what the Viscount said. The young man is dissatisfied with the noise that the client is making and asks if he wants to check the serviceability of the candles. The Viscount points to the clock behind the man and says that he will now check that the candle has been burning for 5 minutes. If the candle burns out before the allotted 5 minutes have elapsed, the client can do whatever he wants to the woman. The man is unhappy and does not want to follow these instructions, once again accusing him of fraud. The Viscount turns out to be adamant and claims that if the candle burns for all 5 minutes, he will beat the man as punishment. The man notices that the Viscount's eyes have somehow changed, and he is overcome by sudden fear because of the young man's gaze. Without waiting for any agreement from the client to the conditions set, the Viscount takes a match and lights it. He puts one of the candles on the floor, holds a burning match to it, and asks which of them is now the fraudster. A crowd of visitors had gathered on the floor below, whose attention had been attracted by the noise, and now the establishment was immersed in the silence of anticipation. After some time, the candle ends and goes out. The man turns sharply to his watch, fearfully realizing that he forgot to look at the countdown time. The next moment, the Viscount hits the man in the face with a wooden stick as hard as he can. Blood splashes around as the man screams in pain and staggers away. The Viscount, looking angrily at the client, claims that while the candle was burning, the required 5 minutes had passed. This time, the guy swings his leg and kicks the man holding his broken nose in the back. From such a blow, the man flies into the room and falls flat in the middle of the floor. The Viscount follows and closes the door with the words that the client will now come to an end. He, in horror, asks to wait, stammering and still holding his nose, from which blood is flowing. The Viscount does not stop and showers the man with a hail of blows, accusing him of deception. He remembers the client's words about his mother, and delivering another blow, orders him to learn to be more tactful with other people. During the beating, which continued for some time, the Viscount demands the man to shut up. Morning comes, and the establishment is already quiet and calm. The Viscount, cutting his breakfast, talks about what happened the day before, and expresses concern about the ruined candles, because in fact, 5 minutes had not passed. He turns to a man named Henry next to him, asking if he understands that someone deliberately ruined the candles. Henry barely reacts, just nodding and continuing to eat his breakfast. However, Mary, who was listening to everything, who is the same madame, is loudly indignant that someone dared to spoil their precious candles. The Viscount replies that they should find out who is responsible for this. Mary agrees and demands that the Viscount take care of it, but then says that in fact she has already found the culprit. The Viscount, surprised by this unexpected information, inquires about the identity of the culprit. Mary smiles and explains that this was her doing, as she wanted to shake more money out of the drunken visitors. Later, while walking down the stairs, the Viscount thinks about yesterday's client, whom he beat up for no reason. The guy remembers that he is just an ordinary worker and has nothing else to do. Suddenly, the bandit Liam calls out to him, mentioning yesterday's incident with the candle. He praises the Viscount, assuring him that he did an excellent job, and wonders if anything else happened in his absence. Liam brings up the fact that yesterday the Viscount learned the secret of selling candles, and they need money because they are broke. Sensing something amiss, the Viscount asks directly what Liam came for. The bandits are somewhat frightened by the young man's gaze, and Liam assures that the Viscount has nothing to worry about. Liam says that he doesn't want to get money for nothing, but wants to make a deal that is beneficial to both parties. He drags out a little boy who, as it turns out, was clumsily trying to pickpocket. For this boy, whose name was Ben, Liam wanted 40 silver coins, claiming that it was a good deal. Barely containing his anger, the Viscount asks if everything is okay with the fingers and legs of the beaten Ben. Liam claims that all the boy's limbs are safe and sound. He just taught the thief a lesson. At first, the Viscount hesitates, not wanting to part with such a sum of money. As a result, he throws a bag of money on the floor, and Liam exclaims that he was confident in the Viscount's trustworthiness. The Viscount advises that if the situation repeats, not to look for him, but to simply kill the boy, which greatly frightens Ben. Liam claims that they are not murderers, but just bandits, and the Viscount reminds them that they are deceiving a colleague of their own family. Leaving, Liam tells the other bandits that a different outcome could not have happened, because the Viscount is responsible for the stray children. Ignoring the departing group, the Viscount glares at Ben. The boy fearfully asks for forgiveness and assures that he tried to act carefully. The Viscount asks if all the boy's bones are intact. Slightly stuttering, Ben replies that not a single bone is broken. In this case, the Viscount tells the boy to get out quickly while the bones are still intact. Ben obeys unquestioningly, and leaving thanks the Viscount for his help. The young man takes a breath after what happened, and remembering the 40 pieces of silver he had just lost, thinks about 5 gold coins for the sword. The Viscount comes to the pier to talk to the whale hunter Oliver about the latest incidents. Oliver says Ben is lucky to have his limbs, showing his own hand, which is missing 2 fingers. He remembers how he lost them when the Viscount and Anna were still children, serving as a lesson to everyone else. Oliver turns the topic to the candles that caused the fuss last night, and the Viscount is surprised at his interlocutor's knowledge. Oliver says that rumors spread quickly, but no one believes them, after which he clarifies that it is unlikely that Mary would do such a thing. The Viscount agrees, confident that neither Mary nor Henry would do such a thing. Oliver still admits the idea that they may be involved in what happened, but in this case they must have a reason. When asked by the Viscount about the reason, Oliver decides that most likely Mary and Henry would do this for immediate monetary gain. He asks the Viscount to be on guard because the organization may urgently need money only in a very last resort. Oliver makes the assumption that in this situation, a war against another organization is planned. The slums of Sawara are dominated by 5 heads, and one of them is Henry, who is also called the Knight of the Courtesans. Second on the list is the Pig Butcher, otherwise known as the Black Bear. Next comes the 3rd chapter, the Player, who is also called the Cube. The 4th of them is the One-Eyed Whale Hunter, also known as Captain Hoover. And the last, 5th chapter is the Money Bug, also named One-Armed Jack. After talking with Oliver, the Viscount returns to work and a crowd of people is waiting for him there. In front of everyone is One-Armed Jack, who, turning to the Viscount, asks where Henry is at the moment. The Viscount looks at the Money Bug, surprised that he came in person. The young man remembers Oliver's words about preparing for war with another organization. A man named Luke pokes his head out from behind the Money Bug, repeating his leader's question, but in a ruder form. The Viscount does not like this situation, but he calmly replies that he has no idea, because he is a simple candle seller. Having failed to achieve the desired result, Luke begins to get angry and hurl insults at the Viscount. He orders them to go and find someone who knows, and out of anger he hits the box with candles, breaking it. The Viscount continues to sit in place among the fragments of the box and scattered candles, while the others look in shock at the unfolding picture. After a short pause, the Viscount gets up and begins to collect pieces of candles, commenting on what happened by saying that there will be no more sales today. Seeing such a cold-blooded reaction, Luke becomes even more furious, which is why he begins to shake. He is indignant that the Viscount does not understand anything, but he interrupts him with words about legs. Not understanding what the Viscount said, Luke asks again irritably. The Viscount looks up with a malicious, impatient look and rudely demands that Luke remove his legs. This treatment completely drives the enraged Luke out of himself. Shouting an insult at the Viscount, he swings his leg to hit the young man in the face. At the last second, the Viscount dodges the blow, ducking, and a fight breaks out between them. The Viscount strikes Luke's leg with his stick, which he used to lean on while collecting the broken candles. Not expecting such a turn, Luke jumps back, losing his balance. Filled with determination, the Viscount takes advantage of his opponent's confusion and immediately swings for the next blow. The blow lands on Luke's jaw, causing him to fall completely. The crowd watching the unfolding actions is in real shock. The Money Bug also looks attentively, and a small smile mixed with surprise appears on his face. Luke is defeated, since according to the invariable rule of the alleys, the winner is the one who remains firmly on his feet. Having recovered from the shock, a crowd of angry men grab their weapons and rush towards the Viscount, accusing him of being too arrogant. Moneybug stands between the guy and the crowd, raises his hook, and orders him to stop. The Moneybug declares that he likes the Viscount, after which he turns to the young man himself, with the hope that he will be sympathetic to the man's one-armed nature. In response to this, the Viscount calmly replies that he does not discriminate against cripples. One-Armed Jack is amused by this answer and laughs, calling the Viscount a madman. After this, the man adds that he later wants to talk to the Viscount privately. The Moneybug wonders whose tramp the Viscount is. The Viscount concludes that since One-Armed Jack does not know the identity of the young man's parents, they died quickly. The Moneybug is loudly called out, asking what is going on here. Henry, walking towards them, surrounded by a small crowd of bandits, declares that he would have fried Jack's meat if he had warned him about his arrival in advance. The Moneybug is distracted from his conversation with the Viscount and replies that he and Henry are not that close. Henry offers to go up to the 1st floor, to which the Moneybug says that instead of meat, he would like to have liquor now. Henry frowns, still smiling, and states that Mary does not disappoint when it comes to hospitality. Having received this answer, the Moneybug agrees to Henry's offer to go up to another floor. Following One-Armed Jack, a crowd of people moves towards the stairs under Henry's watchful gaze. The Viscount exhales tensely, realizing that Henry saved him from possible death. After some time, the Viscount finishes collecting the broken candles in a separate box and is amazed at their number. At this moment, One-Armed Jack returns and calls out to the Viscount, calling him a rising star. The man says that in the conversation that just took place, Henry praised his candle salesman. The Moneybug offers to work at his place if the Viscount suddenly gets tired of selling candles, because such a guy will not be out of place. The Viscount calmly replies that he likes it at his current place of work, because here they pay, provide food and accommodation, and Jack just laughs at this. The Moneybug takes out a gold coin and throws it to the Viscount as payment for the broken candles. The guy thoughtfully says that this kind of money for candles is more than what is really needed. The Moneybug once again tries to win over the Viscount, saying that he can give him as many gold pieces as he wants. After this, One-Armed Jack turns around and leaves with his people, leaving a final word about delicious food. The Viscount looks after them, noticing that the Moneybug looks pleased, and tries to understand whether the matter has worked out. His thoughts are interrupted by Anna, who calls the Viscount from another floor. The girl says that Henry wants to talk to the Viscount. Following Anna's words, the Viscount goes up to Henry and sits next to him. The young man looks in surprise at the thing Henry gave him. This thing turns out to be a dagger, and Henry explains that he wanted to give it later, but due to compelling circumstances, he is doing it now. The man seriously asks the Viscount to keep the dagger with him at all times. The Viscount looks closely and notices that there is a tense atmosphere in the room. From Henry's tone and the faces of those present, the Viscount understands that the conversation between Henry and One-Armed Jack turned out to be a disaster for them. Henry does not want the Viscount to continue selling candles, to which the guy wonders what he should do in this case. Henry talks about a tip that One-Armed Jack is attracting people from outside, most likely mercenaries who were once knights. The Viscount asks if Henry fits this description. The man immediately answers briefly and affirmatively. One-Armed Jack is a man with an incredible number of people at his disposal. However, even in this situation, it was difficult for him to defeat Henry, who used to be a knight. However, the situation may change if the money bug attracts swordsmen of the same level as Henry to its side. Henry explains that they are now at a disadvantage, and that is why they need a Viscount. The young man is surprised, and Henry continues to talk, saying that he will soon give him his first task. The Viscount remembers Oliver, who, although he was left without 2 fingers and the ability to walk, thanks to his intelligence and efforts, was able to start working for Captain Hoover. Such an example teaches the Viscount that it is important to try and learn, which is why he began to train the Viscount's sword skill. While training, the Viscount hears an unknown voice calling out to him. This voice advises the Viscount to make the angle between the elbows smaller when swinging. This voice sounds with every swing of the Viscount, which clearly irritates the young man. Since the moment the Viscount was struck by black lightning, he hears this voice every time he picks up a sword or something similar. The guy decides to buy holy water before purchasing a real sword. He tries not to pay attention to this voice in the hope that it will be less annoying. The Viscount returns to his training, trying to concentrate, and concentrates his thoughts on the blow. At his own command, he swings the wooden stick, but the voice orders him to bring his raised hands closer to each other. The Viscount's body seems to move on its own, taking him by surprise, and cuts through the air with a strong blow. The guy notices that his movements at this moment were different from previous training. Previously, the Viscount would just swing his stick mindlessly, but now his movements resemble the sword path style. When this realization comes to the Viscount, he is alarmed to think about what kind of entity has settled in his head. The action moves to a snowy mountainous area, where among the trees a man cleans his sword of blood, simultaneously complaining about the cold wind that chills to the bones. The man's attention is drawn to something in the depths of the forest, distracting him from cleaning his sword. The man grins and asks someone in front if he is on purpose or simply not bright enough. Having received no answer, the man gets up and moves towards the place where his gaze was drawn. He turns to an unknown man with a request to come out of hiding, and he obeys, clarifying whether the man is Sir Michael. The man answers in the affirmative and recognizes the stranger as the Viscount, about whom there are rumors. Michael says that according to some people, the Viscount, a blond man from the slums with blue eyes, is actually a nobleman. The Viscount does not comment on these words and hands the letter to Michael, saying that it is from Henry. After skimming the letter, Michael realizes that Henry needs help because his competitors hired a man who used to be a knight. Considering this as consent, the Viscount says that he will take Michael to the right place. However, Michael expresses his doubts about going after someone as stupid as the Viscount. The Viscount hopes that he can at least just see Michael off, but he again expresses doubt. Michael looks menacingly at the Viscount and warns that if he suddenly gets lost, he will be killed. Such threats do not have the desired effect on the Viscount, and he continues to walk, having first asked not to lag behind. Michael is perplexed by such an indifferent reaction, since he deliberately took on such a threatening appearance. A smile appears on his face, and he concludes that the Viscount is a worthwhile person, which is why Henry chose him. After some time on their way, they stop in a cave and light a fire. Michael notices that the Viscount is looking at him intently, without taking his eyes off, and asks about it. The Viscount explains this by saying that this is the first time he has seen the retired knight so close, to which Michael asks what village the guy came from. The Viscount asks a counter-question about the origin of Michael, and he says that he comes from Dicia. The Viscount sarcastically notes that Dicia is also not a city-level place. Michael gets annoyed at this and reminds the Viscount that he can cut him in half. Unwrapping pieces of chopped meat, the guy calmly asks not to say such terrible things. Michael notices that the meat in the Viscount's hands is fresh, and wonders if he will share it with his interlocutor. The Viscount says that he has no more meat and asks whether Michael himself has food. The man reluctantly replies that he has food and shows pieces of dried meat. The Viscount places sticks with pieces of meat near the fire to fry, and the smell spreads throughout the cave, causing Michael to have a strong appetite. Clearing his throat, Michael wonders if the Viscount wants to ask him anything. To the Viscount's bewilderment, Michael explains that he is ready to answer any question for a piece of meat. The Viscount says that he can share the meat just like that, but this option does not suit Michael because of his knightly honor. Michael explains that knights never take for nothing, but always give something in exchange. The Viscount reminds him that Michael is a retired knight, but this does not matter to the man, and then the Viscount asks his name. When Michael answers, the Viscount also asks the man to tell him his age, from which he learns that he is 42 years old. Michael is clearly tense, and the Viscount asks if the interlocutor even knows how to use an aura. Michael realizes that the Viscount seems innocent only at first glance. Michael goes on to say that not all knights can use aura, and its use in battle is very different. The Viscount is not satisfied with this answer, and he repeats his question. Seeing Michael hesitate with a straight answer, realization dawns on the Viscount. He takes the fried meat sticks and hands them to Michael, offering to take everything. The man says that a knight should only take what he can pay for, and then picks up the sword. The man unsheathes his sword, remembering a time when he could do whatever he wanted, but now he eats jerky for days. The Viscount looks with wide eyes and not quite believing that he can look. Michael stands up, raises his sword point up, and closes his left eye. Noticing that only one eye is closed, the Viscount asks why the interlocutor did this. Michael says that he needs to create a world from the depths of his soul, and concentrates on the sword. The man tells the Viscount to watch closely as his closed eye begins to emit a blue light. Suddenly, the cave is filled with such a glow that it makes the Viscount close his eyes and cover his head with his hand. However, the guy continues to watch and realizes that Michael has just summoned an aura, the essence of the knights. After some time, the Viscount and Michael finally reach the slums. Michael says that the dirt makes him feel like a tramp, but the Viscount points out that in the slums it is better to look like that than like a knight. Michael replies that he was not talking about his appearance, but about his condition, because he does not understand why he would go through such a hole. The Viscount explains that he was ordered to escort Michael and cannot go through the main gate, but when they arrive, he will prepare a bath for the man. Continuing to walk, Michael notices that everything around is too quiet, even alarming, but Viscount is not surprised by this situation since it is night. However, soon after these words, they stop because of the scene ahead. Michael anxiously asks if this is a common situation in the slums, to which he receives a negative answer. On the street in front of them lay a dozen bloody corpses of men who had clearly died in battle. The Viscount suggests splitting up and explains where the back entrance is, which only his own people know about. The young man himself decides to go through the main entrance and hurries to his destination. Out of breath, he runs into the establishment and looks at the situation in horror. There was clearly a fight in the room, as dishes, chairs, and food were scattered ugly on the floor. Sitting amidst all this mayhem, a bandaged Henry reveals that the money bug attacked them first. The Viscount worriedly asks if Henry is safe after the attack. Looking back at the corpse, the man says that he hasn't encountered anyone of the level of a knight for a long time, so it all ended the way it ended. Postponing discussion of what happened, Henry asks if the Viscount completed the task. The guy says that the main entrance was being watched, so he told Michael to go from the other side and he should have already arrived. Henry angrily announces that they plan to attack the money bug tomorrow and end it all. Having calmed down somewhat, Henry asks if Michael is okay. The Viscount answers in the affirmative and says that Michael seemed like a good person to him. The guy also notes that Michael is a rather modest person, and they discuss how the man has changed. The Viscount expresses his confidence in the successful outcome of tomorrow, since Michael knows how to use aura. Hearing this, Henry is confused and horrified and asks the Viscount again. The young man does not notice Henry's negative reaction, and hearing footsteps, says that it seems Michael has already arrived. Henry clarifies whether Michael actually used aura, and the Viscount says that he personally saw it. Having received this answer, Henry tells the Viscount to stand behind him. Taking up the sword, Henry states that Michael never knew how to use aura. This information takes the Viscount by surprise, but he doesn't have time to ask Henry when the door opens behind him. A bloodied Michael comes into the room and comments on how far away Henry has settled. Henry shields the Viscount with himself and puts his sword forward, preparing for battle. Michael notices that Henry has changed a lot, to which he asks why he should come now. Michael reveals that Earl William died not long ago, and shocks Henry with this news. Due to some circumstances, the Count's death was not announced, but Michael is sure that soon everyone will know about it. Michael pours a drink into a glass and offers to honor the memory of the deceased Count. Henry becomes enraged and rushes towards Michael with his sword, about to attack. Michael looks at this impassively and is about to say something else. Before he can finish, Henry delivers a devastating blow. It turns out that Henry is behind his back and says that he also wants to drink to the new Count. Hearing this, Henry turns around and rushes at Michael again, about to attack. This time, Michael enters the fight and deflects Henry's blow. Blocking the weapon aimed at him with his sword, Michael reveals that he was given orders to bring back the deserted knight Henry. In response to this, Henry angrily declares that the new Count is not his master. Michael expected such a reaction and reports that the Count did not even hope for Henry's obedient return. A fierce battle ensues between the men. The Viscount shouts that it is dangerous to be here, and shields Mary with himself from the fragments of dishes and pieces of furniture flying towards her. The two of them run to the exit of the room while Henry detains Michael. Liam and his people had already gathered below, and seeing the Viscount and Mary running out, asked about the cause of the noise upstairs. The Viscount loudly tells Liam to call everyone he can for help, and is about to explain what is happening, but does not have time. Henry flies past him, breaking through the wall, and flies down with his back, shocking everyone present. In the place where the wall was broken, Michael is still standing in a fighting pose. He turns to Henry, asking if he is still making naive decisions. Henry falls to the first floor with a crash, breaking the floor beneath him, and everyone runs to him. The man is covered in abrasions and bruises, but is still alive and trying to get up. Michael watches coldly from above as his opponent barely moves. The same dagger that Henry gave to the Viscount flies towards Michael. Michael manages to react and at the last moment deflects the dagger with his sword. The dagger pierces the floor and the Viscount remains unarmed. Michael does not attack the Viscount, but instead jumps down towards Henry. The Viscount immediately shouts warningly at Henry to roll aside. Michael's blow does not hit Henry, but is so powerful that it throws the man back. Henry breaks with his hand on the floor. Michael looks at him and asks why the man doesn't just obey orders. He does not answer that he is a man and is not going to obey the orders of the scum. Michael disagrees with this, stating that Henry is not a man, but a knight. While they were talking, Lay and their people had already taken up weapons and stood behind Henry, preparing for battle. Michael assesses the situation and says that the night has already dragged on. He closes his eyes and says that now he wants to rest. The Viscount runs as fast as he can in their direction, but does not make it in time. Michael's sword is engulfed by the same cold radiance that it had recently seen in the cave. Realizing where this is going, the Viscount screams in an attempt to stop Michael. The gathered crowd of people is covered from head to toe with shining stripes. Henry, who is also covered with unknown stripes, looks at what is happening in bewilderment. Michael delivers a slashing blow, and all the stripes from the people's bodies fly to Michael's sword. The room is filled with a blinding light, and the Viscount only manages to cover his head with his hands. Then there is a light explosion that breaks the glass in the entire building. There is chaos inside the establishment, and everything is falling apart. Due to the rising dust, the Viscount does not immediately understand what is happening. Then he looks up and sees a pile of bodies with cuts where there were glowing stripes. The Viscount realizes that everyone who was there is dead and is horrified. A guy to his side notices movement and does not immediately recognize who is standing there. He notices Henry's facial features and already thinks that the head has survived. The Viscount's relief does not last long, and he sees the nightmarish picture unfolding. The Viscount remembers how Henry was the first to lend him a helping hand and teach him everything the guy knows. The young man considered the head the strongest man of all, but now Michael stands before his eyes. The man holds Henry's severed head in his hands, and the Viscount's world is shattered into pieces. Filled with rage and grief, the Viscount grabs a nearby sword and lunges at Michael. A voice in his head calls for him to stop, but the Viscount does not listen and delivers exactly the same cleaving blow that he learned in training. Michael recognizes the guy's fighting style as the way of the sword. The man wonders how a street boy could know this way. This turn of events impresses Michael, which he talks about. The Viscount does not listen to the man's words and again rushes at him with the desire to kill. However, this time the Viscount does not have time to finish the blow as Michael kicks him in the stomach. From the force of the blow, the Viscount flies several meters to another wall and drops the sword from his hands. Michael notices that the Viscount managed to turn around to deflect the blow and realizes that the Viscount's fighting technique is innate. The Viscount doubles over from the pain in his stomach and hears a voice in his head telling him not to switch off. Michael sees potential in the Viscount and decides there is no point in ruining such a promising future. The man is not going to kill the Viscount, even if he returns later with a sharper sword. Michael remembers studying with Henry as a young man, and he said it was always nice to see such potential. The man turns to the Viscount, reminding him that a knight only takes if he can give something in return. Still reeling from the excruciating pain, the Viscount looks up and does not understand what Michael is leading to. The man says that in fact his name is Ezra, and he is not 42 years old, after which he throws some of the meat taken from the cave on the Viscount. He states that he took extra meat, but he will take Henry's head with him. The man believes that this is an acceptable price and is right as a winner. Tears appear in the Viscount's eyes, and he says that he will definitely kill Ezra. The man turns around and says that in this state the Viscount should not even ask for a refund for the meat. The Viscount tries to get up and angrily repeats that he will kill Ezra. Trails of tears flow down the faces of the young men to the departing Ezra, so that he can only wait until the Viscount comes to kill him. After some time, the Viscount will come through the streets of the slums, leaning on Anna, who came to his aid. The pain in the guy's stomach intensifies and he falls to the ground. A memory of Mary appears before his eyes immediately after what happened in their establishment. The woman sternly told the depressed guy to get up if he didn't want to die here. The Viscount didn't seem to listen to Mary, still remaining in a depressed state after what he saw. Having received no reaction in response, Mary hit the Viscount in the face to bring him to his senses. She's not going to feel sorry for the guy and tells him to pull himself together. The woman asks if the Viscount knows the difference between people from the city center and losers from the slums. Without waiting for an answer, Mary explains that the difference is in capabilities. People in the city center can get up, even if they have fallen more than once, because they can afford it. The woman points to the chaos and corpses, saying that this is all the result of just one mistake. Thus, she explains to the Viscount that unlike people from the center, they will die if they make a mistake only once. And this is their fate. Mary grabs the Viscount by the shoulders and asks him not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Viscount reminds himself of this, thanks to which he finds the strength to hold on. Anna worriedly asks about the Viscount's condition and asks if she should walk more slowly. The Viscount tells her to move on because he can't end it like this. However, at that moment, a man with a bat discovers them and shouts that he has found Henry's henchman. Realizing that he and Anna are now in danger, the Viscount grabs her hand and tells her to run. At the man's cry, a crowd of armed guys comes running and chases the Viscount and Anna. Ignoring the pain, the Viscount continues to run and realizes that if they were lonely birds, now is their time to fly. After some time of pursuit, the crowd of armed men loses sight of the Viscount and Anna. Among them is Luke, who demands to check all angles, promising a reward for finding the fugitives. After the last skirmish with the Viscount, several of Luke's teeth were knocked out, and the guy wants to take revenge for his humiliation. The crowd decides to split up to search because the Viscount and Anna could not have gone far. They run past the doors without noticing that the lock on them is broken. The Viscount behind the door holds a dagger in his hands, preparing to defend himself if something happens, and Anna sits with her hands over her mouth. The Viscount listens to the commotion outside and realizes that at this rate they will not be able to escape. He advises Anna to leave and return only when everything calms down. The Viscount realizes that he also needs to get out somehow, but going with Anna is too dangerous. The girl is not satisfied with this situation, and she declares that she wants to stay with the Viscount. However, the Viscount promised Mary that Anna would only help him get to a safe place, so he tells the girl to go to the nunnery before dawn. Otherwise, Anna can go to heaven, but the girl is not convinced, and she again says that she will not go anywhere. The Viscount begins to get angry, calling Anna an idiot, because now he is not able to protect her. Anna is trembling, and with tears in her eyes is about to object, but they are interrupted by someone's voice who asks if there is anyone in the building. In fear, Anna immediately grabs the knife lying nearby. The figure of a man holding a lantern approaches them. This man turns out to be a blacksmith, with whom the guys argued over a sword the day before. The blacksmith is surprised what Anna and Viscount are doing here, to which the girl tells him not to approach. The man sullenly reminds him that it was actually the Viscount and Anna who broke into his house. However, Anna does not calm down and only warns the blacksmith even louder not to move, otherwise she will stab him. The blacksmith calmly expresses understanding for the Viscount and Anna's situation and asks them to lower their weapons. Anna does not obey, and continuing to clutch the knife in her hands, demands that the sword be given to her. The blacksmith asks again in bewilderment, to which Anna explains that it is not safe outside the city. The Viscount is annoyed by her behavior, and he asks to lower the weapon, but the girl does not obey and repeats her demand. The blacksmith reminds himself that the slums always reveal the true colors of people who need to take things from others to survive. The blacksmith feels annoyed that times do not change, and young people have to go through the same things that he once went through. Anna's patience runs out, and with a loud exclamation she swings the knife. The Viscount immediately calls out to her loudly, hoping to stop her from rash actions. However, instead of hitting the blacksmith, Anna cuts off her long hair. The man, already resigned to his fate, looks at Anna in shock. In a trembling voice, Anna says that she will pay for the sword, although her hair is not enough, but she will definitely give the rest later. The blacksmith looks at Anna's fallen locks as she tearfully asks him again to give the sword to the Viscount. Having assessed the situation, the man turns to the Viscount, asking if he is going to leave. Still reeling from Ezra's blow, the Viscount responds firmly and affirmatively. The blacksmith thinks that in his life he could not do only one thing that he had always dreamed of. He looks at the determined Viscount and understands that the guy will succeed. The man sighs irritably, saying that these two caused him trouble. He turns around and tells the Viscount and Anna to follow him. After some time, the blacksmith walks along a path surrounded by mountains of rubbish, dragging a heavy cart behind him. Another person walks behind, pushing a cart, and notices the stench surrounding them. The man says that this is their only way, but at that moment he is suddenly called out. A small group of bandits with an unfriendly appearance approaches the blacksmith and asks what the old man is doing here so late. Inspecting the cart with the blacksmith's things, one of those who approached doubtfully says that it is too late to throw out the garbage. The blacksmith is not at a loss and verbally attacks, answering that the guys have blocked all the alleys with their useless battle, and the forge will soon burst from the amount of garbage. The bandit sighs in annoyance at first, but notices the man behind the cart. The guy has doubts because, as far as he knew, the blacksmith works alone. In response to this, the blacksmith shouts with pretension that he was tired of working alone, so he gave the poor fellow bread in exchange for help. This argument does not convince the bandit, and he points the sword towards the blacksmith's assistant, lifting his hood with the blade. The bandit orders not to move unless the blacksmith's assistant wants something cut off for him. With a sharp swing of his sword, the bandit cuts the hood of the blacksmith's assistant. Anna appears under the cape and begins to play along with the blacksmith and say that making a living is hard. Because of her cut-off hair, the bandit does not recognize her and allows her to go. The blacksmith indignantly asks what the bandit is staring at, and he replies that Henry's wanted henchman is a blond man whose body they still haven't found. The blacksmith tuts and asks if it is possible to go further now, but the bandit decides that it is better to make sure. He calls out to one of his men and orders them to check the cart, not yet knowing that the Viscount is actually lying there. Obeying the order, a guy named John approached the cart with a sharpened wooden stick. Realizing that the Viscount might now be discovered, Anna is very nervous and hides her gaze, which does not escape John's attention. The guy asks to treat him with understanding and without hatred, because he is simply doing his job. The next moment he hits the pile of garbage with the sharp end of the stick. The blacksmith and Anna immediately tense up, fearing that the Viscount will be pierced by the blow. But nothing happens. As if in passing, John says that he heard that Oliver launched a boat on the river. According to the guy, everyone thinks that Oliver had some reason for doing this, and that's why the rest of the groups went there. Next, he pulled out a stick from the pile of rubbish and said that everything was in order, so the blacksmith could move on. It turns out that John is Ben's older brother, who was saved the day before by the Viscount, and letting the blacksmith through, he repays the debt for those 40 silver coins. The Viscount understands that John deliberately helped him and provided information, for which he mentally thanks the guy. Soon the blacksmith and Anna take the cart to a place within the city walls where garbage is usually taken out. Anna cries as she says goodbye to the Viscount and says that he must deal with everything. The blacksmith dumps the contents of the cart, and the Viscount flies down from a small cliff along with the garbage, holding that same sword in his hand. Having climbed out of the pile of rubbish, the Viscount heads to the same forest near the mountains from which he recently returned. The guy lights a fire and, picking up a sword, asks the voice in his head if he can hear him. Having received an affirmative answer, the Viscount asks who this voice is, but the voice itself has no idea. The young man is surprised that the voice in his head knows so much about swords, but knows nothing about his personality. But then the Viscount concludes that this arrangement is even in his favor and offers a mutually beneficial deal. He states that he will help the voice regain its memories if it is his sword. Even if in the end it turns out that the voice is on the side of evil, the Viscount doesn't care about it. Remembering Ezra, the Viscount is more afraid of being worthless and doesn't care about anything anymore. Hearing this, the voice in his head agrees to the proposed conditions and promises to tell him about his sword. Time passes, and the action moves north, to the camp of the Bayzid family. The family's second son, Joseph, has a strategy map laid out in front of him, on which he is placing chess pieces. His thoughts are interrupted by the visiting Jaeger, who simultaneously announces his return. Jaeger notices that Joseph is in a worried state, and wonders what is troubling the young master. Joseph explains that all their actions and attacks are too easy. According to the huntsman, the conquest of the monster goes smoothly, and the losses are small, and those who died were only mercenaries. This does not suit Joseph, because if there are no unforeseen circumstances and deserters, then his ability to command will be doubted. Most of all, his father, vassals, and Ryan, his older brother from another mother, will have doubts. In such a case, Joseph's chances of becoming the next Earl are jeopardized, and complete destruction may be inevitable. Their family is famous for its military, as evidenced by its history in which Joseph's father fought his brother for the title. Joseph states that aside from Jaeger, he is severely short of swordsmen. Hearing this, Jaeger says that he has another report, which interests Joseph. According to the report, they discovered one suspicious soldier, and Joseph immediately thinks that this is his brother's spy. However, Jaeger does not agree with this conclusion and invites Joseph to go and see for himself to understand. The huntsman leads the young master to a place where the cut-up corpses of goblins are hung. The sight and smell makes Joseph sick, and he covers his nose with a handkerchief, commenting on the horror of this picture. Jaeger says that all this was done by the hands of a child who is just learning to swing a sword. Jaeger leads Joseph further, showing the still suspended bodies of goblins with similar cuts. Joseph estimates the number of goblins killed, and in shock asks Jaeger whether it was really all done by the same person. The huntsman answers in the affirmative and adds that hanging in front of them are those who were sent yesterday. Joseph is amazed when he learns that the corpses he saw before were killed a month ago. He looks at the goblins again, firmly convinced that it is simply impossible to pull off this in just a month. Not far from this camp there is a battle between goblins and a group of mercenaries. The man with the shield who is in front of the others orders a close formation to prevent the goblins from escaping. One of the mercenaries kills a goblin with a spear and offers to start finishing off the rest. However, the group standing at a distance does not share his joy and looks in fear at something terrible behind the mercenary's back. Seized by the opportunity to kill the goblin, the man does not notice how a huge creature appears behind him with a correspondingly sized club. The man doesn't even have time to turn around and understand what's going on when the thug strikes. Having dealt with one mercenary, the hobgoblin turns his attention to the remaining terrified group. The mercenaries do not understand where the thug came from and decide to retreat. A man named Austin blocks their way, ordering them to attack because otherwise they will not receive the money. However, the mercenaries do not listen, explaining that they were not warned about such a danger and their level of training does not correspond to the enemy. One of the mercenaries invites the man to fight himself, and he irritably pulls his sword out of its sheath. At this moment, the enraged hobgoblin throws another dead mercenary right in front of the man, causing him to doubt his decision to attack. A young man confidently walks through the crowd of mercenaries straight towards the hobgoblin. This young man turns out to be the Viscount, whom the others call the Praying Ryman. The hobgoblin notices the Viscount, and with a quick swing of his sword he wounds the monster right in the side. However, the wound turns out to be not deep enough than the Viscount expected, and the hobgoblin swings his huge club. The voice in the Viscount's head orders him to dodge, and he obeys instantly, dodging the crushing blow. Having jumped some distance, the Viscount realizes with disappointment that he was unable to kill the hobgoblin with one blow. The voice is indignant at the Viscount's failed attempt, because he has already explained the whole essence of this blow to the young man. The Viscount points his sword at the enraged hobgoblin again and says that he simply took a shortcut. During the battle, the thug swings his club several times, but each time the Viscount successfully dodges the blows. Getting even more angry, the monster takes the club in both hands and delivers a strong blow to the place where the Viscount was standing at that moment. The impact sends clouds of snow into the air, making it impossible to see what is happening. However, when the snow settles, the hobgoblin sees that the club has landed only on a layer of snow. The Viscount finds himself behind the monster, and before he has time to come to his senses and turn around, delivers the final blow with his sword. Having found out the Viscount's nickname, Joseph demands that Jaeger dig up as much information as possible on the guy. He once again examines the goblin corpses, noticing that the cuts on them are crooked and clumsy. Not believing that the Viscount has been following the path of the sword for a month, Joseph admits that it would take a genius to do this, while at the same time the Viscount kills the hobgoblin with a sharp and swift blow. After the battle, the mercenaries collect the goblin corpses and look for some curiosities or precious items, but instead they find only garbage. One of the mercenaries approaches the Viscount, calling him captain and enthusiastically praising him for a job well done. Such flattery does not work on the Viscount, and he gloomily advises them to start collecting corpses instead of wasting time on chatter. The mercenary replies that they are almost done with the collection, and wonders if the Viscount wants to work with him. He begins to argue this with his mind, but the Viscount cuts him off, saying that he does not want to work with scammers. This answer does not suit Ethan, and he suddenly starts talking about the mercenary label, arguing that in this case the Viscount can no longer use it. Ethan begins to talk about an acquaintance who knows how to resolve such issues, but the Viscount immediately interrupts him. He turns to Ethan and coldly warns that some people here might get killed by talking too much. Ethan senses the threat and nervously begins to justify himself by saying that he only wanted to help the Viscount get more money with such skills than they are currently giving. This does not convince the Viscount, and he again repeats the demand to continue the cleanup. Otherwise, Ethan risked saying goodbye to his head. Realizing that the attempt to negotiate has reached a dead end, Ethan nevertheless leaves to carry out his orders. Finally getting rid of the obsessive Ethan, the Viscount goes deep into the forest, which the other mercenaries notice, and make the assumption that the guy is going to pray again. They watch the Viscount draw his sword and admire his resilience, convinced that the young man must come from a noble family. However, in reality, the Viscount does not pray, but ponders the mistakes of the battle and scolds himself with frustration for not being able to kill with one blow. A voice in his head reminds him that the principle of killing in one blow is surprise, but the Viscount does not fully understand what this means. The voice begins to explain the sequence of actions, but does it in words and descriptions that are not fully understandable to the Viscount, like bang and bang. While the Viscount is trying to understand the meaning of these words, the other mercenaries continue to admire him and begin to pray too. Having finally finished collecting the corpses, the mercenaries return to the camp with many tents to finally rest. The Viscount disgustedly examines the soup served to him, not entirely sure what kind of meat is in his spoon and whether it is meat at all. However, Ethan, who is sitting next to him, is happy with everything, because the food is free, which means it should not matter what kind of meat is in the composition. For mercenaries, this situation is a luxury, so even taking into account that the dish is noticeably oversalted, it's better than nothing. Realizing that he shouldn't expect any other food here, the Viscount gets up from the table and leaves, wishing the others to enjoy their food. The mercenaries look after him and make the assumption that he is going to the priest again, and someone is even thinking about starting to pray. In a large and spacious tent with a cross at the entrance, the Viscount is met by an elderly priest who immediately recognizes the young man. The Viscount bows slightly as a sign of respect and greeting, and asks if the priest had a good night's rest. He replies with a smile that he heard that the Viscount also prayed last night, and clarifies whether the guy was cold. The Viscount remembers how at night he was actually training, not praying, and replies that he cannot freeze while praising God. The priest really likes the words, and with an even bigger smile he praises the Viscount for such sincere faith. A boy named Jean approaches the priest, telling him that the food is ready, to which the priest thanks Jean. The man seats the Viscount at the table, offering to join him for breakfast, but the Viscount is somewhat doubtful, saying that he did not come for the food. The priest and Jean also sit down at the table and begin to pray before starting the meal. They thank God for the food, hoping that it will help them gain strength to help do good to others. The priest watches the Viscount pray and is amazed at his faith, firmly preserved even in the midst of such a low place. He sees potential in the guy and wants to lead him, to guide this young man, who will always have blood on his hands after battles. Having finished praying, the Viscount looks with appetite at the hot, aromatic soup and fresh white bread, which is rare for him. While the Viscount is starting breakfast, the priest starts talking about Viscount with the sword of a young man, about whom many have already heard. The priest tells how a couple of days ago Sir Jaeger came to him to ask about the Viscount. The Viscount himself does not yet fully understand what the priest is leading to, so he adds that he recommended the young mercenary to Sir Jaeger. This turn of events takes the Viscount by surprise, as the priest continues to say that he would like to see the guy grow in his skill and success. The man argues that the Bassid family is famous in the north, and working for them, the Viscount will find himself in a much more comfortable environment. Having finished breakfast and pondering this news, the Viscount goes back into the forest, clearly not happy with the fact that such attention was paid to him. The Viscount suggests that he was too suspicious, and the voice replies that it could not be otherwise, because his art of the Viscount with the sword can only be learned through life experience. It seems like the bigger problem for the voice is being too close to the priest, but the Viscount says he just had to make sure. The guy has heard about the great divine power of the priest, sufficient to become a bishop. Since he didn't notice anything suspicious, the Viscount is now sure that the voice is not an evil creature. The Viscount doubts whether he should stay here, but the voice suggests that due to his amazing skills, the Viscount's fake identity may be overlooked. The Viscount is nervous, thinking about the mercenary he killed for theft, because now, in addition to a false identity, he could also be accused of murder. Taking this into account, the voice decides that it would be better to run away, because a self-defense claim will only help with witnesses. The Viscount agrees and wants to escape tonight, taking Ethan with him to help obtain a fake tag. A voice interrupts the Viscount's thoughts, warning him that someone who looks like an advanced knight is approaching him. The Viscount immediately grabs his sword and turns around, preparing to defend himself if something happens. Sir Jaeger appears in front of the guy, somewhat surprised that the Viscount noticed his presence so quickly. Sir Jaeger ignores the sword pointed at him and calmly conveys that Joseph wishes to see the Viscount. The Viscount thinks with annoyance that he should have agreed immediately and without hesitation, because if he behaves incorrectly, the situation will turn out worse. The guy tries to put on a straight face so as not to betray his emotions, and says that the given opportunity is an honor for him. Jaeger asks whether the Viscount knew about his arrival, to which the young man tells about the words of the priest, adding that he did not expect Sir Jaeger so soon. The man watches carefully and notices how such a young guy was not afraid of him at all. Sir Jaeger turns towards the camp and asks the Viscount to follow him. The Viscount looks at Jaeger's retreating back and wonders whether he should try to escape now, but the voice immediately advises him to abandon this idea. The voice argues that a knight of Jaeger's level will kill the Viscount before he has time to move a couple of steps away. Realizing that there is no other choice, the Viscount sheathes his sword and follows Jaeger. They soon reach their destination, and Joseph greets them, saying that he is glad to finally meet the Viscount in person. The young master wonders if something bothers the Viscount about the mercenaries' work, but he replies that everyone is grateful for Joseph's attention to them. Joseph thoughtfully says that because of his blonde hair and blue eyes, he mistook the Viscount for the son of some fallen noble family. He clarifies whether the young man's name is really Ryman, to which he, after a moment's hesitation, answers in the affirmative. Suddenly, Sir Jaeger hits the Viscount in the face, so hard that the guy's head is thrown to the side. Joseph looks at this and coldly says that he cannot stand liars, which in his opinion should have been said a little earlier. The Viscount learns that they know his name, as well as who his mother was, but they have not yet found anything on his father. Joseph wonders if the Viscount even knows his father by sight. Rubbing the abrasion on his face after the blow, the Viscount says that asking him about his father is simply ridiculous. Jaeger considers this answer too rude, for which he kicks the Viscount and he falls to his knees. Joseph moves closer, telling Jaeger that such actions are not necessary. The young master understands that the Viscount alone could deal with an entire detachment of mercenaries. Joseph says that they already know the reason for the Viscount's escape from Sawara, but he is interested in where the young man learned fencing. Having received no answer, Joseph looks straight into the Viscount's eyes and says that there are too many secrets hidden behind them. The Viscount, not daring to stand up fully, hears Sir Jaeger behind him pulling out a sword from its scabbard. Not wanting to say goodbye to his head so quickly, the Viscount says that he had a teacher who appeared and disappeared like lightning. According to the Viscount, his teacher did not reveal his name, but demanded that he never reveal the man's secret to anyone. The guy's firm gaze and tone convinced Joseph, after which he apologizes for treating the Viscount so rudely. The young master explains that he is currently in a difficult situation and wants to offer something to the Viscount. He extends his hand to the young man and asks if he would like to rise higher in his career. Joseph adds that he offers the Viscount power and freedom, survival, and chivalry. He, as a representative of his family, wants to support the Viscount, and in the end the guy agrees. After a while, a training battle takes place on the campgrounds between the Viscount and the Jaeger. This is observed by a small group of mercenaries, one of whom is surprised at the Viscount's stamina, and the other replies that Jaeger is not fighting at full strength. Observers make the assumption that the Viscount will become Sir Jaeger's student, given the guy's outstanding skills. One of the mercenaries says that the Viscount is lucky, because in this way, he is getting a bright future for himself. However, Jaeger does not share a positive opinion of the Viscount's skills, calling the young man an arrogant little thing. The man is unhappy that with such poor abilities, the Viscount held his head too high in a conversation with Joseph. The Jaeger fights with only one hand, while his opponent has to hold the sword with both hands, barely having time to defend himself. The young man barely manages to parry the blows, nervously admitting that Jaeger is at a completely different level of strength and skill. Realizing that it is pointless to try to continue blocking attacks, the Viscount decides to go on an aggressive offensive. Swinging sharply, the guy strikes with a wooden sword, and his and Jaeger's weapons cross. The attack is successful, and the observing mercenaries rejoice for the Viscount, praising him. Sir Jaeger also looks approvingly, saying that at least the Viscount should be able to do this. However, the Viscount himself does not feel satisfied, since he understands that Jaeger deliberately allowed the guy to carry out the blow. The fight finally ends, and Jaeger announces that the Viscount will spar twice a day, morning and evening. The man leaves, leaving only the last words that, despite the end of the battle, the Viscount should not relax. The guy looks after Jaeger, dissatisfied with such a level of indifference that he did not even give any advice after the training. The voice enthusiastically notes the fencing skill of Jaeger, who repelled each of the Viscount's attacks, although they were all superficial. When told that this is how learning new things happens, the Viscount gloomily comments on the absence of anyone on his side. Meanwhile, the huntsman returns to the tent, reporting on the past battle to Joseph, to which he asks the knight's opinion. According to Jaeger, the Viscount can be used, because his ability would now be enough even to attract the attention of the Count, if the guy were from a noble family. However, the man further adds that the Viscount is too arrogant, which is why he does not understand his place. This does not come as news to Joseph, because he did not expect the high manners that need to be learned from a boy who came straight from the slums. Joseph believes that right in front of him is a person who can teach and educate the Viscount. After a short pause, Jaeger reminds the young master that a false sword cannot be trusted. But Joseph declares that even if the Viscount had bowed his head, he still would not have believed the young man, and his goals are only to allow the Viscount to reveal his inner potential. Joseph remembers how a little earlier the Viscount, with anger in his eyes, spoke about some business that he must finish at any cost. Joseph sees this as a benefit because a relationship where both parties need something from each other can perform well. Joseph compares the Viscount in his thoughts to a dangerous wolf, arrogant and disgruntled, who cannot be trusted. The young master asks Jaeger not to rush things in order to build such a spacious cage for the wolf that he will confuse it with freedom. Darkness falls, and Ethan stands guard, guarding the camp and shivering from the cold due to the winter fog. Remembering that their captain will now serve under Sir Jaeger, the mercenary regrets that he did not get the attention of the Viscount much earlier. However, he consoles himself with the thought that gradually advancing through the ranks is no worse, and he won't have to go on an expedition in such cold weather. Ethan's thoughts are interrupted by Knight Ross. who approaches to make sure everything is in order. Ethan convinces that nothing unusual is happening, to which he receives a demand to get together and work properly. After watching Ross go, Ethan mutters that they are already standing close enough to not let anyone through. Realizing that no one will be coming to check on him anytime soon, Ethan leans against a tree, contemplating taking a quick nap. As soon as the mercenary closes his eyes, he hears Ross's loud voice, wondering what they are doing. However, the next moment, Ethan realizes that the question was not addressed to him, as Ross continues to talk to someone. Someone whom Ross addressed is looking for a child and mistakes the knight for this child. Ethan is wary, not understanding what's going on and why Ross suddenly fell silent. He notices that the knight is headed in the opposite direction from the camp, which worries Ethan even more. The mercenary takes a closer look and notices that an incomprehensible black haze is flying around Ross. Suddenly, Ethan sees a creepy creature appear right above the knight's head with its mouth wide open, as if screaming. The next day arrives and the Viscount returns from training, feeling his entire body aching from overexertion. The voice advises not to complain and not to miss a good opportunity, because many would like to engage with such a valuable knight as Jaeger. It seems to Viscount that Jaeger just wanted to beat him, but the voice believes that this sparring is only better because it gives more motivation. Suddenly, the Viscount is distracted by the call of Ethan, who desperately calls the young man, hiding behind a tree. The Viscount gloomily asks when Ethan managed to return, because the expeditionary force was still supposed to be on the way. Ethan ignores this question and says that he is going to escape from the camp today, which puzzles the Viscount. Ethan asks not to forget that he came only with good intentions and offers to meet later. The Viscount still doesn't understand what kind of nonsense Ethan is talking about, but he replies that it's not nonsense at all. The mercenary states that he saw with his own eyes how the forests they were supposed to explore were in fact cursed. Seeing the Viscount's shock, Ethan reminds them that they have already had deserters up to this point, although the work environment is fine and the pay is high. When the Viscount confirms this fact, Ethan explains in horror that these people did not actually escape, but were stolen by the forests. He remembers the creepy creature from yesterday and states that it was a ghost that takes people away. However, the Viscount does not believe this story and hits Ethan with his hand, scolding him for such absurd jokes. Ethan stands his ground, trying to prove the veracity of his words, and says that Knight Ross disappeared yesterday. The mercenary hastily adds that while he was returning, he also realized that all the missing guys had dark hair. The Viscount reports the information received to Jaeger, and having assembled a detachment, they set out on a search. Frustrated and scared, Ethan leads the way, showing the way and wishing he had just left with his things. Jaeger asks the Viscount if he can trust Ethan, and he replies that he cannot, but still the mercenary is not crazy. Jaeger thinks about the words of Joseph, who believes that this is a good opportunity to open a new direction instead of a useless expedition. However, Jaeger is very concerned about the fact that all the missing people had the same dark hair color. The Viscount reports that the 3 knights were placed at the post, suspecting some kind of incident, but the Jaeger replies that this is only because of their uselessness. The knight understands that he cannot remain on the sidelines, because until Ross is found, someone more experienced must take his place. His thoughts are interrupted by Ethan, who points towards a group of people, confident that this is the camp of the expeditionary force. From this detachment, Sir Ross's subordinate named Ed steps forward, introducing himself to Jaeger. Jaeger clarifies whether, after searching the entire forest, no traces were found, and Ed immediately confirms this. Sir Ross's subordinate says that they were led by former hired hunters, but even this did not bear fruit in their search. The huntsman looks thoughtfully towards the forest and decides to check the surroundings himself. He orders them to split into groups of 3 and disperse through the forest as far as possible. Being in the same group with the Viscount, Ethan is angry with him for deceiving him, but he only demands that he offer the search without unnecessary chatter. Sir Jaeger intervenes in their conversation, asking if they have found anything. Jaeger begins to doubt the Viscount and Ethan's usefulness, but the Viscount reminds him that he has never even been in the forests. The young man says that in the slums the way to find people was simple. Just grab anyone and beat out the information by force. Details like these only further convince Jaeger that the Viscount is useless in the search. The man turns to the horizon, noticing that the sun is setting, which means they will have to return with nothing. The frozen river catches his attention and he asks if they have searched beyond the river. Ethan explains that those places were not even part of the expedition's plan, which is why no one looked there. Jaeger tells Ethan to gather all the scattered mercenaries, planning to cross the river. Ethan immediately obeys and emits a loud calling whistle. While waiting, Jaeger steps on the ice and notices that the river is not completely frozen. The Viscount believes that this will still be enough for them to cross to the other side. A group of worried mercenaries runs up, asking about the reason for the whistling. Jaeger explains his plan to expand the search area and orders them to split into 3 groups in order to safely cross the river. The mercenaries obey and begin to carefully walk on the ice. But Ethan is worried about something, and it does not escape the attention of the Viscount. With fear on his face, Ethan states that he has a bad feeling about this plan. The Viscount does not believe these words, believing that the mercenary was simply scared and was looking for excuses not to go with the others. Ethan explains that due to the lack of such strength and potential as the Viscount, he has a well-developed intuition, which now screams of danger. The mercenary insists that it is under no circumstances worth crossing the river. The Viscount can't say anything about Ethan's intuition, but he is sure of something else. The guy reminds Ethan that if he attempts to escape, a painful death awaits him. After all, if the only witness runs away from the crime scene, it will be very suspicious, and anyone would decide to catch and kill Ethan. The Viscount asks the mercenary to stop talking nonsense and just cross the river if life is precious. Ethan still obeys, but continues to mutter about how this is the wrong decision. Ethan asks if the ice will crack, to which the Viscount grumpily replies that he will break the ice himself and throw Ethan into the water if he doesn't stop talking. In the end, fear takes over Ethan and he falls onto the ice, saying that he cannot continue the search. The Viscount irritably grabs the mercenary by the scruff of the neck and demands to get up, because they are the only ones left behind. Suddenly, Ethan begins to scream heartrendingly in horror, which infuriates the Viscount even more. The Viscount takes a closer look and suddenly notices the reason for the mercenary's horror. There are corpses under the ice. As soon as the others heard about the corpses, the ice began to crack, and the mercenaries quickly ran to the shore. The corpses began to break through the ice with their hands in order to get out, which was the cause of all the cracks. Whole crowds of corpses crawl out from under the ice, surrounding the mercenaries. The huntsman understands that it was an intricate trap, as if the corpses knew about the arrival of search parties on the river. At the same time, in Joseph's camp, the priest was praying in his room, thanking God for another day. He asks God to continue to guide them with his light so that they can remain on the righteous path. Suddenly, an incomprehensible haze begins to escape from the bowl in front of him, similar to the forces of evil. A woman walks along the camp barefoot in the snow, being the source of these evil forces. The woman's face is distorted, and she repeats the question over and over again about where her child is. Meanwhile, the situation on the river begins to escalate, and one of the corpses attacks Ethan. The mercenary falls to the ice in fear, but then the Viscount comes to his aid, cutting the corpse with one blow. A small crowd of corpses is rushing towards them, but the Viscount is not lost and quickly cuts one after another. The guy loudly tells Ethan to raise his spear and finally stand up, but the mercenary cannot do this due to horror. The Viscount himself also begins to get nervous, but the voice tries to calm him down, reminding him that before running away, he should choose a path of retreat. The Viscount worries about Sir Jaeger's safety, while he similarly fights off a crowd of angry monsters. The man understands that since this is a trap, it means everything was planned, and the goal is quite obvious to him. Seeing how the corpses are becoming more and more numerous, Jaeger decides not to waste time and activates his aura. The area around him is filled with green light, and Jaeger delivers quick, swift strikes, destroying all the corpses surrounding him. Seeing this turn of events, the morale of the mercenaries rises somewhat, and they run towards Jaeger. The man loudly calls out to the fighting Viscount, ordering him to fulfill their agreement. Jaeger wants the Viscount to relinquish his post, holding it as long as he can in order to protect Joseph as per the contract. Obeying the order, the Viscount runs away, and Ethan, not wanting to stay on the river, asks him to wait. Jaeger mentally prays that those who follow his will reach Joseph safely. A new wave of corpses arrives, and among them Jaeger notices a familiar face. It turns out to be Sir Ross, to whom Jaeger mentally apologizes for not being able to save him in time. Joseph, meanwhile, sits at his desk, littered with books, which he studies by candlelight. He is distracted by sudden screams of horror coming from outside. Joseph jumps up, suspecting that they have been invaded, but then an excited Austin runs up to him. Joseph immediately asks the man what kind of disturbance is going on outside, but he cannot answer. Joseph begins to get angry at the fact that Austin came running straight to him without even knowing the whole situation. Hesitantly, Austin explains that he did this because Joseph's safety is the highest priority. This answer makes Joseph even angrier, angrily asking why, in this case, Austin came running without any weapons. The young master says that the man is lucky, because if it were Joseph's will, Austin would have already been hanged. Frightened, Austin immediately bows and asks for forgiveness for the mistake he has made. This conversation is interrupted by the priest and Jean, who came accompanied by 2 knights. Seeing a trustworthy and familiar face, Joseph calms down, hoping that at least the priest knows about the essence of what is happening. The priest says that evil is to blame for everything, and hands over the Bible, which is written in holy ink. Joseph looks into the open book and sees how the text shakes like an aspen leaf during a storm. When asked whether this can be stopped, the priest replies that he does not use such practices, because he is not an exorcist. He promises that he will try to reveal all his divine powers, but in the fight against such an evil creature his help will be little. Joseph turns his gaze to the knights standing to the side, realizing that now they are his only way out. Having decided that it is worth moving forward now, Joseph announces this to the others and goes to the exit of the tent. He goes outside and sees a crowd of people enveloped in an unknown fog. The people in the fog writhe and scream that they are not the child of an unknown creature. Joseph immediately covers his nose with a handkerchief, asking if the fog is the cause of these people's delirium. The priest also covers his nose with his hand and states that all he knows is that it is not a natural phenomenon. The people crowding around Joseph see a woman with a disfigured face, crying and looking for her child. She continues to mutter something and suddenly notices Joseph looking at her. The woman walks towards him, saying that she has finally found her child. She reaches out to the young master with her hands, which suddenly begin to burn, continuing to call him her child. The flames engulf the woman's palms as she tries in vain to break through the prayerful protection of the priest and Jean. Joseph comes to the realization that only Sir Jaeger can defeat this monster. He looks at the already unconscious CAs and Maxim, who turned out to be unworthy of the priest's blessing. Joseph comes to the conclusion that what is happening at the moment is a curse that was assigned specifically to him. Meanwhile, Jean can no longer stand protecting himself for so long and begins to cough up blood. Noticing this, the priest asks the boy to hold out a little longer, because the sun will definitely rise again. A gap appears in the defense, through which the woman slowly puts her hand. Having wiped away the blood and gathered his strength, Jean again begins to read the prayer of protection. Joseph realizes that the priest is already reaching his limit, and the prayer will soon end. The situation turns out to be too dangerous for them to simply wait for the sun to rise. Having barely thought about it, Joseph notices the Viscount rushing towards them behind the monster. A minute earlier, the Viscount stood behind cover, asking the voice what he should do, because this creature cannot be wounded by an ordinary blade. The voice asks if the Viscount accidentally knows how to use an aura, to which he receives a negative answer. After thinking a little, the voice declares that it knows one way. The Viscount asks about the essence of this method, and the voice asks to be allowed to briefly touch the Viscount with the guy's body. The Viscount doubts whether it will really work, but the voice is confident that it can use the aura. However, there is a risk that even if the voice manages to use the aura, it will not be able to move for some time. For this reason, the voice advises the Viscount to carefully consider this option and the risks. Realizing that in this case, if he does not kill, they will kill him, the Viscount takes up the sword. The guy agrees to the voice option, and just in case, he asks if the Viscount is sure of his decision. The Viscount does not hesitate because he promised Joseph, and he has a duty that he must fulfill. Noticing the Viscount running towards her, the woman turns around and switches to him. When there is a small distance between them, a voice tells the Viscount to close his eyes. When the young man opens his eyes the next time, he is amazed to see a blue glow and gusts of wind around him. Controlled by his voice, the Viscount cuts the monster with one wide blow. As soon as the aura ends, the Viscount falls to his knees, exhausted. He writhes and screams from pain piercing his body similar to electric shocks. Joseph, who watched this, does not know how the Viscount managed to achieve the aura, but he is sure that the guy had to pay a price for this. The Viscount lies on the ground, unable to move, while a still living monster crawls towards him. Shouting to the priest not to stop the prayer, Joseph runs forward to help the Viscount. He runs up to the young man and helps him get up, telling him to hold on to him. Joseph doesn't even have time to take a step when he feels the monster grab his leg. At this moment, Austin comes to their aid, grabbing Joseph by the collar and asking forgiveness for his insolence. With a sharp swing, the man throws Joseph and Viscount aside, thereby saving the monster from the grip. Joseph and Viscount land right next to the priest, finding themselves under the protection of prayer. Joseph sits up and says that this is the first time he has felt relieved to have the Viscount on his side. Moving with difficulty, the Viscount takes the sword in his hands and asks the priest to grant the sword a blessing. He explains this by saying that he wants to free the damned woman from suffering. At first, the priest hesitates somewhat, but then he takes the Viscount's sword in his hands and cuts his palms with it. Having sprinkled the sword with his blood, the priest blesses it and hands it back to the Viscount. After thanking the priest, the guy takes the sword and again goes towards the monster. The woman reaches out her hand to the Viscount and asks him to help her find her child. The Viscount recalls seeing a vision for just a moment during the attack. In this vision, there was a woman locked in a dark basement who was reaching out to her child. The Viscount also saw a fragile child who was left on the cold floor, while his mother begged for the child to be returned. It was the horrific memory of a cursed woman who once had to watch the long death of her child. The Viscount picks up the sword and plunges it into the woman's head, freeing her from torment and wishing her to rest in peace. In the depths of the forest sits a man whose face is covered with a hood, and evil forces emanate from the chest in front of him. Through them, the man controlled the cursed woman, but suddenly the black smoke of evil power disappears. The man becomes confused, realizing that his puppet, which only one knight could defeat, has been killed. Jaeger appears behind him, with an aura still shining around him. The knight kills the unknown man by cutting off his head and returns to camp by morning. He also brings a chest with him, making the assumption that the woman was looking for this very thing yesterday. According to Jaeger, this chest became the coffin of her child and the source of evil thoughts controlled by an unknown person. Joseph orders the chest to be handed over to the priest so that he can study the matter later. Joseph looks down at the camp, concluding that the expedition was a complete failure. However, he thinks that the way back will be easy, to which Jaeger asks if the Viscount was useful. Joseph smiles and says that it seems that he has found a person who will replace him as a swordsman. In Joseph's opinion, the Viscount will be the swordsman who will shine the brightest. The Viscount himself wakes up and discovers that he has been passed out for 3 whole days. The voice says that he himself had no idea about the rollback of such power, and decides to be more careful next time. The Viscount is surprised that they are still in the camp, and the voice says that the others were waiting for the Viscount to awaken. The voice conveys that, according to his observations, Joseph was worried about the guy's condition. The Viscount gets up and leaves, finding that many of the mercenaries have fled after the incident. Suddenly, Ethan runs up to him, saying that he was very worried about the captain's health. The Viscount is pleasantly surprised that the one who was talking about escaping the most lasted longer than the rest. Ethan laughs and says that those who stay until they return have been promised a bonus. Ethan tells how he took great risks when he carried the Viscount until he could not move, and when he returned to help the knight. The Viscount sighs and promises to try to do something to raise Ethan's reputation. Next, the mercenary reports that Joseph is now in the barracks. Sir Jaeger asks to report as soon as the Viscount wakes up. The Viscount comes to the barracks and Joseph asks the guy if he drinks alcohol. The Viscount nods and says that although he worked in a brothel, he had never tasted good liqueur. First of all, Joseph thanks the Viscount for his help because he could have simply escaped. The Viscount argues that he and Joseph have a contract in which the Viscount promised faith instead of fidelity. In his head, Joseph notices that the contract was just words, but even so the guy fulfilled it. The young master admits that the Viscount is a talent, but a talent that should belong to Joseph. Putting the glass of drink in front of the Viscount, Joseph says that it is his turn to fulfill his part of the contract. He formally invites the Viscount to join House Basid. After some time, they return to the Bayezid district, the city of Varna. Jaeger reports that the mercenaries have been fired, and Joseph will wait for the report on the expedition, which will take a couple of days. Walking down the street following Jaeger, the Viscount looks around with interest. Noticing this, Jaeger asks if the Viscount is here for the first time, to which he replies that it is his first time everywhere he goes. Hearing this, Joseph tells the Viscount to take the day off and explore the outskirts of the city. Jaeger sullenly asks not to get lost and demands to be at the city council building before dark. When the Viscount is left alone, a voice says that apparently Jaeger likes the guy as much as Joseph. The Viscount does not agree with this because in his opinion if Jaeger liked him, he would have come to save him. The young man remembers that he was paid well for the expedition and is thinking of taking a hearty lunch for himself. His thoughts about exploring the surroundings are interrupted when someone calls him and pulls him by the hand. It turns out to be Jean, who conveys that the priest would like to invite the Viscount if he has no plans. Somewhat surprised, the Viscount agrees and follows Jean to the cathedral. Looking at the building, the Viscount is amazed at its size, comparing it with the churches in his hometown, which are not even close to that big. Jean explains that the reason for this is the fact that Varna is the religious center of the Bayezid district. The boy asks the Viscount to wait inside while he brings the priest. Following Jean's request, the Viscount goes inside and is even more amazed. The guy remembers that, apart from his nickname, he never really prayed properly. He is overcome by an uncomfortable feeling, as if he has sinned somewhere. At this moment, the priest comes in, asking forgiveness for keeping him waiting. The priest approaches the Viscount and holds out a small piece of wood with a smile. This piece of wood turns out to be the Viscount's personal ID tag, officially signed by the priest. The priest says that Lord Joseph could have handled this himself, but church ID tokens are more effective throughout the continent. While the Viscount, in disbelief, examines the token, the priest says that he can come any time he needs. After all, from this moment on, according to the ID token, the priest is the Viscount's guarantor. As a gesture of gratitude, the Viscount takes a knee, and now, thanks to the priest, he has made a name for himself in the wider world. Thanks to the token, he is no longer the Viscount of the slums, but the Viscount of Shiora. Sometime later, Joseph tells the Viscount that the district of Basid includes 12 villages and 3 towns. The distribution center of the district is Shiora, and the capital of the district is Sturma, where they arrived. A little later, Jaeger tells Ethan and Viscount the rules of behavior in Joseph's house, because now they are his guests. Any stupidity committed will cast a shadow on Joseph, and Jaeger demands not to run around like hillbillies, but to simply stay in place. The man also adds that soon the maids will bring them treats. He asks not to eat anything, just wait, because if they eat like savages, they will confirm the bad rumors. The Viscount began to express his disagreement, but Jaeger tells him to shut up and leaves. When they enter the room, Ethan is amazed at the size and luxury of the living room. Suddenly a voice comes from the side saying that he has not seen Viscount and Ethan before. A figure begins to walk towards them from the window, saying that he wanted to cheat and mess around here. Joseph's older brother Ryan approaches them, asking about the identity of their unexpected guests. As soon as he glances at him, the Viscount notices that Ryan looks familiar, but his aura is on a completely different level. He gives off such an aura as if he could cut a person in half with just one look. Ethan introduces himself and reveals that they accompanied Joseph during the expedition. Ryan then turns his attention to the Viscount, who also introduces himself, but more briefly. Ryan hears his name for the first time and assumes that Viscount is new. In his head, he notices the Viscount's fierce eyes and self-confidence, even in front of such an important person as Ryan. Having made some conclusions, Ryan thinks that Joseph, apparently, has got his hands on a rather useful person. He extends his hand to the guy, which contains a handful of peanuts, and offers him a treat. However, the Viscount refuses due to the fact that Jaeger forbade them to eat here. Ethan looks at the Viscount in shock, who simply refused the goodwill of a high-ranking person. Somewhat embarrassed by this turn of events, Ryan begins to eat himself, commenting in surprise that the peanuts are very tasty. Joseph, meanwhile, speaks with his father William in his office about such a find as the Viscount. The Count writes something down and says that they haven't had anyone outstanding for a long time except Yegor, who was invited by Oksana, Joseph's mother. The man adds that if Joseph can turn the Viscount into a knight of the same level as their family's knights, he will be rewarded. The Count understands that Viscounting with a sword is not Joseph's forte, but asks him not to forget in which district he is located. After this, the man asks if Joseph is feeling better now, to which he receives a short affirmative answer. Finally, the Count says that Joseph can go, and he says goodbye to his father and wishes him a good rest. When Joseph finally disappears behind the door, William decides that he needs to find his son some medicine. He conveys this idea to the advisor Charles standing behind, and he is sure that Joseph will be happy with the medicine. William is interested in Charles's opinion of Joseph's account of the events that took place. Charles says that this report should be taken seriously as strange things continue to happen one after another. William wants to know who dared to commit such evil acts on his land. Charles reports that it appears that a combination of resurrection and curse techniques was used. It is believed that this was done either by a master of dark magic or by more than 2 dark ones. Hearing this, William suggests that if there are more than 2 magicians, then this may be some kind of group or organization. He gets up from the table and says that nevertheless, this will not prevent the unshakable house of the Bazids from standing forever. The man is ready to do whatever it takes to get rid of those who dare to stand in their way. He turns to Charles and expresses hope that the culprits will be found soon. No one dares to endanger the lives of the Count's sons and create chaos on his land. Joseph, accompanied by Jaeger, returns to Viscount and Ethan when night has already fallen outside the window. Ethan enthusiastically says they didn't wait long, catching Joseph's attention. He promises to talk about Ethan's reward tomorrow, although the mercenary himself hoped that at least now he would be allowed to eat. Ethan shows no objection and goes to his room to rest. Joseph turns his attention to the Viscount, saying that they need to discuss something. The young master clarifies that the Viscount saved his life and dedicated his sword for the sake of Joseph's future. He also recalls that the Viscount wanted to fulfill a certain mission for the sake of which he was seeking freedom. Joseph sees contradictions in these 2 situations and asks the Viscount to clarify this point. Joseph is interested in what exactly the Viscount is going to do with his freedom, because perhaps he can be helped somehow. The Viscount is silent for a moment, and then asks if Joseph knows about a knight named Ezra Gaidar, who resembles moonlight. After listening to the Viscount's story, Joseph realizes that the guy is not just a useful person, but a boy with an unusual tragedy. The Viscount reveals that he is looking for Ezra because he wants to avenge his murdered savior and his destroyed world. After a few seconds of hesitation, Joseph says that he cannot help the Viscount since Ezra has his influence. The Viscount did not have any hopes in advance, since Joseph is only the son of an earl. Nevertheless, the young man is grateful to Joseph for his honesty when he suddenly hears a proposal to change the conditions. Joseph offers the Viscount a contract for 7 years. He asks to take into account that he put aside his honor as an aristocrat because it took a lot of determination. Seeing Jaeger's gloomy look, the Viscount concludes that such a case is unprecedented. Joseph promises to provide the best conditions and during these 7 years to raise a knight from the Viscount who will be able to do anything. In return, Joseph expects unquestioning loyalty from the Viscount and forbids him to do anything related to Ezra. However, he allows the Viscount to do things related to the slums of Sawara and can even help with it. Joseph says that according to rumors, Anna is now in someone's debt. He says that not everything can be achieved only with a sword in your hands, because the sword is not the only weapon. When the conversation ends, Joseph goes to the window and tells Jaeger that the Viscount is striving for great things. Jaeger doesn't understand why his master holds on to the Viscount so much because there are many other capable guys. Joseph agrees that they all may have potential, but he's not sure if anything will come of it. Jaeger asks if his young master hopes that the Viscount will live up to his expectations. Joseph has no doubt about this, claiming that he clearly saw it with his own eyes. Jaeger, in turn, is not happy with the Viscount, since the guy is not only disobedient, but also unpredictable. Joseph hopes that in 7 years, Jaeger will find a way to pacify and appease the Viscount. Jaeger replies that in this case he will make every effort. Joseph turns to the window and says that the more difficult it is to deal with the guy, the better the result will be. The next morning, Jaeger shows the Viscount the room, declaring that it now belongs to the young man. The Viscount notes with delight that there is everything you need here, including a clean floor and a bed, and even compares the room to a palace. This comparison somewhat surprises Jaeger, but then he remembers that the Viscount comes from the slums. It's usually difficult for other warriors to adapt, but the games believe that the Viscount will succeed if he doesn't screw up. Before leaving, Jaeger tells Viscount to come to training after eating. He quickly explains that the battles will take place twice a day as before, but suddenly his attention turns elsewhere. Jaeger was called out by a woman walking towards him along the corridor. Jaeger quietly explains to the Viscount that this is Oksana, Joseph's mother, and asks him to greet her according to the rules of etiquette. Oksana stops and, looking at the Viscount, asks if he is the guy she was told about. Jaeger confirms this, saying that Mr. Joseph personally invited the Viscount. Lady Oksana smiles and thanks the Viscount for saving her son. The Viscount is somewhat embarrassed and timidly says that he was simply doing his duty. The woman says that she must reward the Viscount because he has done much more than he even imagines. Oksana puts her hand on Viscount's hair, saying that the guy has a great hair color that suits his blue eyes very well. He also notices that the Viscount has broad shoulders despite his thinness and promises to send better clothes soon. Having finished the conversation, the woman turns around and leaves, and Jaeger wishes her a good day. The Viscount takes a breath, and noticing his excitement, Jaeger asks about the reason for such a sudden reaction. The Viscount reluctantly admits that he has never really talked to girls before. Jaeger understands the Viscount because it can be difficult for him to talk to Lady Oksana, and says that the guy did a good job. The man turns around intending to go eat and calls the Viscount to follow him. Once in the common dining room, the Viscount takes food, preparing to eat, but a crowd gathers around him. One of the guys at the front of the crowd leans over the Viscount's bowl and spits into it. The guy falsely apologizes and mockingly adds that he simply confused the Viscount with a trash can. The rest of the crowd finds this statement quite witty and begins to laugh. However, the Viscount is not at all affected by this and, having scooped up the spit with a spoon, simply splashes it over his shoulder. He calmly begins the meal, leaving the others bewildered by such a reaction. In fact, the Viscount wants to beat up the guy standing next to him, but he cannot do this, because Joseph's reputation could suffer. Having not received the expected reaction, a group of guys, about to leave, turn around in irritation, because they have just found an object for ridicule. The Viscount becomes curious about the name of the guy who spat in his food, which is what he asks. He stops and looks arrogantly at the Viscount, repeating what he heard. The Viscount turns around and, looking with a piercing and terrifying gaze, repeats his question. Feeling the menacing aura emanating from the Viscount, the guy loses his aggressive mood and, hesitatingly, introduces himself as Sam. The Viscount gets up from the table, slowly repeating the name he heard, and promises to remember Sam. Sometime later, William, accompanied by guards and Charles, observes combat training. Peering carefully, he notices the Viscount and, recognizing him by his blonde hair, just in case, clarifies whether this is the boy Joseph reported about. A man only needs one look at the young man to guess his very harsh character. Charles notices something and asks his master to look in the same direction. In the distance, a figure is hiding on the wall and watching what is happening. However, William recognizes Jaeger in the silhouette, guessing that the newly made student is causing trouble for the night. Noticing that the Viscount is about to fight someone, William offers to stay and watch. The Viscount quickly attacks one of the young men who was in the dining room, delivering one blow after another. William notices the aggressive tactics of the Viscount, who does not care that the enemy is twice his size. Considering this a reckless way, William still notices that the Viscount clearly has courage. The man sees that the Viscount is using in battle everything that he learned during training with Jaeger. The Viscount remembers the words that every fencing begins with the legs, and moves his leg away for support. He also recalls that he can intimidate his opponent with the movements of his legs, shoulders, and eyes. The Viscount's opponent swings and cuts the air with a wooden sword, but the guy quickly and deftly dodges. Without wasting a second, the Viscount immediately rushes forward, frightening the enemy with his speed. The guy fighting with the Viscount does not have time to react when he receives a sharp blow to the side. He falls, holding his stomach, amazed at what happened, because he was sure that the Viscount was aiming in the other direction. Without giving the guy time to come to his senses, the Viscount grabs him by the hair and pulls him up. The Viscount, calling the guy Sam's dog, reminds him of what happened in the dining room and invites him to laugh again. Without waiting for any answer, the Viscount hits his opponent in the face and blood immediately sprays from his nose. Charles says in alarm that they shouldn't be allowed to beat each other up during sparring. But William is not bothered by this, and he asks to leave the young men because to become a knight, strong determination is needed. In addition, the man notices that Jaeger, who was watching what was happening, also looked pleased with the result. Another guy runs to the Viscount, ordering him to stop the beating, but he ignores these words. The man runs up again, demands the Viscount to stop, this time indignant that his orders are being ignored. The Viscount finally lets go of the enemy, who, due to the number and force of the blows, only falls unconscious to the ground. The Viscount casts a cold glance at the guy who intervened and asks for forgiveness, explaining that he was a little carried away. As a worried crowd runs up to the beaten man, the Viscount turns around and meets Sam's gaze. The Viscount smiles and says that he usually loses control if he is carried away by something. Sam stops the Viscount and says that he won't let him go so easily after what happened. But the Viscount does not take these words seriously and, leaving, promises to call Sam if the soup lacks taste. Sam looks at the Viscount's retreating back, deciding that Sir Joseph has brought a crazy and mad dog from the alleys. Later, over a meal, Ethan reveals that there are rumors that the Viscount is beating up local students. The Viscount makes no comment on this and asks if Ethan likes working in the stables. At first, Ethan is distracted, because these are not just stables, but the Bayezid stables. But he immediately pulls himself together and returns to the issue raised before. Ethan heard that the Viscount got into fights with students from all families, which is practically considered a crime. The Viscount calmly reminds that he grew up among criminals, so violence is something common and natural for him. The Viscount explains that those guys themselves chose him as a target, but Ethan still does not understand how such behavior can be natural. However, the Viscount believes that everything is fine, because the others no longer bother them with mockery and behave carefully. A young man timidly approaches their table and hesitatingly introduces himself as Paul. Taking a break from eating, the Viscount turns around and asks if Paul has anything to do with him. Paul hesitates to answer, to which the Viscount hurries him, offering to either sit down or leave. Paul happily sits down next to the Viscount, thanking him for the permission, and the Viscount only thinks about the fact that he hinted to the guy to leave. A new acquaintance says that he has been eating alone in places like toilets since he started training. The Viscount closes his eyes irritably, because such conversations kill his appetite. Seeing the Viscount eat a sausage, Paul enthusiastically reports that all the local meat is supplied by his father. The guy noticed how the Viscount asked for more sausages a little earlier and offers to share. The Viscount is annoyed by such good nature, and he asks about Paul's plan, suspecting that he wants to bribe him with food. Paul leads the Viscount and Ethan into a room filled with meat, including sausages. The young man says that his father sends him a lot of different meats, but for him, this alone is too much. He realizes that because of his background, he cannot communicate with other students from much wealthier families. Realizing that Paul could use some connections, the Viscount invites his new acquaintance to eat together in the future. Paul is sincerely happy, not believing that he can have company and that he is allowed to eat with them. The Viscount pats Paul on the back and says that students should get along with each other, and this is by no means about meat. The action shifts to Jaeger, who walks along the corridor and thinks that raising the Viscount while serving Sir Joseph was not so easy. The man hopes that CAs and Maxim will recover quickly and help him. He is brought out of his thoughts by a man who calls the knight by name and asks the reason for Jaeger's haste. Jaeger, with annoyance, recognizes the man as Sir Gregory, clearly not being delighted with such company. Gregory laughingly remarks that Jaeger is not particularly happy to see him, to which he only says that he is somewhat busy. Gregory treats this with understanding, assuming that the interlocutor is now busy fulfilling an order from Sir Joseph. Jaeger asks directly what Gregory wants, and he says that it's time for such a glorious night to start training students. Jaeger doesn't fully understand why Gregory suddenly started talking about this. The man turns out to be Paul's relative and nervously says that his nephew has gained some weight. Gregory then moves on to discuss the Viscount, noting that the guy is clearly skillful, courageous, and strong. Jaeger begins to get irritated, reminding him that he is busy now, and asks to get closer to the point. Gregory says that knights have no right to interfere in the affairs of students, and then says that the Viscount has become friends with Paul. Jaeger doubts what he heard, because he considers the Viscount a terrible snob, but Gregory asks to make sure that the Viscount and Paul stick together. Like an uncle, the man cares about Paula and doesn't want the guy to be bullied. The huntsman asks if there will be any payment, or if the interlocutor is asking for a free favor. Gregory immediately hits himself on the chest and promises that if everything goes well, he will gladly help in return. Jaeger expresses doubt that the Viscount will even listen to him, but Gregory begins to praise the guy, calling him a rising star. At the stables, Ethan explains that he thinks the Viscount is a problem because he can't even ride a horse. According to Ethan, the horses here don't usually avoid people because they are quite well trained. However, as soon as the Viscount approaches them, they get scared, and this is clearly not a matter of skills. The Viscount sighs, remembering that this has happened before with dogs and cats. The animals were frightened when the Viscount approached them, but he did not think that the horses would be the same story. Suddenly, the Viscount remembers that while escaping from the undead, he was able to climb onto Sir Jaeger's horse. Ethan explains that Sir Jaeger has an incredibly expensive horse, so he doesn't think it's surprising. The Viscount is not sure that he can tell Jaeger that he can only ride extremely expensive horses. However, that conversation is interrupted by a girl who comes in and says that Lady Oksana wants to see the Viscount. When the guy comes to the woman, she says that you can't even tell from him that he grew up in the slums. The Viscount stands in front of her in new clothes, which Oksana offered to try on. The woman decides that the Viscount will need a larger size because he is only 17 and will still stretch out. She further says that a guy needs to choose clothes for each season so that he can maintain stamina and health. The Viscount is embarrassed again and thanks Lady Oksana. She again says that she should thank the guy for saving her son. Oksana apologizes for pulling Viscount right out of training and allows him to return to his post. Having taken his leave, the Viscount leaves Lady Oksana's room and, closing the door, exhales tensely. He feels how uncomfortable he is around this woman. His thoughts quickly turn to new clothes, noticing the high comfort and quality. The Viscount wanders along the corridor, thinking that he still can't get used to the situation, as if he doesn't belong here. An unpleasant feeling does not leave him, as if his soul has become heavier. Suddenly he hears some noise and looks out the window, seeing a crowd of students below. The Viscount sees Sam beating Paula in front of everyone, calling him a pig. Paul covers his head with his hands, listening to accusations and rudeness directed at him for making friends with the Viscount. The Viscount himself, seeing this, concludes that wherever he goes, the situation is the same, regardless of his financial situation. In the end, there are always those who will oppress the weaker. Having changed into an old outfit, the Viscount knocks on Paul's room at night. Paul opens the door and asks what the Viscount is doing here at such a late hour. The Viscount says that he has come to pick up something from Paul and points behind him. Paul turns around and sees the Viscount pointing to a huge ham that Paul planned to keep for himself. In his thoughts, Paul reminds himself that he knew from the very beginning that he could not truly become friends with the Viscount. He wanted to at least have fun, but he concludes that the Viscount only sees him as meat, like the others. Deciding that this is still better than eating alone, Paul obediently gives the entire ham to the Viscount. The Viscount asks Paul not to be upset about the ham because he is simply taking what he deserves. After this, the Viscount goes outside where he encounters a group of students who are clearly aggressive. The Viscount counts 14 people and says that even bandits in the slums would not stoop to such meanness. Sam angrily advises the Viscount to keep quiet, wanting to see if he can laugh afterwards. The Viscount tells the students to attack all at once because they can easily do it. The students, caught up in rage, rush forward, intending to beat the Viscount thoroughly. The Viscount understands that he made the right decision to change into old clothes because tonight will be a bloody night. The Viscount calmly fights off the crowd advancing on him, making his way forward. Sam notices changes in him since the last sparring and does not believe that the Viscount is truly new to using a sword. Noticing the crowd's falling morale, Sam orders them not to retreat and threatens to kill anyone who does. The Viscount quickly appears in front of Sam and asks if he has ever killed before. With a furious cry, Sam grabs his sword and swings, hurling insults at his opponent. The Viscount recalls how during the expedition all he did was hit the air with all his might. The voice says that the results of training with Jaeger are starting to show. He wants the Viscount to continue to lead the enemy into a trap, creating a gap in the process. As he attacks Sam, the Viscount realizes that his gap and his space are his own flow. The attack is successful, and Sam falls to the ground in front of everyone. Before he has time to move to stand up, the Viscount delivers another swift blow. The Viscount's sword plunges into the ground a centimeter from Sam's head, frightening the guy terribly. The Viscount threateningly demands that Sam never dare look him in the eyes and never touch Paul again. Sam realizes in horror that the Viscount acted absolutely seriously and could have killed him. Standing up, the Viscount says that he has fulfilled his debt to Paul. Then he turns around and asks who wants to be next, because what he started needs to be finished. However, no one dares, and the Viscount says that in this case he himself will attack first. William watches from the window, impressed by the Viscount's skills. Shortly after this, the monthly meeting of the knights took place. Inadvertently, it turned out that on one side there were knights supporting Ryan, and opposite them lined up knights who either supported Joseph or remained neutral. The knights are announced to be reviewing their job responsibilities in preparation for Ryan's departure. Next on the agenda is the distribution of sacred items sent by the church. William notices that the atmosphere around was completely different than usual. Ryan's supporters looked angry, as if they were ready to tear everyone to shreds. At the same time, the knights on Joseph's side arrived in high spirits, which even pleases the Count. After all, Joseph's supporters had been depressed for quite some time. Soon the end of the meeting is announced, and the knights are asked to look at their duties again. One of the knights says displeasedly that Jaeger has brought a mad dog who doesn't even know who to bite. The huntsman, hearing such words about the Viscount, smiles contentedly, to which the other knights decide to simply leave without a fight. Gregory notices that Ryan's supporters are seething with anger, and Jaeger asks what the man is talking about. Gregory laughs, confident that Jaeger knows everything because rumors have spread, and is only playing innocent. The knight reveals that even the training instructor was unable to deal with the Viscount due to his unusual limits. Gregory thanks Jaeger and states that he can take him with him even on the most grueling mission. Jaeger is in no hurry to take Gregor with him and leaves, involuntarily thinking that he is still proud of the Viscount. He doesn't know who taught the boy this, but he believes that this is the least of the Viscount's capabilities. Later, Joseph shows Jaeger and Austin the armor that the game sent as a gift to the Viscount. Austin looks closely at the armor and comments that for a simple vassal like the Viscount, this is too good a gift. The huntsman notes that the armor is made of orc leather, and not ordinary, but gray. Gray orcs are found only in the north, so one who carries weapons made from their skin is also called a northern warrior. Joseph assumes that the Viscount has taken a liking to the Count, and has proven himself to be a worthwhile investment. Jaeger says that there is no vassal for a Viscount like him, and Joseph grins, because he already knows about the rumors. Next, Joseph pulls out a sealed letter saying that they cannot sit idly by. Jaeger takes the letter in his hands, reads it, and says that this is just an ordinary invitation. Joseph asks if Jaeger can answer this letter, and he replies that he will do so without any problem. Joseph is pleased because this means that they will have a trip to Dearmar. After some time, having collected everything they need, they set off. On the road, Joseph tells the Viscount that Dearmar is famous for its lemons, and the northerners should thank the city for the fruit, which is extremely scarce in the north. Dearmar is also an important point, as it provides access to the central regions. The Viscount asks whether this was the reason for the measures taken, to which Joseph replies that a crisis is an opportunity, especially if the crisis is not his. Joseph reveals that the Haynal family is now in the middle of a dispute over an heir. The invitation that came to them directly from the rightful heir can literally be considered as a cry for help. Joseph says that this is just a fight for the land of Dearmar, but the Viscount notes that this is a fight between blood relatives. Joseph, however, is not embarrassed by this and says that enmity with blood relatives is an ancient tradition of any nobility. The heiress of the Haynal Seven is Alice, but her uncle Andrew claims that she was born from an extramarital affair. Since she is the only child of the former baron, if she disappears, Andrew will automatically become the next baron. Alice has no choice but to prove her innocence with an honorable duel organized in the church. The thing is that Alice has limitations inherent in her as a woman, which weaken her foundation. It turns out that Alice is Joseph's 8th cousin, and this is quite enough to declare a relationship. Joseph explains that he wants to take this chance in order to leave the Haynal family in their debt. The Viscount understands this decision and turns his gaze to Jaeger, impressed by the knight's reputation. Jaeger notices the Viscount's gaze and asks why he looks so impudently. The man complains to the Viscount for riding in a carriage as a low vassal. The Viscount is lost and finds nothing to justify the fact that he never managed to saddle a horse. Jaeger says that he was able to be proud of the Viscount for the first time since he suppressed the other vassals. But now the knight is disappointed. He can't believe how stupid his student is, to which the Viscount mutters that he might one day be able to ride an expensive horse. This answer greatly outrages Jaeger, because only much more noble people than the Viscount can ride expensive horses. The Viscount notices that his heart is pounding and makes the assumption that it's all because of Jaeger's grumbling. The guy is not even very surprised by this. Now he is as if between two fires. On the one hand, next to him is Joseph, who chatters incessantly. On the other hand, he listens to Jaeger, who grumbles at the guy at every opportunity. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted as the cart begins to shake, and the Viscount realizes that it is the earth that is shaking. The huntsman loudly orders everyone to stop and get off their horses. While the others are following the order, the Viscount suddenly kicks the door down with his carriage. The Viscount grabs Joseph, drags him outside, and asks him to bend down. A somewhat confused Joseph praises the Viscount's sincerity, but says that next time he doesn't need to panic so much. The Viscount looks around in surprise and realizes that everything is already over. The guy says that this was the first earthquake in his life, but Joseph says that it was not that at all. The Viscount glances at where Joseph orders and sees something moving quickly underground. Joseph explains that it is a giant death worm, also called the remains of a fallen dragon. After what happened, they finally calmly reach the city of Dearmar. Joseph says that the Viscount can now move freely around the area. He asks the Viscount to travel as freely as is generally allowed and see as many places as he wants. The Viscount finds himself somewhat confused by the fact that he can go wherever he pleases. Joseph explains that he took the Viscount with him for a reason, because an honorable duel is rarely seen. This time the duel will be a team event, and knights of different backgrounds will participate. He tells the Viscount to watch the duel and gain knowledge, because if you show it in practice, the essence will be remembered better. Joseph plans to raise the Viscount properly in any case, and hopes that he will expand his horizons in a new place. Jaeger then intervenes, hoping that the Viscount will not end up beaten in some alley. The Viscount is somewhat outraged by this attitude, and he says that he is not that stupid. Jaeger objects, taking into account the fact that the Viscount doesn't even know how to ride a horse. As Joseph leaves, he orders sightings to be reported every evening, and to be reported immediately if anything unusual occurs. Realizing that after so much time he has free hours, the Viscount decides to look around. He walks through the corridors, noticing that the castle is quite small and looks old. The Viscount suggests that the family is now having some money problems and cannot maintain this place. Suddenly a voice intervenes, saying that it seems to remember being in this place. He remembers the trees on the hill, which is located not so far from the Viscount. The guy takes a closer look and decides that this is a good place for prayer. He climbs the hill and discovers several graves right under the tree. At the same time, Joseph comes to meet the rightful heir of the Haynel family. Alice sincerely thanks him for responding to the invitation. Joseph replies that he is obliged to respond during the crisis of the rightful heir, because the call of the blood is most important. According to Joseph, Count Basid has already given his permission, so all that remains is to find out Alice's decision. She replies that she has already decided to do everything as the Count wishes, but she sets the condition that this will only happen if victory in the duel remains hers. Joseph confidently states that she has nothing to worry about because Basid's sword always guarantees victory. A little later, Joseph returns to his knights, wanting to discuss a meeting with the heiress. Jaeger notes that the matriarch's temperament was clearly visible in Alice, although it is risky. Joseph says that he felt it too because Alice had the upper hand until the last moment. He turns to his knights and confidently declares that their plan remains the same. The Viscount, meanwhile, is studying the graves on the hill, thinking about how it is sometimes important for people to leave some kind of trace behind themselves. When people look at graves, these are traces left behind, and they remind of days gone by. He suddenly says that it would be great if his mother did something similar for him. The Viscount kneels down in front of one of the graves, noticing that it has not been cleaned for a long time and brushes away the fallen leaves. In the process, he pauses, telling the voice that showing respect to the Viscountels of the earth is natural. The voice, however, said nothing, and the Viscount draws his sword, allowing the voice to watch as long as it pleases. In the end, the guy came to the hill having missed the knight's training, which he was told to watch. The Viscount thrusts the sword into the ground, and the voice, looking around, slowly begins to remember something. He remembers how he used to think that the trees were much smaller, and how he had the feeling that he was not alone. The voice notices a creature looking directly at them and says that it seems to recognize him. The voice will ask to borrow the Viscount's body for a while, and he agrees. The guy concentrates, and one of his eyes lights up blue. Suddenly, the Viscount notices that he sees something that he couldn't see before. A huge white snake has appeared in front of him. The guy becomes confused, and the voice explains that there is a spirit in front of them now. The Viscount thinks that lately he has been seeing too many mystical things. As the spirit descends, it gazes intently at the owner of the voice inside the Viscount. The somewhat frightened Viscount should not be afraid of the spirit because it should not bite. On reflection, the guy notices that although the spirit seems something unknown and impressive, it does not exude a threat. Instead, a warmth emanates from the spirit, as if a spring wind blew sharply from a hill. Suddenly, the Viscount hears someone approaching him. The voice retreats from controlling the Viscount's body, and he ceases to see the spirit. Behind the Viscount, there is a girl who is interested in how he got here. She states that only members of the Haynal family can be here. The Viscount explains that he was simply looking for a quiet place to pray and thus found this hill. Noticing suspicion on the girl's face, the Viscount takes out his ID badge, introducing himself as Sir Jaeger's squire. The girl carefully studies the token and is finally convinced of the veracity of the Viscount's words. There is a short pause, during which the Viscount thinks about how disrespectful it is for him to stand on the grave of a nobleman. The guy understands that if they tell the wrong person about this, Joseph could get into an unpleasant situation. And if this happens, then the Viscount himself will find himself in a difficult position. Deciding to appease the girl so that she does not tell anyone anything, the Viscount offers his help. He makes the assumption that his interlocutor is a local servant who must take care of the cemetery. The guy hastily adds that he also tidied up a little here, as there were a lot of fallen leaves around. The girl is surprised that the Viscount has cleaned the grave and looks around to make sure. The Viscount explains that in this way, he simply wanted to pay tribute to the Viscountels of the earth. The guy takes the bucket of towels and brushes from the girl, promising that he will do everything himself. In return, He carefully asks the girl not to tell anyone about their meeting on the hill. The Viscount explains the request by saying that if Sir Jaeger finds out about this, he will make a fuss. The girl promises to think about it if the Viscount cleans up the graves well. In his thoughts, the Viscount, with some indignation and annoyance, does not understand why it is so difficult with all the beautiful girls. Having finally finished cleaning the graves, the Viscount returns and watches the knights train. The voice also carefully observes and notices that the knights seem quite strong. He comments that with an attack like Sir Colin's, you can even break your opponent's bones. The Viscount agrees with this conclusion and understands why the knight is called the warthog of the central region. However, the second knight named Pablo seems much more impressive to the Viscount, and the voice agrees. The Viscount is amazed at how fierce the warm-up sparring is and does not believe that he can become such a strong knight. The voice reminds you that you don't have to have that much power to become a knight, citing Austin as an example. The Viscount says that while living in Soar, he still did not understand where he was in this huge world. He understands that to reach this level, he has a long way to go. Finally, the day of the duel arrives, and the Viscount helps Jaeger put on his armor. The Viscount notices a stern man around, and makes the assumption that this is the same Andrew who is trying to take away the right of inheritance. The huntsman demands that the Viscount watch the duel carefully, since it is fought with all seriousness. The man adds that although he does not know what happened yesterday, the Viscount has nothing to worry about. Seeing the guy's surprise, Jaeger says that there is nothing to be amazed here, because all the emotions are written on his face. The Viscount recalls the training he saw yesterday, admitting that these knightly skills were literally monstrous. Jaeger reminds that any child must first learn to take his first steps before running. He explains that it is normal for the journey to get longer and the goals to become higher. As soon as their conversation ends, a cry is heard throughout the hall demanding to pay tribute. The doors open and Alice enters the room, in whose face the Viscount recognizes the girl from the hill. The voice comments on this by saying that now insulting the nobility has been added to the list of the Viscount's crimes. Walking past the Viscount, Alice casts an attentive glance at him. The guy immediately bows, realizing that the heiress recognized him. The local priest announces that since all participants have arrived, the duel can begin. The blood of the nobility is pale blue, filled with responsibility and duty that ordinary blood cannot bear. However, during the duel, Alice realizes that she is not ready to turn her blood pale blue. She throws away the white handkerchief and demands an end to the duel, declaring that her side is surrendering. The already bloodied Knight Dale wants to continue the duel, because the battle is not over yet. However, the priest reminds that the white handkerchief has already been thrown away and asks to admit defeat. Dale's opponent says that the battle was good and calls him his master. In his thoughts, the knight reminds him that he raised his students to be warriors who will defeat the Hejnal family. But now he sees that they have become swords that obey their master. After the first winner of the duel is announced, Jaeger and Colin emerge as the next participants. The priest reminds the rules according to which the use of aura is prohibited. The battle will be stopped if the participant or master wishes to surrender, or in case of serious injury. Turning to the Viscount, Jaeger points to his eye, as if reminding the guy to watch carefully. He decides that today's Viscount lesson will be here and will be called "This Pig in Front of Me." The battle begins and Colin immediately raises his hand to strike. Jaeger waits for the right moment and jumps back, dodging the attack. Colin notices that he missed by only a millimeter and realizes that he cannot win the battle. However, the knight does not give up hope of victory and attacks Jaeger with even greater zeal. Those who watched the battle were amazed at Jaeger's strength, realizing that the rumors about him were not lies. Knight Pablo looks carefully and notices that the battle is going somehow strangely. Cornered, Sir Colin can't understand why he can't hit Jaeger. Finally enraged, Colin rushes at his opponent, swinging his sword wide. The Viscount will look more carefully, and now it will be revealed what Jaeger wanted to show the guy. Jaeger makes one precise blow, thereby repelling Colin's attack and pushing him away from himself. When the man is firmly on his feet and the battle begins again, a voice asks if the Viscount saw what he needed. Just in case, the voice explains that Jaeger deliberately makes the enemy miss by deviating from attacks. This is a parrying method in which he deflects an opponent's attack using his own strike. During the battle, Colin finds himself on his knees, and it seems to him that Jaeger is a huge wall that cannot be overcome. Realizing that their levels are completely different, Colin has difficulty saying that he gives up. The second victory remains with Alice, and she sighs with relief. The huntsman approaches the Viscount and asks if he has learned anything, to which he nods and thanks the knight. The final battle is coming, and knights from both sides move to the center. Pablo introduces himself, but his opponent says that there is no need for this, because they have already met before. Pablo does not respond to this in any way and only persistently repeats his name, expecting the same from his opponent. Seeing his menacing attitude, the opponent sighs and introduces himself as Sir Anthony. The voice notes that Anthony is clearly on a completely different level than Pablo and Colin. Suddenly, the knight makes a farewell bow, which confuses Alice and Joseph. Anthony firmly says that he wants to give up in this battle. Andrew claps his hands and exclaims joyfully that in this situation the duel is considered completed. Joseph is horrified to assume that Anthony was not on Alice's side in the first place. Andrew at this moment demands that his niece declare her devoted service to him. Joseph will intervene, saying that the battle is not over yet. Andrew objects because Alice's knight has surrendered and the duel must be over. Joseph refuses to consider the battle over until he is given an explanation for what happened. He states that the Bassett family will not tolerate such an outcome. Andrew is advised to at least listen, for Joseph is a representative of the North, and the knights of Andrew's side are subjects of the center. Thus, if something goes wrong now, a conflict may begin between the North and the center. Andrew takes this advice and asks what he should do then. Joseph, meanwhile, thinks that they should now avoid the worst-case scenario for future planning. He asks to continue the duel so as not to allow Alice's reputation to be tarnished in this way. Andrew says that if Alice has someone on her side to replace Anthony, he will accept the request. Andrew thinks with gloating that Alice herself only has one knight who has already participated. Joseph pauses for a moment, but then firmly declares that he has a knight. Joseph says that in the name of Miss Alice's honor, he is introducing his mighty warrior, and points to the Viscount. Andrew becomes angry and loudly declares that the Viscount is not worthy to fight in a duel. Joseph does not agree with this because in a duel of honor, any Viscount with a sword can enter into battle. Andrew reminds that the enemy is a real knight, and sending a vassal would be a real shame. Joseph angrily asks what they think of the honor of the House of Basid if they allowed what happened. He's outraged that they decided to make fun of the Basid family using such a pathetic trick. Joseph loses his temper and exclaims that he is ready to vouch for the Viscount's reputation. After thinking and deciding that the vassal does not pose any threat, Andrew agrees to continue the duel. While Jaeger helps him put on his armor, the Viscount asks if he will really participate in a duel with these knights. Having received an affirmative answer, the Viscount doubtfully asks whether he has a risk of dying. Jaeger briefly promises that in the worst-case scenario, he will not allow the Viscount to die. The Viscount is interested in what Jaeger will do if the situation turns out to be not worse, but still quite bad. Having received no answer, the Viscount feels some tension and begins to get nervous. Before the guy goes out to battle, Joseph calls out to him and suddenly hugs him. He quietly asks the Viscount to hold out for only 10 minutes, because they had a plan from the beginning. Joseph says that he has already given the order to Austin and the Viscount. They just need to buy them time. The Viscount asks if 10 minutes is enough for them, to which Joseph says that the longer, the better the topic. The Viscount promises to do everything in his power to hold out. Joseph finally releases the Viscount from his embrace and asks him to be careful. The time for the start of the battle approaches, and the opponents stand in front of each other. Having already understood the unspoken rules of the duel, the Viscount introduces himself to the enemy. However, Pablo suddenly throws down his shield with the words that the Viscount is not worthy to hear the name of the knight. The knight states that once such an unworthy brat appeared here, the duel ceased to be a matter of honor. The Viscount hates the word worthy, and does not understand why people only get their hands on beautiful things. The guy picks up a sword, because even though he comes from a place that is worth nothing, he himself does not want to die as a nobody. He asks what exactly makes him unworthy and how he is different from Pablo. Pablo says with contempt that the standards of the Basid family have really fallen. The man draws his sword and asks the Viscount to fight him with everything he has, ignoring the rules of the duel. The battle begins and the Viscount attacks Pablo, not wanting to miss his chance to shine. The young man is driven by the realization that for the first time in his life he raised a sword not for himself, but for someone else. The voice helps the Viscount by telling him that it is better for the queen to go to the left to where Pablo was hiding behind his shield. Watching the battle unfold, Andrew admits that the Viscount is quite fast. While defending himself from the attacks, Pablo notices how much rage the Viscount has, as if he were a hungry wolf. The knight recognizes that the enemy has great spirit, but lacks skill, and then strikes. The Viscount barely has time to defend himself and trembles, blocking Pablo's sword. The man asks if the Viscount is done with his tricks and raises his hand for another blow. The guy again blocks the attack, to which the voice advises him to start parrying, and not act head-on. However, the Viscount does not have time to use a new method for him, as he is thrown away by Pablo's attack. The Viscount hits his back painfully against the wall and falls, barely able to stay on his knees. Pablo comes closer and says that the Viscount's skills are indeed impressive, but Joseph's vassal is still a child. Recognizing the shame that they had to meet here, Pablo raises his sword. The Viscount repels the blow with a counterattack technique, shocking everyone else with this action. Pablo does not believe what happened, because a simple squire could not stop the knight's sword. Andrew believes that it was just a coincidence, because the Viscount is so tired that he cannot even lift his sword. However, Pablo does not believe that this was a coincidence, although it is difficult for him, who crossed the sword with this guy, to accept the fact of what happened. The Viscount mumbles something inaudibly, and at first thinks that the guy has lost consciousness. But upon closer inspection, the knight realizes that his opponent was simply lost in his memories. Remembering his desire to have exactly the same rights and live in a sparkling place, the Viscount takes up his sword again. An attack follows, during which the Viscount's palms begin to bleed from the overload. Jaeger is nervous, because he showed the guy the technique not so that he would repeat it, but so that he would focus on the basics. The man is perplexed how, having seen only once, the Viscount can already use the technique. Pablo notices that now the sharpness of the enemy's blade has been replaced by determination. The knight takes a closer look, seeing how the sword in the Viscount's hands trembles and seems to howl. The man begins to guess that the Viscount's world is about to open up, and considers it his duty to help him with this. He delivers one blow after another, forcing the Viscount to block so that the guy could quickly reveal his potential. During one of these times, blue flames begin to run along the Viscount's sword. Pablo, realizing where the battle is going, loudly orders his shield to be handed over to him. Taking the shield in his hands and getting into a fighting stance, the knight recognizes the Viscount as not powerless. The man introduces himself and asks the name of the enemy, thereby recognizing him as worthy of battle. The young man exclaims that he is the Viscount of Shiora, at which time his eye and sword begin to shine even more dazzlingly. Pablo activates his aura, drawing his sword, and demands that his opponent attack, to which the Viscount himself immediately strikes. The battle ends when the Viscount, with bloody palms, falls unconscious. Andrew shouts indignantly that according to the rules the use of aura is prohibited, so under no circumstances can the Viscount be considered the winner. Pablo looks with contempt at Andrew, who, having seen the birth of a new talent, still thinks only about his own benefit. Joseph and Jaeger thank Sir Pablo for fulfilling his knightly duty. The man replies that he could not do otherwise and did what he had to do. Joseph turns to the priest, asking what comes first, the code of the swordmaster or the rules of dueling. Only one person in history possessed the sword code, to whom an honorary title was assigned by law. Joseph informs Andrew that no one present can decide whether honor or duty is more important. According to Joseph, what happened should be reported to the Holy Diocese and to the royal palace. Thus, until an accurate answer is received, the announcement of the result of the duel will be postponed. After some time, the Viscount finally comes to his senses, and noticing someone next to the blood, mistakes him for Ethan. The guy asks Ethan to pour him some water and complains about pain in his bones. When the water is handed to him, the Viscount realizes that the voice does not belong to Ethan at all, but to Joseph. The Viscount jumps up and Joseph says with a smile that he is glad to see how the young man is already on the mend. He asks if the guy hurts somewhere in a specific place but receives a negative answer. Joseph admits that he had no idea about the Viscount's capabilities. Now, thanks to the Viscount, the announcement of the result has been postponed indefinitely. Joseph explains the reason for this, and the Viscount remembers that the voice had already told him about the swordmaster's code. Anyone who wants to become a knight must first take an oath based on the code. If everything goes according to plan, then one day the day will come when the Viscount will also be able to take this oath. Joseph hopes that the young man will be able to take care of himself, because staying in this place for a long time is becoming problematic. The Viscount begins to hastily say that he can return to duty now, but Joseph interrupts him with a request not to rush. He cannot allow this, since he extremely values those who, in his opinion, deserve it. Sometime later, Alice talks with Dale about what happened and the consequences of the duel. The girl expresses her concern that she could not even warn the guests. Dale reports that since the battle was postponed, he requested personal protection from the church through the priest against possible attacks from Andrew. The knight states that turbulent periods take time but only make you stronger. In the end, what is important to them now is that Alice establishes complete control over Dearmar. Shifting the topic, the girl wonders how the lemon picking is going and learns that things are not going very well. Realizing that supplies continue to fall, Alice wonders if they should put more emphasis on growing barley. Dale doesn't like the idea of changing the industry structure so quickly and suggests waiting a little longer. After reflection, Alice admits that the knight is right, and at the moment they cannot afford to make such a radical decision. Alice cannot shake the feeling that another serious test awaits her ahead. She suddenly notices something in the window and asks Dale if all the knights can ride horses. Dale confirms this by adding that you can't call yourself a knight if you can't ride a horse. Alice grins and says that apparently there are no perfect people, and the gods cannot give everything at once. The knight goes to the window and sees the Viscount outside, unsuccessfully trying to learn to ride a horse. The horse goes berserk and eventually throws the young man off of him. Jaeger remembers how the Viscount claimed that everything would work out if he tried to ride an expensive horse. Raising his fist, the man asks if the horse needs to be even more expensive than this one. He hits the Viscount on the head and advises him to think with his head next time before saying anything. The Viscount sullenly mutters that he definitely succeeded last time, even though Ethan was driving the horse. Ethan himself immediately intervenes, confirming the veracity of the Viscount's words. Jaeger frowns, because he thought that everything would work if he trained the guy himself. But now he sees that even his horse is moving away from the Viscount, as if something terrible is standing in front of it. Jaeger announces that there is enough training for today, and tomorrow they will skip class. The Viscount somewhat doubts that at this rate he will ever be able to learn to ride a horse, and Jaeger says that they would rather postpone these attempts for now. The Viscount notices that he has heard these words too often since he arrived, and is dissatisfied with it. Jaeger sighs and explains that such problems cannot be solved quickly. Today he needs to settle some other matters, so he suggests thinking about the Viscount's problem upon returning to Sturm. Ethan can't understand why the horses hate the Viscount more and more. The Viscount himself is also worried about this, and Ethan suggests trying to ride cows, because they are dumber than horses. The Viscount asks Ethan not to talk nonsense and think about what he is even talking about. Ethan sarcastically suggests that the Viscount continue to ride in the carriage, expressing confidence that Sir Jaeger will definitely like it. When the Viscount is left alone, the voice suggests that too fast and sudden movements are to blame. Animals are sensitive to this, so the Viscount needs to learn to control his impulses. The voice suggests that controlling your impulses also leads to controlling your inner world and aura. The Viscount considers his aura too weak, but the voice reminds him that before he can learn to run, he must learn to walk. The Viscount remembers that they will return to Sturma tomorrow, and offers to go to the hill for the last time. Meanwhile, Anthony walks along the corridor of the castle, hoping that his lord will be sympathetic to the failure of the knight's mission. After all, what happened to the Viscount was an accident that could not have been foreseen. The more Anthony thinks about this lowly vassal, the funnier the situation seems to him. At a turn in his thoughts, Jaeger interrupts him, putting the blade of his sword to Anthony's neck. Anthony asks how long Jaeger has been waiting for him and doesn't believe the knight has anything better to do. Jaeger replies that he has a day off today, and is now just dealing with postponed matters. Anthony says that he had no choice, although he understands Jaeger's disappointment. He activates the aura and adds that they have the same job, and Jaegeru should at least understand that. The huntsman activates his aura in response and says that there is nothing to be done here, because when the owner tells him to bark, the knight barks. Anthony raises his hands and claims that such a warning will be enough for him. He understands that knights are not only swordsmen, but also dogs who bite on the orders of their master. He invites his interlocutor to continue to enjoy the weekend, because at the slightest bloodshed, war will be declared between the families. However, as soon as the knight finishes, Jaeger immediately punches him in the face. The huntsman angrily says that his lord is a very good man. As soon as Anthony gets to his feet, Jaeger hits him again, but this time in the stomach. Since they have the same job, Jaeger expresses hope that Anthony will understand him. The beaten knight replies that, in fact, that was enough for him. Jaeger hopes to meet in another place because here he cannot make Anthony pay for ridiculing his lord. Anthony gets back to his feet and believes that a second meeting may indeed happen. The empire is on the verge of collapse, and at such a time people do not unite of their own free will. The Viscount comes to the hill to the same tree and invites the voice to try to talk to the snake. The guy wants to do everything relatively quickly before he meets Alice, because he can't be here. The voice again takes partial control of the Viscount's body, and they both again see the spirit of the snake in front of them. The Viscount nervously asks if the spirit is a friend to the voice within. The snake begins to circle around the young man, and he makes the assumption that this is some kind of greeting. The spirit begins to behave somewhat unnaturally, which confuses the Viscount. The voice says that spirits are another form of the world, so an ordinary person should not try to understand their behavior. Wriggling, the snake rises along the tree, and a bright light emanates from it. The Viscount feels the heat emanating as the flickering lights rise towards him. The voice did not expect to see the forgotten enigma here, and explains that the Viscount is now observing the blessing of the spirit. The next day, Alice sees Joseph and the others off, wishing she could give them a big banquet. Joseph says that Alice's attention is enough for them, because now it is time to mend the cracks in the Haynal family. As they were about to leave, Dale called the Viscount and asked him to come forward. The Viscount hesitates, but having received Joseph's approval, he obediently leaves. Jaeger assumes that Alice and Dale have prepared the ceremony. Knight Dale tells the Viscount to kneel, and he obeys unquestioningly. Alice sincerely thanks the Viscount because if it weren't for him, she wouldn't be here now. He defended her family's honor and shed light on a duel tainted by fraud. Alice hands him a purple handkerchief with the words that she would like to entrust her name to the Honorable Viscount. Joseph realizes that Alice wants to prove her relationship with Basid, having received a prospect in the person of the Viscount. According to Joseph, Alice shows gratitude and at the same time takes advantage of the moment. The Viscount realizes that the fabric being handed to him is very expensive and doubts whether he should accept it. He remembers what kind of beating he received last time, because he must accept everything that is given to him, at least out of politeness. Not wanting to be judged for ignorance this time either, the Viscount takes the cloth from Alice's hands and expresses gratitude. The Viscount's action shocks those around him, and Joseph recalls with annoyance that the Viscount came out of the slums and knows nothing about the world of the nobility. Dale, confused, explains to the Viscount that handing over the scarf happens a little differently. In cases where the scarf denotes honor, the lady hangs it on the end of the sword. The second way is to pass it from hand to hand and means love. Seeing the reaction of those around him, the Viscount cannot understand what caused it. On the way back, Joseph says that he hasn't been so worried for a long time, even though the blame for what happened lies with him. He believes that local traveling bards will not have to worry about their income for a while thanks to the Viscount. The guy, realizing how badly he set himself up, dejectedly asks for forgiveness. Jaeger angrily declares that now, whenever he needs to accept anything from the nobility, the Viscount must look at him first. Despite the embarrassment that occurred, Joseph congratulates the Viscount in any case. Now the guy is a person honored by such a high-ranking noble as Lady Alice. Thanks to this, the Viscount has now risen to the rank of honorary knight. The young man cannot believe his ears and asks if he is really an honorary knight now. Joseph adds that now in places where Alice's name is known, the Viscount will be treated like a knight. Of course, everything works only within the borders of Dearmar for now, since Alice became a baron quite recently. The Viscount's joy calms down, and he realizes that he could not become a full-fledged knight so easily. Joseph advises not to lose Alice's handkerchief, even though the Viscount received it due to a mistake. The Viscount carefully asks what will happen if he loses the handkerchief. Joseph says that since the Viscount accepted the handkerchief with both hands, then in this case, he will have to take responsibility himself. Realizing that something might happen that Joseph cannot handle, the Viscount promises never to lose the handkerchief. Joseph picks up the document and says that although everything ended absurdly, thanks to the Viscount, this document is no longer needed. This document turns out to be a certificate that states that Alice borrowed 10,000 gold pieces. Joseph explains that this was Alice's way of keeping the soldiers safe in case she lost the duel. If she lost her status, Alice would have to give up, and the certificate was her only way to escape from Andrew. Although in fact Alice never lent that kind of money. Joseph says that if Alice is at the mercy of the Bassett family, Andrew will feel pressure. The Viscount gradually understands that now the nobility constantly lives in search of excuses. Suddenly the young man becomes alert, hearing some noise from the forest to the west. Looking closely, he sees a whole crowd of bandits on horseback galloping towards them. The Viscount grabs his sword in preparation for battle, but Joseph asks him not to get excited. The young master was aware of the risks and prepared for such a situation even before the duel began. It turns out that it was not bandits who were riding horses in their direction, but Joseph's people. One of the men, Jacob, apologizes for being late, saying they were trying to get a fair price. Joseph praises the work done and allows the man to rise from his knees. Jacob looks at the Viscount and asks if this is the vassal who was rumored to have received Alice's honor. Somewhat surprised by the speed at which rumors spread, Joseph confirms this information. The Viscount looks at Jacob and senses a strong, dangerous aura from him. This aura is different from other knights and is reminiscent of the smell of danger from the slums. The Viscount's instincts scream at him that it is better not to joke with this man again. Joseph asks if Jacob wants to go with them since he is returning to Sturma in the same way. However, Jacob and his men need to return a little earlier, and Joseph says goodbye to thank the man for his help. He replies that he was simply faithful to his duty as the hidden sword of Bayezid. The Viscount, arriving in confusion, cannot understand what is happening and who these people are. He looks at the bag Jacob brought and sees bloody marks on it. Noticing the young man's gaze, Joseph asks if the Viscount is interested in what is in the bag. Having received an uncertain and affirmative answer, Joseph coldly says that the bag contains the world of the nobility. This world is cold, cruel, and unforgiving, including Andrew's beheading. In his office, Earl William talks about a group of travelers crossing Sturma who might be worth greeting. Charles relays the words of the wanderers, that they will simply quietly look at the trail of the fallen dragon and leave. William has not seen such wanderers for a long time and shows a desire to look after them for some time. Charles expected such a decision from the Count, and promises to prepare everything in this case. Next, William says that he had heard rumors that Joseph and the Viscount had accomplished a great feat. Charles confirms this by saying that the report contained text that would make even an old man's heart skip a beat. This text turns out to be the first sword codex, which William has not heard anything about for quite some time. Situations in which there is a need for the first code are extremely rare, because proven people are selected as students. William notes that in their days such cherishing of a knight is a rare sight. The Count says that not only he, but also some other people would like it there. The golden generation of Bassett knights comes to his mind. William admits that he mistakenly thought that Joseph was suffocated by his problems and gave up. William will have to think carefully about everything, because in the end he can only choose one of his sons. The students in the dining room are already discussing the Viscount's imminent return, and the rumors that have reached them about what happened in the duel. Some people can't believe that a guy from the slums, without any roots, was able to create his own world and use an aura. The door to the room opens and the Viscount himself comes in, muttering that he is terribly hungry. Everyone in the dining room, upon seeing the appearance of the subject of discussion, immediately fell silent. Now it did not matter how different their status and the status of their families were, because among them the Viscount was the only one who entered the other world. The guy takes the food and eats under the attentive, intense looks of the other students, who at some point begin to irritate him. Paul assumes that this will continue for some time, because rumors spread quickly, and everyone approximately knows about what happened in Dearmar. Paul switches the topic and asks what the Viscount is going to do during his vacation, but he doesn't even understand what his interlocutor is talking about. So the Viscount finds out that vacation is given twice a year, and all followers received it this week. The Viscount is somewhat surprised that this also applies to him, because he is not a pupil, and says that he still has nowhere to go. Upon learning that the Viscount has no plans, Paul enthusiastically invites him to his home, adding that his father would also be glad to have such a guest. It turns out that Paul has never had the opportunity to invite someone to his home before, so he is somewhat worried. He says that in their house, serving meals for guests is organized by providing an unlimited amount of fried meat. Paul remembers that the Viscount is looking for a horse and asks if he talked about his family's specialized business. It turns out that Paula's family can deliver any horse from anywhere in their area. Paul suggests that they will definitely have several horses with a better pedigree than Sir Jaeger's horse. The Viscount gets excited about this idea and decides to definitely get a vacation if Paul is sure of what he said. Later, the Viscount leaves for training, during which Jaeger demands that the young man focus. The man makes a quick and strong blow with a wooden sword on the Viscount's back, causing the guy to fall. Jaeger recalls that he already told the Viscount not to do something that he is not even able to do. It seems to the knight that after the duel in Dearmar, the Viscount has a lot of confidence in himself, and is now ignoring Jaeger's instructions. The Viscount immediately rises and asks for forgiveness for not following the advice and rules. Jaeger doesn't want Viscount to come here if he's forcing himself to train or thinks he can handle everything on his own. When the Viscount sadly leaves, Jaeger admits to himself that he is actually proud of the guy's brilliant results. However, the man is worried that the Viscount's accumulated skills are still not polished, because this is a weakness that can attract danger. The voice chastises the Viscount for not concentrating on the basics, assuring that anyone in Jaeger's place would be angry. The Viscount explains that he simply wanted to repeat what happened to him in the duel, but the voice says that not all knights can use aura. And even so, this does not mean that the level of knights without an aura is low, because it only makes it possible to rise a little higher. The Viscount forgets that he does not hold the sword in his hands for so long, and rushes, although he needs a solid foundation. The voice asks the Viscount to think about Jaeger's words, because he would not scold the guy if he was not worthy. The Viscount sighs because he is already accustomed to contempt and ridicule, but it was hard for him to see disappointment. The young man admits that such a disappointed expression on Jaeger's face hurts more than any blow from a wooden sword. The voice suddenly reminds us that the Viscount couldn't even touch on the topic of vacation because of what happened. The guy believes that this is no longer so important, because there can be no talk of any vacation in such a situation. He picks up the sword, deciding that today he must practice swinging it until no thoughts arise. To do this, the Viscount waits until dark and goes outside to train. He makes a sharp swing of his sword, causing a gust of wind to appear, leaving a mark on the ground, after which a voice says that that's enough for today. He explains that the Viscount has long fulfilled his daily quota, and if he exerts himself so much, then after a while he will only become exhausted. In addition, all the Viscount's efforts will be in vain if he gets injured during training. Jaeger watches from a distance as the Viscount trains, remembering Joseph's words that the guy looks like a wolf chasing the moon. The action moves to the county of Ravnoma, where the castle of the local nobility is on fire. Inside lie the corpses of killed knights, and only one is still alive, although he is barely breathing. This sole survivor leans against the wall and sees an armed man walking towards him. This man turns out to be Ezra, who killed all the other knights. The barely living knight says that, according to the saying, the master's name should come first, and his own part should come second. But this does not mean that orders must be followed blindly, and the knights of the former Count Gadar were not like that. Ezra is not at all affected by such an accusation, because he believes that this is why all the knights of the former Count died. Promising to meet in hell, Ezra swings his sword and kills the last knight remaining in the castle. The next day, Joseph calls the Viscount to his place to talk about vacation, because at least the guy has already been invited by Paula's family. The Viscount is surprised by such awareness, because he himself did not tell or ask anything. Joseph says that Sir Gregory's assistant happily talked about it on every corner and rumors spread quickly. This does not become a problem because Joseph was already going to give the Viscount a vacation and is glad that his vassal has already decided where to go. The Viscount first thanks and then looks at Jaeger for approval, but the knight doesn't even look at him. This situation does not escape Joseph's attention, and he begins to guess that something happened with the Viscount and Jaeger. Joseph's first thought is to intervene, because then the awkward silence will definitely end. But after a couple of seconds, he decides that some relationships should be respected and not interfered with. The Viscount just can't understand what he should do, and his nerves make it even hard for him to breathe. Finally, Jaeger breaks the silence by saying that a knight should never leave his sword, even if it is not on duty. He warns that if the Viscount misses even one day of training, he will immediately notice regression, and in the case of a week, the others will notice it too. Jaeger understands that Viscount is not one of those who shirks from his studies, but still wants to make sure that the guy does not go astray. The man says that he will look at the results after the Viscount returns, and the young man is happy, because this is how Jaeger approves of the vacation. Joseph adds that the Viscount had better not expect much from the horses, because his problem will be difficult to solve even for the Paula Canore family. He asks the guy to carefully analyze everything and find out the pedigrees of those horses that will not be so hostile to him. When the Viscount is about to leave, Joseph finally says that the guy doesn't have to buy gifts on the way home. The Viscount mentally perceives this as a hint that gifts definitely need to be bought, because Joseph is happy with them. When the Viscount leaves, Jaeger expresses his concern that the guy in Canora's house might be being watched. But Joseph is not too worried about this, because if Paula's family needs something, they will directly ask for it. The Viscount, meanwhile, finds himself in Oksana's room, trying on a new thing and not fully understanding why he is even here. According to Oksana, the color of the cloak suits the Viscount very well, and she wonders if he has already gotten used to leather armor. The woman adds that the Viscount has strong bones, so everything will fit well on him, and that is why he should try out many outfits. Oksana is already aware of the Viscount's upcoming trip to Canora's house, and explains that you should always look neat when visiting. A neat appearance is one of the most basic manners, and a good way to avoid tarnishing your parents' name. Oksana approaches the Viscount and asks him to save her reputation with her appearance. As soon as the Viscount thanks her, the woman announces that at the end of her vacation, she will appoint a teacher for the young man. She was prompted to do this by the news of the Viscount's serious mistake, which was that he accepted Lady Alice's honor with his own hands. Remembering that embarrassing situation, the Viscount apologizes for his lack of enlightenment. Oksana explains that the title of knight is equal to a semi-aristocrat, as a result of which the Viscount should quickly learn to behave appropriately. She also gives the Viscount a basket full of lemons, saying that according to etiquette, it is not customary to go to someone else's house empty-handed. Leaving Oksana's room and looking at his reflection in the window, the Viscount notices how much he has changed. He feels out of place, in part due to the fact that he wears clothes that do not suit his status. He remembers Anna, who, according to Joseph, was now in the monastery. The Viscount hopes that she is doing well, and assumes that she, too, is now wearing clothes that do not suit her at all. Meanwhile, in the very monastery where Anna ended up, they are now discussing a new servant of the Bayezid house, about whom there are rumors. Information reached the nuns that this successful servant had used aura in a duel in Deermar. Anna washes the floor with her icy hands while the others discuss that this servant could become a representative of the North, since he revealed his aura so early. According to rumors, he is also handsome, blonde with blue eyes, as if he comes from a noble family. Anna has a glimmer of hope that this servant is the Viscount, but then she reminds herself that he would not have succeeded so quickly. The girl continues to wash the floor, hoping that the Viscount is at least alive and well. The nuns turn their attention to her, accusing her of the lack of any donations, for which reason she must pay with her labor. They urge Anna to wash the dishes some more if she doesn't want to be scolded by her main sister. They mock Anna that even if she gets out, she has nothing to do and no one will take her, which means she will be in the monastery for a long time. Anna remembers how, after the incident, Mary brought all the girls to the monastery, hoping to give them shelter and safety. At first they refused to accept them, because nuns are close to God and cannot accept girls who go to dirty places. Mary did not want to back down until she convinced the nuns, and brought up the argument that the bishop was looking after the girls. Then the nun replied that even under such conditions they could not suddenly accept a group of girls. Mary was indignant that with the money she donated to the monastery, the girls could be fed for 10 years and would still have more than enough left over. Anna then asked Mary what she was going to do, but she wanted to take care of the girls first. In the end, the nuns agreed and opened the doors for the girls to enter. Since Mary herself could not enter, she asked the nun to take proper care of the poor people who had lost their home. She was saying that the girls knew how to work well, when suddenly a group of bandits appeared on the horizon. Luke, who was among them, grabbed Mary while the nuns hurriedly led the girls inside. Before the gates closed, Anna managed to see a struggling Mary being dragged along the ground by her hair. The Viscount finally arrives to visit Paul and is shocked to see the luxurious home of the Canori family. He remembers that Paul's father is an influential man, although he doesn't know. Before the Viscount has time to recover from his first impression, they are greeted by a butler accompanied by servants. Paul rushes to hug the butler, exclaiming that he has not seen him for a long time and has already missed him. When asked about Paula's father, the butler explains that the man is now with unexpectedly arrived guests. The butler turns to the Viscount and asks if he doesn't mind looking at the pasture for now, which is the pride of their house. The Viscount agrees without hesitation, and asks first of all to take him to look at the horses about which he has heard a lot. The butler promises that the lord of the house will personally introduce their precious stallions to the guest, but the rest are not worth paying attention to yet. The man accompanies the guest to the pasture, but as soon as the Viscount approaches, the animals get scared and run away, leaving only clouds of dust. The Viscount feels annoyed, and even more so because he cannot even get close to cows and sheep without scaring them. The butler admits that the situation appears to be quite serious, and asks if the Viscount went to church about it. The Viscount replies that he certainly cannot be cursed, since his guarantor is a priest himself. The Viscount looks at the horses from afar, not understanding what use the aura is to him if he can't even climb onto a horse. While in the future the rest will ride on horseback against the enemy, the Viscount will only have to run after them and swallow the dust. To help, Viscount Pal says that he will show him absolutely all the horses. I am confident that at least one suitable one will be found. The Viscount does not share his friend's enthusiasm at all, but still admits that Paul may be right. Paul says that they have beautiful horses with excellent pedigree, which the Viscount has not yet seen. He tries to console the Viscount and suggests that they return to the pasture tomorrow, but for now they should enjoy their food and rest. Towards evening, Paul leads the Viscount into the kitchen, in each corner of which workers are frying different types of meat. The Viscount is amazed at the scale of what is happening and asks whether everything in Paul's house is rich. The conversation is interrupted when the Viscount hears Father Paula walking towards them, loudly greeting his guest. The man introduces himself as Lord Thomas and asks for forgiveness for not being able to meet his dear guest in person. The Viscount introduces himself as Mr. Jaeger's vassal, to which Thomas laughs and says that rumors about the guy have already reached Sturma for quite some time. The man heard that the Viscount applied the code of the Swordmaster, and the birth of such a new star is a real holiday for Sturma. Thomas smiles and is sincerely happy that his son has made such a wonderful friend. The man calls Paul and Viscount to follow him, offering to chat while dinner is prepared for them. The Viscount, meanwhile, remembers that Lord Thomas had other guests, which makes him wonder if they will sit together. Thomas himself also remembers the other guests, and is glad that they are all from Bayzid, which amazes the Viscount. Wondering who this guest could be, the Viscount enters the room where they came and sees Ryan sitting on a chair opposite the door. Ryan notices them as soon as they walk in. Welcoming him, the Viscount expresses his surprise at the master's presence. Ryan doubts that he and the Viscount can sit at the same table, but admits that the food looked too delicious, so he couldn't refuse. The Viscount notices that older brother Joseph's people are turning their evil gazes on him, and is not very surprised by this, remembering the situation with the peanuts. Besides rejecting Sir Ryan's kindness back then, he also beat up each of their vassals. Ryan says that he is aware of the Viscount's vacation, and could the guy give him some of his time tomorrow. The Viscount doesn't quite understand what this is for, and Ryan suggests going to someplace together tomorrow. The next day it turns out that Ryan has gathered a whole squad to go hunting, clearly not happy about the unexpected trip. The Viscount sits in the carriage looking bored and constantly looking at the bestial girl named Dorothy. She notices that the Viscount is looking at her for a long time, and rudely asks if he has ever seen beast-like creatures before. The young man says that there is a first time for everything, and this answer does not surprise Dorothy. She reminds herself that the Viscount comes from the slums of Sawara, and wonders how he was able to become a vassal of the Basid family. The Viscount sullenly replies that his situation is not that special when compared to the fact that Mr. Ryan's magician is a beast-like race. Somewhat annoyed, Dorothy asks how, being the owner of an aura, the Viscount still cannot ride a horse. Hoping to offend her interlocutor, she says that even a fat man like Paul can do this, but the Viscount has already resigned himself and does not react much. Dorothy does not believe that this is just such a coincidence, and suspects that there is something wrong with this. The Viscount turns away and wearily wonders why they went hunting so suddenly. Seeing how the Viscount is lost in thought and has no intention of saying anything, Dorothy asks if he is even listening to her. Out of himself, he wonders if all beasts or magicians are so talkative, causing Dorothy to accuse him of discrimination based on race. Suddenly, Ryan pulls her back and asks her to stop pressing her so much, because persuading the Viscount to go was not an easy task. Dorothy explains that she does this because of the guy's annoying stare, but Ryan admits this is a normal reaction to harassment from others. Ryan gets distracted by looking at the area ahead and decides that it looks good and is a good spot to go there. Paul suggests that they have finally found a place to hunt, but the Viscount does not agree, although he does not say anything out loud. If the decision had been made to hunt in this place, then Ryan's people would have already released the falcon from the cage, but no one even remembered the bird. Suddenly, one of the servants calls out to his master and points into the distance where a long crowd of people is visible. Ryan peers and, surprised by this coincidence, realizes that he sees a group of pilgrims. He orders his men to raise the flag to demonstrate their intention and not to frighten the pilgrims. The Viscount is once again mentally convinced that they are not planning any hunt, and what is happening now is just an accompaniment. At some point, the cart runs over a stone and shakes with such force that the Viscount begins to get motion sick and he decides to walk. As the Viscount climbs down from the wagon, Paul asks if he is okay and if he feels nauseous. The Viscount replies that he is not so bad, but feels that his heart does not stop beating stronger than usual. From the place where they walked, a very beautiful view opens up, and Paul admits that he really wanted to show it to his friend. Paul says that the meadow in front of them stretches to Varna, and sometimes monsters appear here, but thanks to Joseph this year, they have ceased to be a problem. The Viscount does not quite understand what Joseph has to do with this, and Paul reminds him of the expedition last winter in which the Viscount participated. The young man barely has time to think that nothing threatens them here when he sees clouds of dust rising in the distance on the horizon. He looks closely and sees that the source of these clouds of dust are horses galloping rapidly towards them. The Viscount does not understand what is happening, but he feels even more clearly how his heart is starting to go crazy again. According to Ryan, this is a pack of good-quality wild horses, but they are just interlopers right now. But the knights are confused that the horses are moving south instead of heading north, where new shoots will grow. Ryan gets the impression that the horses are in a hurry, or that someone is chasing them. Suddenly, the party feels the ground shake, and the servants shout to Ryan that an earthquake has begun. However, the Viscount is sure that this is not an earthquake at all, because he has already encountered such a tremor and remembers it well. As the young man expects, a huge worm of death bursts out of the ground, right behind a pack of horses, one of the remains of a fallen dragon. The horses continue to run away in fear while the worm chases after them and devours those who get in its way. Dorothy finds this situation suspicious because death worms never eat meat, so she doesn't understand the reason for this worm's behavior. The girl takes a closer look and, noticing how strange energy emanates from the worm's forehead, decides that this is where the main problem lies. The squad realizes that the wild horses have suddenly changed direction and are now rushing towards the pilgrims. Seeing what is happening, the pilgrims are already beginning to run away from the approaching danger. Deciding to somehow intervene and resolve the situation, Ryan turns to Dorothy with a question about what the death worms react to. She trembles and says with difficulty that these worms do not have eyes and ears, so they can only rely on vibrations underground. Ryan, seeing Dorothy's frightened state, orders her to pull herself together and find a way to distract the death worm onto herself. He then turns to the Viscount, ordering Dorothy to be taken to higher ground and protected. He also orders a signal to be given as soon as they find a way to distract the monster. Ryan draws his sword and urges the rest of his servants not to focus on the unknown, but to try to be where they are needed and do what is required. Now their priority and duty is to fulfill the mission received from the Count, so they need to protect the pilgrims at any cost. Having finished his speech, Ryan rushes with his sword raised towards the death worm, and all the knights immediately follow their master. Analyzing the situation, Ryan is sure that there is a person behind all this, because what is happening is clearly outside the norm. He approaches the worm, not understanding how someone dares to do something like that on their lands, and activates his aura, after which the sword bursts into flames. Meanwhile, the Viscount and Paul bring Dorothy to higher ground as they were told, and the girl pours the contents of her bag into small vials onto the ground. All the bottles are different colors, and, going through them in search of the one needed to create vibration, she asks the Viscount for the color of the engraving. The young man does not quite understand where he needs to look for this, but the voice explains that now there is some kind of secret before them. Dorothy is trying to complete the Trinity along with divinity and aura, for which reason she is looking for the right color. The Viscount is surprised by this decision, and understands that the girl became a member of the Bayzid family for a reason. Suddenly, the worm behind them is engulfed in a huge whirlwind of flame, causing the monster to writhe in agony, and Paul exclaims that this is the work of Sir Ryan. The Viscount watches Ryan's skill with undisguised admiration, and admits that his skills are on a completely different level. The voice immediately cuts off the Viscount's admiration, calling Ryan's actions superficial, because he could not prepare properly. Ryan, finding himself face to face with the monster, does not believe that the worm in front of him is the most severe dragon. Enraged by the attacks, the death worm strikes the ground near Ryan and briefly crawls deeper into the soil. The knights are worried about Ryan's condition, but he only tells them not to let their guard down, because he can't let this monster escape so easily. The voice tells the Viscount that the situation is heating up, because if the enemy is underground, then it doesn't matter how strong a warrior you are. Ryan orders an urgent search for the worm, because it could not have crawled far and is now somewhere nearby. One of the knights shouts to Ryan to look at the pilgrims, and he sees a worm underground quickly moving towards them. Seeing how the pursuit of the worm has begun, the Viscount turns around and asks Dorothy to speed up, but stumbles halfway through the sentence. To his surprise, the guy discovers that Dorothy is drawing strange symbols with paint on a piece of paper, using her tail. The Viscount is outraged by this turn of events, because now is not the time for games, but the girl exclaims that she is not shirking, but is using a special method of bestial people. Finishing drawing, Dorothy pulls the paper to Paula with a request to give the thing to Mr. Ryan as soon as possible. The girl quickly explains that to activate it, you need to either rub the paper or cut it. Seeing Paul's confusion, Dorothy explains even more aggressively that the spell took a lot of strength, and soon she will not be able to speak. And since only Paul can ride a horse, then the task is on him. The voice tells the Viscount that even if he were on a horse, he would still be left behind, because underground the worms of death move noticeably faster. From the whole picture, the Viscount concludes that Ryan's squad cannot catch up with the monster, and decides to try to take the situation into his own hands. He snatches the paper with drawn symbols from Dorothy's palm, and runs to the cliff from the hill, scaring Dorothy and Paul with this trick. The girl calls out to the Viscount, hoping that she can stop him from jumping, but he ignores her words in every possible way and slides down along the ground. In the process, the Viscount remembers that Ryan and Joseph are now in a confrontation for the place of head of the family. Since Ryan has enough knights, and elite ones at that, a vassal like him doesn't have to interfere in what's happening. But the Viscount, remembering the pack of wild horses, cannot get rid of thoughts about the one galloping ahead. To some extent, the Viscount understands her because he clearly remembers the feeling when the huge world destroys his home and one can only watch helplessly. The voice tells the Viscount to concentrate and put all his strength into his legs. But then the guy suddenly touches a protruding stone with his foot and stumbles. Not yet fully realizing what happened, the guy flies down, hitting the stones, and a voice hurriedly asks him to curl up. When he finally lands, Paul, watching in horror, tries to figure out if the Viscount is moving. Seeing that the Viscount remained unharmed, Dorothy does not understand how he did not receive significant injuries at all, and can move after falling from such a height. The Viscount himself is also in a confused state because he remained normal, because he expected that he would at least break a few bones. Suddenly a blue glow appears around the young man, and a voice explains that it was the blessing of the snake that worked, without which the Viscount really could have died. The Viscount looks at the glow in surprise and admires what happened, to which the voice suggests repeating it somehow. The Viscount assures that they will definitely have the opportunity to do this, but now they need to run to the pilgrims. Running closer, the Viscount suddenly realizes with surprise that the pilgrims are led by the same priest who became his official guarantor. The Viscount turns around looking for Mr. Ryan. He sees that their squad is noticeably behind, so the death worm will definitely reach the pilgrims faster. The voice, hinting to the Viscount about what he should do, says that sometimes accidents under the guise of fate force people to make an unexpected decision. The guy understands he cannot allow himself to doubt since he can no longer hesitate. And deciding to act, he throws up the paper with the symbols. He pulls out his sword, and with a quick strike cuts the paper in half, causing the entire area to light up with a blue light. A magic circle forms under the Viscount's feet with symbols drawn all over it, which also appear on the young man's sword. The sword begins to vibrate, after which the Viscount, determined to finish what he started, swings and plunges the blade into the ground. However, this vibration is not enough, and the voice immediately tells the Viscount to strengthen it to such an extent as to summon his world. The Viscount obeys and concentrating activates the aura, which actually distracts the attention of the death worm and lures it to himself. When the worm appears in front of the Viscount, the voice tells him not to engage in battle under any circumstances, and to return, because the guy's world is not yet deep enough for battles. The Viscount knows that it will be enough for him to simply delay the worm, because he sees that Ryan's squad is not so far away. The monster hits the ground next to the Viscount, but he manages to roll to the side and sees the worm go underground again. The Viscount panics somewhat, because now the monster is out of sight, and begins to look around, hoping that the worm is not now crawling towards the mercenaries. Suddenly he feels some kind of trembling and begins to look around in search of the worm. At the moment when the ground directly under his feet becomes covered with cracks, a voice orders him to jump to the side. The ground disappears from under the Viscount's feet, and a death worm appears there with its mouth open, intending to swallow the young man, who no longer has time to dodge. Ryan, approaching them, sees what is happening, but does not have time to intervene when the worm, shrouded in clouds of dust, freezes. Suddenly, clouds of dust part in front of the Viscount, who is galloping on the very horse that caught his attention among the entire pack. The guy even forgets that a second ago he was on the verge of death, and in shock he realizes the fact that he is now riding a real horse. The voice interrupts the Viscount's joy with a request to look at the horse's forehead through his world, and the guy, obeying, sees light energy flowing from there. The horse turns out to be the bearer of the spirit, because the blood of a unicorn flows in it. The Viscount rushes forward with a joyful smile, somewhat forgetting about the danger. He enjoys and is amazed at the view before him. Mr. Ryan catches up with the Viscount and asks if the young man is okay, to which he answers in the affirmative. Seeing the inscription on the Viscount's sword and remembering how he rushed at the monster without hesitation, Ryan understands that this guy is ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Ryan praises the vassal for his brave and correct decision, thanks to which the Viscount performed his duty better than all the knights who were there. Next, he asks the guy if he can take the worm with him so that the squad can kill this monster and save the pilgrims. At first, the Viscount is hesitant because in front of them is the remains of a fallen dragon, but Ryan decisively declares that he can handle it. According to Ryan, the Viscount should be able to distract the monster on himself, because he has Dorothy's spell and an excellent horse. The Viscount wonders whether he can control the horse, but looks into its eyes and understands that it is also trying to save its flock. Ryan points to a hill off to the side and orders the Viscount to go around it, and then return while Ryan himself waits on the other side. The Viscount immediately begins to carry out the order and separates from the squad, luring the deathworm with him. Convinced that the monster is chasing him, the Viscount quickly gallops forward and, in the opinion of Ryan's knights, does it even too fast. The voice tells the Viscount to lower his sword to allow his energy to flow through the vibration of the engraving. The guy obeys and, lowering the tip of the sword to the ground, cuts the ground behind him, raising dust into the air. Ryan at this moment does not waste time and orders one part of the servants to take the believers to a safe place, and the rest to get ready. When he sees that the Viscount, pursued by the worm, has begun to approach, he raises his sword and activates his aura again. However, this time there is no whirlwind of flame erupting from it, but instead the ground cracks and becomes like volcanic magma. According to the voice, Ryan has just expanded his world in a second, something that only knights who can look deep inside themselves can do. The Viscount involuntarily admits that Ryan seems terrifying to him, because he can easily burn down anyone's world, including the Viscount himself. However, the dragons remain slow down when they feel the threat coming from Ryan's world. The Viscount realizes with annoyance that at this rate their plan may not work, and his world is still too weak to attract the attention of the worm in the same way a second time. Suddenly, the horse the Viscount was riding turns around and runs straight towards the death, and its rider does not understand the reason for what is happening. The horse begins to run quickly in a circle, and the Viscount tensely shouts that now there is no time for tricks, for they are too close to danger. Suddenly, the horse rears up, and the glow in its forehead intensifies, which is due to the resonance with the blessing of the snake and the world of the Viscount. Sensing this, the worm forgets about the danger and begins to pursue the Viscount with renewed vigor. The young man quickly rushes towards Ryan, who continues to expand his world. According to the voice, this is not enough, since Ryan's world is still only gaining momentum, and the deathworm can switch again to another target at any moment. The thought flashes through the Viscount's head that he is already at the limit, but at that moment the knights catch up with him and tell the recruit not to give up. They all activate their aura, increasing the vibration effect, and now they have enough power to hold the monster's attention for a long time. One of the knights tells the Viscount not to stop under any circumstances, and to rush towards Mr. Ryan with all his might. Finally, they reach their goal and rush past Ryan without stopping. He reaches the limit of his world and says that such creatures in the lands of Bayzid should not create problems, after which he creates a huge whirlwind of fire. Wanting to destroy the monster, Ryan cuts the air with his sword and thereby sends a tornado of flame directly towards the worm. The monster is completely engulfed in flames, and the Viscount admits that the spectacle is beyond reason, because the world of the knights is like an endless mountain. The guy involuntarily wonders whether Ezra or Jaeger, or even Sir Pablo, can also reveal the world. He suddenly wonders if he himself will ever be able to pull off something similar, and a voice assures him that everything will work out one day. According to him, the Viscount will succeed if his world is strong enough so that nothing can shake it. The worm is defeated, and the lands around are on fire when the Viscount approaches Ryan to make sure of his integrity. Ryan, in turn, praises the Viscount for a job well done and states that the boy did a good job. The Viscount asks with concern whether all the grass in the meadows will burn, but Ryan assures that the flames will soon subside, because there is a lot of water in the grass. He falls wearily, and the voice concludes that the gentleman has been overtaken by the price of expanding the world for a limited time. Ryan extends his hand to the Viscount, hoping that he will help him get up, but the guy, being terribly exhausted himself, sits down next to him. Ryan remembers how the Viscount rode that horse well, and decides that the rumors were not true after all. But the Viscount says that it was all about the horse himself. Just as the young man is admiring the horse and his riding, he feels a sudden blow to the back of his head. It was one of the knights who clapped the Viscount encouragingly, saying that the guy had done quite well. Their followers would be overjoyed. The knight offers to meet again someday, but then the Viscount is distracted by another person. The priest calls him over and the Viscount immediately jumps up, expressing his relief that his guarantor remained unharmed. The man smiles, takes the Viscount's hand, and, kneeling down, thanks him for saving him, which somewhat surprises the guy. The priest begins to pray to God for the young man who acted on the call of his heart and heard God's will. The rest of the pilgrims begin to offer prayers, and the priest asks God to console the shining defender of their world and bless him. At sunset, William in his office reads the note that Charles handed over and asks if the information on it is absolutely correct. Charles confirms that everything written is true, for Dorothy sent this message through the crystal ball. William is angry at the fact that he sent his people only as backup, and dark magic has once again raged in their lands. The Empire doesn't really say anything about situations like this, so the old damn things are slowly starting to come out. Charles notes that they still have good news, with which William agrees, noting that the Viscount's name has been popping up more and more often lately. The Count remembers each of the times when the Viscount saved the honor of their family, and understands that without this guy, shame could have fallen on Bacide. The man asks to bring Joseph, to which Charles clarifies whether the Count really wants to give his son permission. William smiles and replies that worthy people should enjoy the rights that they themselves have earned. When night falls, the pilgrims and Ryan's party take a break and light several fires, sitting around. While the Viscount is polishing his sword, Ryan approaches him and asks where Paul is now. It turns out that the Viscount's friend has now gone somewhere at Dorothy's request. Further, he also learns that the priest is now praying with the rest of the monks, and realizing that everyone is busy, offers the Viscount a drink. The guy doesn't want to be distracted from cleaning the sword, so he refuses Ryan's offer, which is why he reminds him that this is not the first time the Viscount has refused the master. Every time Ryan extended his hand, the Viscount refused him, and the man begins to suspect that Joseph was the one who put his vassal up to it. Feeling guilty and remembering the beating from Jaeger, the Viscount still takes the drink and asks if it is whiskey. Ryan calls it the alcohol of the nobility, and the Viscount grins, realizing that the Bacide brothers have the same tastes, although their personalities differ. While the Viscount is drinking, Ryan takes a closer look at the guy's weapon and advises him to check the sword upon his return from vacation. The young man says that a few days ago he went to the family's forge, and there they told him that the handle of the sword needed to be changed. However, Ryan does not understand why this is necessary because the hilt of the sword is perfect. According to the blacksmith, the hilt was connected to the blade thoughtlessly and carelessly, and if the creator of the sword is not found in the near future, then the hilt will simply have to be torn off. Ryan grins, noting that the sword suits the Viscount since it was also recklessly molded, and the young man says that he refused the blacksmith. He remembers everything he and Anna went through to get this sword, so he doesn't want to part with any of its parts. Ryan thoughtfully says that even so the sword needs to be repaired, because it already looks unstable, to which the Viscount agrees. It is for this that he needs to find the one who made the sword, and this person is in Sore. Ryan stands up and says that if the Viscount continues to desperately hope, sooner or later he will receive his confession. The Viscount doesn't quite understand why this is being said, and Ryan pats the guy on the shoulder, praising him for still being alive. Leaving, Ryan advises not to stay late, because tomorrow they must move to Sturma early in the morning. Meanwhile, Oksana is in her room doing embroidery with the maid, trying to depict the coat of arms of the Hainal family with threads. She asks the maid if her embroidery is similar to the coat of arms, to which she shows her a book and claims that the design is identical. Once this coat of arms is finished, Oksana will have to move on to the next one. The maid turns the page to reveal the Bacide family crest. Oksana says that now there is no need for the image, because it is clearly engraved in her memory. The woman says that what makes this embroidery more valuable is that her mother once poured out the coat of arms, and now this is a tradition forgotten by people. According to Oksana, the knights who are brought up in the present time with such value are unworthy to raise their banner. As promised, in the morning Ryan's squad goes straight to Sturma, while yesterday's pack of wild horses is running not far from them. One of the knights expresses his delight because he has never seen people in a pack of horses running together before. Ryan confirms that this happens extremely rarely, and perhaps this is the first and last time in their lives. First, he looks at the horse the Viscount rode, then at the young man himself, realizing that at this meeting they were special to each other. The Viscount looks at the horse and understands that they will have to separate because he has unfinished business, and the horse has the duty of the leader of the pack. When the flock reaches the edge of the hill, their leader rears up as if saying goodbye to the Viscount. Realizing that it was at this moment that their paths diverged, the Viscount waves his hand, saying goodbye in return. Observing this, the priest asks the guy not to be sad because of the forced farewell. When the young man does not admit his disappointment, the priest laughs and remarks that it is indeed difficult for people to tell the truth. According to the priest, life is a series of meetings and partings, while parting will make you cry and meeting will bring a smile. For the priest, the experience was also incredible, and he wonders when the Viscount and the leader of the pack will meet again. During a severe thunderstorm, William sits in his office and listens to the news from Charles about the fall of Count Ravnoma. The actions of the West had seemed strange to William before, but he could not even think that it would all end like this. The Count concludes that the families of the West entered into an alliance with Gaidar at the center, and Ravnoma lost because the enemy had more people. William doesn't understand how it happened that the royal family did nothing, but Charles says that they can find nothing about the affairs of the center. The Count rises, reflecting that the North is unique and stronger than any other region, because due to the indestructible wall, it is free from the influence of the center. But this also creates problems, since almost no news about the misfortunes of other regions reaches the North. William cannot believe that the Count of the region could lose so easily because he was not from a simple family, but from a family of treaty defenders. However, now the rules and traditions of the past have lost all meaning because power is in completely different hands. Charles agrees that these are turbulent times, and no matter how weak the empire is, it must draw the line somewhere. William looks out the window at a group of people below in white cloaks, and suddenly realizes that these are not pilgrims, but refugees. These are refugees from Ravnoma who want the old treaty to be fulfilled. The Viscount, meanwhile, stands in front of Joseph's door, doubting what exactly needs to be said. Saving the pilgrims was the right decision, but he also helped Mr. Ryan and doubts Joseph will be happy with that. Imagining what consequences might await him, the Viscount suggests that Sir Jaeger might even beat him to death. But realizing that nothing can be changed, the Viscount knocks on the door and announces his return. Joseph allows him to come in and notices that the young man returned a day earlier than expected. The Viscount explains this by saying that certain circumstances have arisen, but Joseph has already heard about them and wants to know if the Viscount was hurt. The young man assures that everything is fine with him, and this answer suits Joseph, but believes that the Viscount is still better off taking care of himself. The Viscount agrees, and in his thoughts tries to understand if everything is okay, because Joseph looks the same as usual. However, after looking a little more, the Viscount realizes that he was mistaken, and in fact, both Joseph and Jaeger are now simply furious. Joseph begins to say that he knows almost nothing about the slums of Sawara, and such a sudden change in topic surprises the Viscount. Joseph is somewhat aware that the conflicts between the various gangs eventually ended after one of them fell or surrendered. The Viscount cannot understand why he is suddenly asked about this, but confirms that most likely it was so. However, Joseph further notices that the Viscount cannot even send a letter to his beloved in the monastery. The Viscount corrects his master, saying that Anna is just his friend, but he doesn't really care. Joseph was actually referring to the fact that the Viscount couldn't share the news with the people of Sawara for fear that one of them might get hurt. Joseph also tries to be polite, but solving this problem takes time and effort. The whole problem is that a man named One-Armed Jack was valuable in his own way. The Viscount makes the assumption that the money bug most likely made connections with high-ranking people from Sawara, using a lot of money. However, the Viscount did a great job and proved his worth to Joseph, and in return he wants to thank him somehow, as promised. Joseph approaches the flag, saying that it represents a person's honor, and in his grandfather's time, people often walked around with them. Joseph had never had the opportunity to possess such a flag all his life, so he hired a knight to carry it. Now the Viscount has been given the opportunity to fly his own flag, and the Bassett family will be the guarantor of his value, as promised. Joseph asks the Viscount, Basid's vassal who received the name Lady Alice, to proudly raise his head under his own flag. Now the Viscount with this flag can go to his hometown and defeat those worthless people who tie him hand and foot. Joseph wants the Viscount to find true freedom and then return to him. Not believing that he was given such an opportunity and barely holding back tears, the Viscount expresses gratitude and kneels before Joseph. The Count receives refugees and they bring sealed proof of the agreement. One of the refugees says that sealed inside the coffin is a fragment of the first ideal dragon that the founding king killed. The man asks the Count for forgiveness and explains that the Ravnoma family was the only one in the West that could defend the treaty. William is sympathetic and promises to give the refugees his knights to help them move as safely as possible and protect the treaty. The Count allows the refugees to stay at the Bassett house as guests until everything is ready, and the man thanks William. Having discussed everything that was needed, the refugees take the coffin and take it away, also leaving the premises. When William gets up, Charles tells him not to worry, because the refugees also had no choice. The Count also realizes this, because from the point of view of the West, their only defender will be the ruler of the North, the Iron Duke Timur. William understands that he can't do anything more here, but this fact doesn't make him any easier. Suddenly, the Count notices in the window the flag that Joseph gave to the Viscount as gratitude, and says that he has not seen such flags for a long time. William thinks that the Viscount could give her a little rest before leaving, but Charles says that the guy most likely cannot cope with himself. The Count thinks about it and realizes that he too could not sit idle, but would immediately rush to his hometown. Meanwhile, in one of the slum brothels, a whole crowd of men had gathered in impatient anticipation. One of the men asks the woman behind the curtain to come out to him and play with him for the night, but the other tells him that the one with the most money will choose. The woman behind the curtain turns out to be Mary, who is preening before going out to the crowd. The owner of the establishment stands in the corner of the room, commenting that the men are making noise like pigs, and asks Mary to leave as soon as she is ready. According to the mistress, Mary will need to serve as many men as possible in order to pay off her debt. Noticing a contemptuous look in her direction, the hostess approaches Mary and says that she will not be able to behave so confidently for so long. There is still plenty of time ahead, and the woman will work here even when her body begins to rot. Mary does not show her hostility in any way, and only wishes the mistress a long life. Realizing that Mary has not changed at all even after the way she was treated, the hostess demands that she get ready faster and get exhausted. Mary doesn't push back and finishes her preparations, because even considering the terrible situation, she was in too good a position. The woman understands that she herself chose this fate for herself, even though this is the path to self-destruction. As soon as Mary leaves the room, the men begin to push and shout loudly, hoping to attract her attention. The hostess says that if they have waited so long and want to get Mary for themselves, they must show their gold. Mary calmly listens as arguments and swearing began in the establishment about payment, because word by word the men offered an ever-increasing price. The hostess watches the unfolding picture and, admiring how much gold Mary brings, wants to extract as much benefit from it as possible. One of the men shouts out that he is ready to offer 4 gold pieces, and this price finally seems attractive to the hostess. There is silence in the establishment, because not everyone has more money, and others do not want to part with the whole 5 gold coins. As soon as the hostess was about to name the final price, a voice was heard behind all the men, offering 100 gold pieces. In surprise, the hostess coughs, and the men present turn in shock at this unknown man. Mary is horrified to recognize the creaking of the steps and the sound of footsteps that once brought destruction to her home. A man in a dark cloak enters the room, and the hostess clarifies whether he really said that he would pay 100 gold pieces. No one knows what kind of person is hiding under the hood, but everyone can feel how serious his aura is. The hostess outwardly evaluates the stranger, and understands that even if he was bluffing, he will definitely have at least 10 gold pieces. When asked if he can order food here, the hostess hands him a menu, but the stranger doesn't need it. After all, even after leaving this place, he still missed fried sausages with black pudding and fried white wheat bread. Based on this order, Mary suddenly begins to guess what kind of person is in front of her, and it is at this moment that the unknown person takes off his hood. Although the woman immediately recognizes this golden hair color, she still cannot believe that the Viscount is standing in front of her. Having come to her senses after a couple of seconds, Mary tells the Viscount to leave as soon as possible, because this establishment is run by the subordinates of the one-armed Jack. Watching their whispers, the hostess begins to guess that the guest and Mary know each other. The situation seems suspicious to her, and she decides to separate the two before they do anything wrong. Noticing a special gesture from the hostess from the table, a group of armed men stands nearby and heads straight to the Viscount. Mary trembles with fear seeing the approaching danger, but the Viscount calmly says that before he pays, he needs to make calculations. The hostess warily asks what kind of calculations we are talking about. The Viscount turns around and says that he needs something from one-armed Jack, which surprises the hostess. One of the approaching men pulls out a sword and calls the Viscount a madman who dared to say the boss's name out loud. But the man does not have time to finish his sentence as the Viscount cuts his neck with one quick blow. In front of everyone, the corpse falls to the floor, and the owner, seeing the blood, begins to scream in fear. The Viscount tells her to shut up, points a bloody dagger at her, and orders her to wait for him in another place. He says that if he doesn't collect enough one-armed Jack from the people, he will come and take what the old woman has. The rest of the bandits immediately point their swords at the Viscount, asking who he is and who sent him. Getting into a fighting stance, the Viscount replies that he is Henry's last blade. At first, the men are confused, but then one of them says that he remembered a blond man with blue eyes, Henry's henchman. Another man is surprised because he believed that the Viscount had been killed a long time ago, but the other man tells him that it doesn't matter because the prey came to them on its own. The bandits begin to surround the Viscount and are happy because their boss will give them a lot of gold for the dead head of the boy who had to hide from the whole world. The Viscount is not at all frightened by the unfolding situation, and he calls on the others to attack him as on that fateful day. The men are somewhat doubtful, feeling a dangerous aura emanating from the Viscount, because now he looks like a predatory wolf and not a loser. The Viscount does not want to wait long and says that if they are going to stand rooted to the spot, then he himself will take the first step and then attack. The Viscount is surrounded by bandits with swords, axes, and sabers, but he is not at all lost, killing one after another. Driven by rage, the Viscount cuts one person after another, wishing to shed as much blood as Mary cried. Meanwhile, in Henry's former establishment, One-Armed Jack sits, reflecting on the fact that after the death of one of the heads, this nook of Sawara began to belong to him. However, the Money Beetle does not have enough such power, and he wants to rise even higher, not wanting to stop there. This was also the reason why he, without thinking, took the lives of others and used the bodies of killed enemies as steps to rise higher. However, when he eventually found himself at the very top, he realized that how people would live in the slums was decided not by him, but by people much higher than him, like Ezra. One-Armed Jack was convinced that everything can be achieved through victory, but he got to his position by losing in the past. The man admits that he actually defeated Henry here, but he also died, which will one day happen to Jack himself. Just one word from a person at the very top can determine his fate. At this moment, Luke bursts into the room, loudly announcing that they are surrounded by soldiers who filled the entire alley. One of the men runs to the window and sees that this turns out to be true, because Sawara's guard is standing at the back entrance. A dispute flares up between those present because they do not understand that the guards have forgotten here, because they were already paid this month. Someone suggests that the guards are simply patrolling the city, but they immediately answer that they clearly came with so many for a reason. One-Armed Jack does not participate in the panic in any way. I only think that he felt that this day would one day come. Instead of sitting in tension and wondering when they will come for him, a man wants to watch how everything will collapse before his eyes. Knight Austin, who leads all the guards, checks to see if all the alleys are completely blocked. The interlocutor, represented by the mayor, answers the knight that they did everything properly, but he is not satisfied with this answer because the task has become too large-scale and the Count found out about it. The man nervously replies that he can only say that One-Armed Jack is cunning, but is interrupted mid-sentence, seeing the knight's hard gaze. Yes, who is the person in front of him, and why is an ordinary knight so well informed about the affairs of the slums of Sawara? Nevertheless, he says that in any case, he is glad that the guards have come because now they can get rid of the parasites from Sawara's gang. Austin mentally wonders why the head of some gang has control over such a huge system as an entire slum. It is obvious to the knight that the mayor himself is behind all this, to whom the One-Armed Jack paid enormous amounts of gold coins for his help. While Sir Austin is thinking, the mayor asks him when the special wars sent by the Bassett family will come. Austin points into the distance from where the bloody figure of the Viscount is heading towards them, and says that the warrior is already here. Seeing that it is only one mareman, he doubts his strength and says that the Knights of Sawara will cope with this task much better. However, Austin cannot allow this to happen, because Mr. Joseph put his soul into developing a plan for this operation. This fight will be Viscount's official debut, but just in case, Austin quietly asks the guy if he can handle it. The knight invites the Viscount to take someone with him because there are about 50 people in the building and something could happen to the Viscount. In this situation, Austin will be ashamed to look Mr. Joseph in the eyes, but the Viscount says that if he gets wounded, it does not concern them. Austin repeats that he cannot allow this to happen, but the Viscount no longer pays attention to him, looking at the building that was once his home. Austin sighs and hands the Viscount the flag that Joseph asked him to give to the guy in front of everyone. Seeing the banner in the hands of the Viscount, the guards begin to whisper, guessing who this person is, since he was able to receive the flag at such an age. The Viscount feels power over these lands, and under the banner of the noble family that accepted him into service, wants to show that the lives of those here are in his power. Austin, meanwhile, unfolds the parchment and calls on One-Armed Jack and his minions to listen to him. They are accused of violating the order and law of the Bayezid family by poisoning the lives of Sawara's people, so he sends an authorized person of the family. The knight announces that all actions that the Viscount will take have been approved by him and the Holy Church. One-Armed Jack and his subordinates are called upon to immediately open the doors and let their trusted person in. The guards begin to pound their weapons on the ground, asking God to help their authorized knight kill the one-armed Jack. Austin tells the Viscount that now he has both permission from above and the support of the people on his side, so now the guy can't hold back. The voice asks the Viscount, who is preparing to attack, to be careful, because one-armed Jack knows about his arrival. The Viscount takes out his sword, and a voice tells him to expand his viewing angle, because he will be attacked from all sides. He advises the young man to start the battle brightly, because one of the main principles of conducting a battle is to have the initiative in one's own country. Taking these words into account, the Viscount summons an aura and deals a crushing blow to the door of the establishment. A group of men who were standing there at the ready with weapons are thrown back by the force of the blow. The Viscount stands in the resulting opening, thinking that if one-armed Jack had not attacked then, Henry would still be alive. That is why, before moving on, the young man wants to cut off all Jack's ties and kill him. Walking inside, the Viscount announces that he is a confidant of the Bassett family and has come to exact his righteous revenge. He looks back and states that he wants to end their conflicts. He raises his sword and loudly exclaims the name of one-armed Jack so that he knows about the Viscount's return. All this time, Jack, who continued to sit in his place, hears this voice and recognizes it. The man opens his eyes wide and stands up from his chair in disbelief. He laughs madly, realizing that the one he called a rising star has come for his head. At that same second, one of the men with a sword in his hands shouted for everyone to fall on him at the same time. A crowd of armed men immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly and wanting to destroy their rival, who came to them alone. The Viscount held his sword in front of him to repel every attack. His eyes were the fire of battle. His mind was as focused as possible. Immediately, the sound of metal was heard, and some men were unable to hold the weapons in their hands, colliding with the guy's sword. A moment's confusion was a fatal mistake for them, as the Viscount began to cut them off left and right. Suddenly, one of the attackers decided to attack the guy from behind, but then managed to react in time. He turned around and swung his sword, not giving his opponent a chance, thereby taking his life and continuing the battle. The others noticed how their comrade's head was at the guy's feet, which made them stop for a second and recognize the Viscount. The man who stood behind everyone ordered me all to stand in a pillar and surround him, but no one was in a hurry to do this. Everyone stood in a defensive stance and looked at the calm guy, whose clothes were already covered in blood. A loud voice asked what they were doing, after which he ordered the whole crowd to fall on him. Then they could win. All the warriors thought that he was very deft with the sword. If they stepped forward, they would immediately die before they could do anything. Each man mentally asked the other to start first, but no one dared to step forward, looking menacingly at the Viscount. Lowering his head, the guy asked them not to think about it so hard, because he would cut them all anyway. He concentrated his aura around himself before swinging his sword, creating a stripe on each man's body. This was the cutting line, and as soon as he swung his sword, blood immediately gushed out, followed by the screams of the defeated warriors. One by one, the men began to fall to the ground, unable to fight back the guy who stood alone against them. The Viscount was surrounded by bodies, but he did not stop circling and swinging his sword, repulsing the attackers. The men stopped again, looking angrily at the guy, thinking how to stop him, because they did not have enough strength to do this. At that same second, someone standing on the balcony grabbed the iron nets and then prepared to throw them at the guy. A huge net immediately flew towards the rising star, which was supposed to deprive him of the ability to move. However, the Viscount reacted to this, after which he rushed forward, dodging the nets that flew in his direction. The man on the balcony gave orders to block him from the front, after which he began to wonder why he was so fast. Having walked some distance, the guy tried to assess the situation, looking around the balconies and the number of opponents. The warriors throwing nets immediately noticed him behind the canvas, after which they asked him to take him away, because they would not get into him from here. Another man ordered the stairs to be blocked, because this way he would not be able to climb, so they would remain safe. The top floor heard an order to prepare, because as soon as he appears, they need to throw swords and daggers at him. The Viscount heard all this, thinking that they were just another thorn, but going directly would be too reckless. Suddenly, a group of warriors standing behind him turned to the guy, saying that if he was so confident in himself, then let him attack. He didn't know what to do because he couldn't continue to rely on the aura, which would sooner or later dry up. At that same second, the guy noticed a rope tied to a post, which could be his chance for salvation and saving aura. Smiling, the Viscount quietly said that Mary always complained that this curtain interfered with walking, and then looked at the huge piece of fabric. Everyone around heard his phrase, but did not understand to whom and why he said it. They did not have time to be distracted by such things. At the same second, the guy hit the rope with his sword, cutting the knot, forcing the mechanism to start working, lifting the rope up. Jumping, the Viscount grabbed the rope, soaring up, passing several floors at once to reach the balcony. Everyone looked stunned as the guy let go of the rope, landing on the balcony, bypassing the protection. The warriors closest to him immediately grabbed their weapons, cursing loudly, after which they began to call on the first floor to come towards them. Giving his rivals a menacing look, the rising star said he was amazed that this was all they could do. Then he rushed forward, swinging his sword, not giving the enemies time to wait for reinforcements in group. However, they were not going to give up, and also rushed forward, shouting loudly that they were about to overwhelm him. They were sure that sooner or later the guy would exhaust himself, since he would not be able to resist so many people. But the Viscount had a different opinion, so he continued to deal with everyone, sparing no effort and speed, watching each attacker. His sword is extremely sharp, and they attack like complete idiots, which made fighting them much easier. Sir Jaeger's wooden sword is much more dangerous than theirs, so there was not a hint of fear or doubt in the guy's eyes. When he decided to give himself a second to catch his breath, he immediately noticed an arrow heading towards him, but he managed to return. Not far from him, the guy noticed several archers standing on the opposite side of the room. They immediately heard a command not to cease fire, while other warriors would not let him onto the stairs. The archers immediately accepted the order, after which they began to shower the Viscount with arrows, not giving him freedom of movement. The rising star quickly ran forward, while the arrows that were chasing him crashed exclusively into the walls. When he gained enough speed, he immediately decided to jump to another balcony, where the archers were. The Viscount understood that he would not make it, so he grabbed the chandelier to swing on it and gain a little speed. When he was able to reach the balcony, he immediately began swinging his sword, destroying the archers in front of him. The men who stood on the other side of the balcony could not believe their eyes, because even the arrows could not stop the guy. Walking forward with a calm step, the Viscount said that if they had waited, he would have approached them himself. The warriors carefully watched his actions, being completely concentrated, because they did not know what step he would take next. Meanwhile, the guy drank water from a kettle standing nearby, and then asked if he should start over. He must continue, after all. He needs to collect the rent for the fact that they were at his house all this time. The warriors' eyes immediately widened in surprise, because they thought that this was their territory, but this was what destroyed them. At the same time, the Viscount began to slowly approach them, causing them to tense up and hold their weapons in front of them. However, all the guy could think about was that Rose's smile was his lair, and he wouldn't let anyone take it away. Meanwhile, the lights were on in the house near the port, and the man sitting at the table said that One-Armed Jack had gone completely crazy. Even scumbags don't come to the market, but what can he do if this bandit robs people so openly? Jack has changed a lot since George's death, and he used to take every last thread from people, but he never went to extremes. At this rate, everything will come to an end. In a few months, the entire economy of the backstreet will collapse. He's going crazy about it all and how he has to report that someone has stolen most of their contraband. At that same second, the door to Harvin's office opened and a man rushed in, declaring that the back alley had been blocked. At first he couldn't believe his ears, asking him what he was saying and who would dare do such a thing. His interlocutor replied that there were people from Saturma there, and they had come for Jack. This answer was able to stun Harvin. Well, I realized that Jack still crossed the line, but he cannot rejoice. Even after he leaves, rivers of blood will flow into the hairpins. Then the man asked if he was close to him. Harvin decided to ask again who he was talking about, to which he heard the name Viscount. At first he didn't answer, after which he decided to clarify why he was talking about him so suddenly, because it was about Jack. The interlocutor replied that he himself had not seen it personally, but they say that an unknown blonde man came with the people from Saturma. Harvin looked at the guy with displeasure, saying that it was as if he was the only blonde in the world, but he was told that that was not all. This guy called himself by his own name. This information immediately made Harvin shudder and ask again if it was true. The interlocutor said that he was giving a grudge because he heard that he had recently placed his flag in front of the smile of the rose. He then looked at the trembling Harvin and asked if he was okay, but his thoughts were already far away from this office. In the duel of honor, his aura appeared in Daimara, the young vassal of Bayezid, who showed himself excellently in the hunt for the death worm. Then he realized that these rumors might be true, but he had to check everything himself, after which he took the cane and left the office. Meanwhile, the Viscount continued to fight the bandits who occupied Rose's smile and were unable to repel him. While the guy was fighting with several warriors, one of them decided to go around from behind to attack him in the back. Reacting with lightning speed, the rising star dealt with the last enemy, after which he turned around to defend himself from the knife. His blow was so strong that the attacker was thrown several meters away, and his knife pierced his forehead. Several more men ran past the fallen warrior, not paying attention to him, but the Viscount easily dealt with them too. At that same second, An invisible silhouette appeared behind the guy, who thought that everyone was speechless when they saw him in action. His talents are ferocity. Even his powerful will, which comes from the depths of his heart, helps him achieve victory in any battle. It was obvious to the naked eye that this boy was a natural killer who did his job perfectly. Turning to the dying warrior, the guy said that during this time he could have inserted his missing teeth. He could not answer anything, because fear completely enveloped his body, which trembled convulsively, and his eyes filled with tears. Swinging his sword in his direction, the Viscount menacingly declared that he would no longer need them, after which he lowered the blade. Having dealt with the last enemy, completely covered in blood, the guy turned around, deciding that this should be enough. Stepping over the bodies of his enemies, he headed further down the corridor, giving himself some time to rest. He couldn't recreate the scene from that very day one by one, but it was time to end it, his gaze fixed on the stairs. When the Viscount went upstairs, I opened the door. I noticed a man sitting alone at the bar. The guy slowly entered the room, still holding the ball tightly in his hands, as he knew that the battle was not over yet. Looking menacingly at the man's back, he declared that he was back, addressing him as a boss, continuing to devour him with his gaze. However, at first he did not react in any way, continuing to drink silently, without raising his head, and without turning in his direction. Suddenly the man raised his voice, recognizing the rising star, and then greeted him, continuing to sit with his back to him. Putting a full glass next to him, Jack offered the guy a drink, after which he looked in his direction, noticing the silhouette of an armed man. Realizing where this was going, the man smiled, saying that the guy was very boring, and then looked at his reflection. Having emptied the glass, he said that he had heard rumors about him, but did not believe them, but now he could see for himself. Looking at the Viscount in the reflection of the glass, Jack said that he should have brought him here earlier. He would have to tell the manager to kill all the spirit out of him. That same second, the man changed his mind about doing this, assuming that the guy had already killed him, leaving his subordinates no chance. Rising from his chair, he said he was glad it was done by a man he knew, but left it for later because he didn't want to deal with him. Jack's hand immediately reached for the saber, which until that moment had been in its sheath, hinting at the beginning of the last battle. Pointing the hook, which was instead of his other hand, at the Viscount, Jack stated that he still preferred to deal with his own affairs. A dirty connection, a world that eats the Viscount's world, but he no longer has the reverence he once had. However, now he is sure that Jack's world will not be able to hold him back, and therefore he is completely ready to give battle to his world. They stood opposite each other for a few seconds. I took fighting stances, after which the guy announced that he was starting. The next second, the rising star rushed forward, swinging his sword towards Jack, who immediately put up a defense. He may be his enemy, but he will show respect in the end, so their battle will be as fair as possible. When the man repelled the first blow, the guy rushed at him again, swinging his sword several times, forcing him to go on the defensive. The Viscount decided to push him to the end, putting in more effort than when he fought with his subordinates. Another blow from the sword made the man fall to his knee. The pressure of the guy was too strong to withstand. Now the Viscount was as angry as possible, because this is cruelty that goes beyond all limits of what is permitted. After several attacks, Jack decided to take matters into his own hands and swung his sword towards the Viscount himself, releasing his anger. The guy dodged while the man said that the rising star, who used to wave wooden things, had changed beyond recognition. He smiled, because it was clear to him that he needed to be at least strong enough to return to the back alley. His progress delighted Jack, when suddenly he remembered that he too once had a dream that was born in childhood. He wanted to get those shining stars at any cost, and he needed the power to grab those shining stars. A lot of effort, and even more shed blood. He did everything in his power, because in this place there was no line between good and evil. This is how he was able to reach the top of the hairpin, while gaining enormous power and authority, thanks to which he is now here. However, Jack wondered every day why he had not yet approached the stars that were so close. Even if they no longer shine, due to bloodstains and greed, they are still his stars. But at that very second, something blinded him. Covering his eyes with his hand, he noticed the silhouette of a guy rushing straight at him, swinging his sword. When the man felt pain in his severed hand, he realized that in order to grab the shining thing, he himself must become the one worthy of shining. However, now it was not him, but the Viscount, who was right in front of him, and his eyes glowed with anger and confidence. At that same second, the guy continued to attack the man, because he knew that the severed hand would not stop him. Jack groaned in pain, then grabbed his hand, which was bleeding heavily, when he suddenly smiled sharply. His smile turned into laughter as he said he hoped George could see it now and be proud of him. Hearing this name, the Viscount once again swung his sword at him, ordering him to close his mouth. There was outright anger in his voice. The sword immediately met a hook in its path, with which Jack deflected the attack, giving himself a little more time to chat. The guy angrily thought that he did not deserve forgiveness, because he was involved in his death, and he absorbed Rose's ruined smile. And all because he is the son of the woman who sold Mary, so he deserves an extremely painful death. The next second, the guy began sending strong and sharp blows with his sword towards the man, forcing him to defend himself. Jack took the time to counterattack, smiling at the same time and saying that today was a lucky day. Continuing to withstand the guy's attacks, he said that he would need to open rum in the entire alley and market. The man liked to see the anger on the Viscount's face, so he continued to say that he would climb even higher than him. Their next attack caused a recoil from both warriors, causing them to move away from each other for a moment. However, the guy decided to act with speed, after which he pointed the tip of the sword towards Jack and rushed forward. The man decided to do the same, but the next second he noticed that blood began to drip from his chest. He smiled, deciding that it would be better, because at that second he reconsidered his views about the Viscount, and instead of being destroyed by George's huge world, he would prefer to be overwhelmed by the young world that is trying to make its way to the top. Continuing to tightly grip his sword, the guy looked displeasedly at his opponent, asking if he had any last words. In response, the man patted him on the head with a hook, saying that he had done a good job, and then asked him to rest before leaving. The Viscount did not appreciate such a gesture, still looking displeasedly at Jack, trying to think through the meaning of his words. Why did he pull the sword from the chest of a man who was bleeding, when he suddenly heard Jack say that he had had enough? The man thought his life was filled with evil, but it was still exciting, albeit in a bad light. Even though in the end he was defeated without a chance by the shining world, but the man knew that he was magnificent and tried his best. At the same second, he raised the hook high up, thereby demonstrating that he does not regret what he had done, and emerges from the game as a winner. His gaze rushed upward, after which he shouted to the late George that he had managed to have a great time. Why did he feel that life was leaving him? Unable to maintain his balance, he flew over the balcony, going into free flight. The Viscount was surprised by what he saw, but thought that revenge was sweet, so it was natural that he came for it. However, he still felt a bitter taste settle in his mouth when he suddenly noticed a glass of drink being offered to him. With a leisurely step, he headed to the bar, after which he took a glass of alcohol and emptied it with a deft movement. Jack's phrase about how he would climb even higher than him echoed in his head. He didn't know what that could mean. Then he put a coin on the table, said that he was returning it, because a knight should only take what he was paid. Rose's smile. People who pass through this place stagnate for a while, like water in a barrel. But today a drop of stagnant water escaped from this world, leaving behind a mark in the world of a young guy. Before leaving, the Viscount looked again at Jack, whose body had landed on the first floor, and then walked towards the exit. Meanwhile, Austin reached the Rose's smile along with the soldiers, thinking that there was an ominous silence around. He began to wonder what was going on there, when suddenly he noticed a lone figure slowly leaving the building. He looked at the Viscount in surprise, at first glad that he had gotten out of the enemy's lair alive. But when he saw his eyes, he was immediately horrified. The same reaction followed from the soldiers who stood behind the master. They couldn't believe that the guy was covered in blood from head to toe, and it was obvious that it didn't belong to him. The man thought about it, but he really killed 50 people by himself. It's hard to believe even after seeing it. Austin understood that this was not just respect, it was more like fear. He felt like the guy was pressing on them with his mere presence. Everyone looked at the Viscount in surprise, but he did not attach any importance to this, after which he turned around and walked away. Austin looked at his back, not daring to say anything because he understood what work the guy had done. At that same second, a loud voice called out to the rising star, causing him to stop, trying to recognize the owner of the voice. He slowly turned his head, guessing who could be calling him, but still did not fully believe whether it was really true. Raising his cane above his head, Harvin loudly called for the Viscount to come to him as the guards surrounded the man. When he saw his friend, his eyes immediately widened in surprise, because he could not believe that he had come here. Noticing this, Austin immediately realized that they knew each other, after which he asked the soldiers to let him through. Harvin slowly walked towards the guy, and then stopped at some distance from him. He looked at the Viscount with concern, and then asked if he was okay, because his appearance said otherwise. Suddenly the guy smiled, giving the limping guy a tired look before admitting that he was indeed standing in front of him. Then he released the sword from his hands, running up to his comrade and hugging him, after which he said that he was in great pain and everything hurt. The dark guy frowned, after which he asked what was the matter and what happened. I hope to hear a detailed story. However, the Viscount only smiled, relaxingly answering that he finally felt like he had returned home. A few days later, the Viscount, staring out the window, said that he still could not get used to it. Standing on the top floor of the building, he asked himself that maybe it was because he wasn't looking at the back alleys. At that same second, a guy entered his room with a basin in his hand, asked the captain if he had gotten up already, because he should have slept a little more. The Viscount replied that it was even harder to lie down, since his whole body hurt, after which he asked what was in his hands. Smiling friendly, the man replied that it was water to wash himself with. Such behavior alerted the guy. When asked what was wrong with him, he replied that he had always been like this. Meanwhile, the man thought that the captain's acquaintances from Sawara began to appear. At this rate, he may lose his position. He did not follow him in order to end up as a worker in Bayezid's stable. The Viscount immediately read his thoughts, deciding that he was thinking about this, but he saw right through him, and it was a little annoying. However, he decided to reassure his comrade, asking him not to worry, because as long as he does his job well, he will keep an eye on him. The guy also asked if it was true, to which the Viscount asked that if he didn't believe it, then maybe he could work on it first. The interlocutor's face immediately lit up with a smile, after which he declared that he believed him without any evidence. Suddenly, the guy announced that Sir Austin wanted to see him after he woke up. This news pleased the rising star. He said out loud that he also wanted to discuss something, so it would be a good idea to go to him right now. A short time later, he found himself in a man's office, whose table was bursting with a wide variety of food. Seeing this picture, the Viscount said that if you eat all this, you can die, to which Austin received an answer that he would die if he did not eat. Then the man pointed to a mountain of documents, said that he needed to go through them all, but there was no end in sight. The shadows of the one-armed man fenced off even the deepest parts of the nook, but nothing surprising, he was born and raised there. There he began to sweep everything under himself, so it will take a lot of time to pull out all his roots. Austin asked what the guy planned to do, because he already owned everything that needed to be cleared, so his job was already over. He didn't know what to answer, so he said outside the walls that before Mr. Joseph's arrival, he was going into reserve and would sometimes help him with his work. The Viscount frowned, not understanding how he could help him, since he himself understood almost nothing about documents. The man himself knew this, after which he handed the sheet to the guy, where it was indicated about the captain of the guard and the representative of the authorities. Austin smiled slyly, then explained that this is the right of arrest, which gives some rights to deal with criminals. Why did he say that Mr. Joseph wants the Viscount to clean up the nook, pull out the weed, and plant something worthy in its place? This is exactly what Mr. Joseph is planning, and he is perfect for the task because he knows the nooks and crannies better than anyone else. However, he doesn't have to start right away. For now he can relax and meet with old friends. He also reminded him of the girl. The Viscount frowned, declaring that she was just a friend, which he had repeatedly said. Austin replied that he had applied to attend the monastery. He thought that they would agree right away, but they decided to wait a few days, so he would inform him as soon as he knew everything. The guy was surprised and thought that Austin was better than he thought, because he didn't even have to ask him about it, and he did everything himself. Suddenly he remembered what he wanted to ask the man, after which he asked if the rest of Jack's accomplices were now in the dungeon. He answered in the affirmative, adding that they arrested absolutely everyone, since they were on every corner. The Viscount asked if he could go there. Such a question made the man think and ask again why he needed it. The guy immediately put on a serious face, saying that he needed to find one person with whom he had business. But if he wasn't there, he'd have to search the entire nook and cranny. But something told him that this man was right there. When the Viscount reached the prison, several guards informed him that Jack's remaining henchmen were in the deepest part. When the guy passed by the prisoners, they noticed him, and immediately began to guess who it could be. Everyone immediately recognized it as George's blade, after which they began to speculate whether Bayezid had sent it, because otherwise, why would he come here? As a friend, someone suggested that he had come to find everyone who broke into Rose's smile that day, and take revenge on them. At that same second, everyone turned around, noticing the Viscount behind them, who was silent, carefully examining them. When they saw this silhouette, they immediately began to run away, hoping that this guy had not come for their souls. Suddenly, the guy noticed a man who did not react to his appearance, tucked his knees under him and lowered his head. The Viscount addressed him, saying that it was difficult to recognize him when he was sitting in a dark place. At that same second, the man raised his head. The guy smiled, asking him to just give him 40 silver, and he would get him out of here, no questions asked. Surprised, Oscar looked carefully at the guy who came to rescue him, but he could not find words to thank. The Viscount smiled again, saying that he was very injured because of him, after which he showed him his index finger. Oscar was dumbfounded, because in unfortunate places like a back street, even dark skin was not considered important. But for the first time, a hand was extended to him. It was a hand that did not lose its light even behind a pile of garbage. It belonged to the boy from that very day. A couple of days later, 3 nuns looked carefully out the window, clearly expecting the arrival of an important guest. When they noticed the approaching carriage, they immediately smiled, declaring that it was he, the one they had been waiting for so long. The Viscount slowly got out of the carriage and noticed a group of people not far from him who came out to meet him. The nuns could not help but admire his beauty, because the blond man with blue eyes was definitely the man from Bayezid. They immediately began to ask each other whether the knight was supposed to come today, and whether this man had already become a knight, and they decided that yes, because the rumors about him were incredible. Otherwise, the main sister would have personally escorted him to their temple. One of the sisters pointed to the man who was following the guy, because such people would not follow just anyone. They are willing to pay a lot of money to gain connections with the Bayezid family. It is not surprising that the main one bought so much wine. At the same second, one of the older nuns entered the kitchen, after which she looked at the 3 girls with a dissatisfied look. In a dissatisfied tone, she asked why they were still bothering here, because they were told that today they would have an important guest. The 3 nuns bowed deeply and then replied that they would finish soon, but the woman was still dissatisfied. Heading towards the exit, she added that they should work faster, because prayer would begin soon, for which they should not be late. At that same second, 3 girls looked angrily at the nun, who was washing dishes alone, trying not to show off. One of them called out to the redhead, saying that they had been scolded because she had been rummaging around with the dishes for so long. They headed towards the exit, saying that they would go, and she would follow them only after she had finished all the dishes. After some time, the head nun announced to everyone that today they had a special guest who came from the Bayezid family. Saint Andreas personally vouched for him. The nuns blushed, surprised that Father Andreas himself recognized him, since he is also the pride of Count Bayezid. Everyone looked at the guy with delight, whispering to each other that he was like a knight from a fairy tale, only in reality. At this time, the Viscount carefully examined the nuns, and they in turn thought that he was looking specifically at them. The guy realized that he didn't see her, although he asked to call all the nuns, but it was clear that one was definitely missing here. The head nun, who did not pay attention to this, clasped her hands together, then smiled and offered to pray. The Viscount decided to wait a little longer, after which he got down on one knee, clasped his hands, and then began to pray. The young nuns looked at this picture with delight, watching the guy who completely devoted himself to prayer. At that same second, the guy heard stomping outside the hall, after which he smiled, guessing who these steps might belong to. The door slowly opened and Anna ran inside, glad that they weren't done yet. Then she stood in the last row, after which she began to examine the important guest whom everyone had been waiting for so long. The Viscount immediately noticed her, after which he drew attention to her dirty clothes. Clicking, he headed in her direction. The head nun noticed a dissatisfied expression on the visitor's face, after which she began to ask what was wrong. The guy replied that she was too thin, after which he asked if they fed her, but the nuns did not understand what they were talking about. He swore loudly and added that he could not behave carelessly. Such a statement surprised the church ministers. The rising star slowly walked towards Anna under the surprised looks of the other nuns who did not understand what was happening. Some people noticed with surprise, others with disgust that the guy was walking towards the red-haired girl. He stopped in front of her, while Anna began to carefully examine the guy, wondering if it was the Viscount. But after examining him and remembering what the guy was like, she concluded that it was definitely not him, which made her soul sad. The guy turned to her, but the girl still didn't recognize him, so she called him Sir, surprised that he noticed her. Looking the girl up and down, he saw only tired eyes, calloused hands, and dirty clothes, which indicated that she had worked hard. The Viscount swore again, after which he knelt down and began to wipe her dress, asking why it was so dirty. The stunned nuns could not utter a word and take their eyes off this picture, not believing that they knew each other. The Viscount closed his eyes, asking that they didn't really feed her and didn't let her wash her clothes, although this right should concern everyone. At that same second, Anna recognized the Viscount, after which she trembled and hesitantly took a lock of his hair in her hand. Without raising his head, the guy asked her to answer, but the girl continued to remain silent, which spoke of her difficult fate. In my head, he noticed that Anna was barely holding back her tears, but emotions overwhelmed her, because she had been waiting for this meeting for so long. Rising to his feet, the Viscount said that to hell with all the rules, after which he invited her to leave here together today. Taking her hand, he invited her to go home, while the girl wiped away her tears, not believing that this was really happening. The offer to go home meant a lot to a girl who had never had a home. She had never heard these words before. No home, no parents, homeless children of a backstreet who had no food. They were home and parents for each other. After a while, the Viscount and Anna sat in the carriage without saying a word for a whole hour, The girl clutched a pillow to herself, thinking about something. Then she raised her head, looking guiltily at the guy, who immediately asked why she was behaving this way. She didn't understand what he was talking about, after which the Viscount decided to clarify, again asking why she was staring at him. Anna wanted to answer something, but at that very second she hesitated, which caused a questioning glance from the rising star. Pressing the pillow closer to her, the girl lowered her head, thinking that the guy had changed a lot, and she had difficulty recognizing him. Noticing her reaction, the Viscount turned his head and looked out the window, saying that they had not seen each other for 6 months, and she was embarrassed. Anna did not answer anything to this, looking again at her old friend, noticing that he had become very similar to an aristocrat. From these thoughts, the girl clutched the pillow more and more tightly to herself, unable to cope with her emotions. At that same second, the Viscount called out to her. When Anna raised her head, he put candy in her mouth, which she was very surprised by. The guy smiled maliciously, saying that she had not eaten for a long time, after which he invited her to try it, being sure that she would like it. The girl began to chew the candy, asking what it was, hearing the answer that it was caramel, which he received from one night. She decided to ask where he got such an expensive thing, suggesting that he stole it. The guy replied that she could think as she wanted. Hearing such an answer, Anna smiled, lowering her gaze. She was still pleased with such a sign of attention. Suddenly, the Viscount noticed that his girlfriend began to shake, so he tensed for a second, wanting to find out the reason. He decided to ask why she was crying again. The girl, wiping her eyes, screamed loudly that he had come too late. The guy wanted to console her, but she turned away abruptly, continuing to wipe away her tears and sob. The Viscount decided to give her privacy, after which he looked out the window again, saying that the weather was very good today. No matter where someone was born, all people can accept the star that is in their heart, even if that person has lost all hope. However, releasing that star into the night sky is different. Not everyone will be able to do it, and not everyone will be able to go after it. Looking at the dimming coals, the blacksmith thought that they were like him, just burning without a purpose, after which he decided that he should call it a day. He realized that even tramps weren't stopping by now. Then he remembered the Viscount, whom he could admire. But at the same time, he evoked pity. The man only hoped that he had not frozen to death and could not survive in this world. At that very second, he heard the question whether it was closing. He answered in the affirmative, offering to come another time. The guy replied that he couldn't, because he would be busy tomorrow. The blacksmith immediately asked what the people from the back street could be doing. The uninvited guest said that he needed to get the sword in order, because he had not been to the blacksmith for a long time. The man immediately froze. Turning his head, he noticed the Viscount, who said that other masters could not fix it, and only he could do it. Having not heard an answer, the guy asked if he could handle it, but the man was still in a stupor from the unexpected meeting. The blacksmith's face immediately lit up when he asked him to stop, adding that he would happily get to work. Inviting the guy inside, he invited him to sit down while he himself was busy repairing his sword. The Viscount then handed his weapon into the hands of the master, demonstrating all the damage the weapon had received during use. The man began to carefully examine the blade, videoing the marks and commenting that the guy used it well. Then he began to ask where this scratch came from. He answered that from hunting goblins last winter. Another came from an honor duel, and the third came from a death worm. He scratched it while trying to lure it away. Looking at his reflection in the blade, the blacksmith thought that this sword had seen too much, even noticing the hunt for the remains of a fallen dragon. The blacksmith was proud of the guy because he was just hanging out here, pinned, but he, unlike him, diligently performed his duty. The man laughed that he was even more happy than after he created his best sword, so he would fix it right away. Why did he start lighting the coals? At the stove, breathing heavily, as if he would have to leave at any moment, the old man was fired up with passion for the first time in a long time. The star that had lost its light shone again, and then the old man tried his best to repair his best creation. The next day, Harvin asked the Viscount if he had the Rose Smile debt certificate that Jack had. The guy smiled, replied that it was a fair exchange. He looked at his friend, who was slowly sipping alcohol. The dark guy immediately asked that he would now be in charge, but the rising star replied that he immediately returned it to Marcella. It cannot open right away, but everything will be ready soon. Harvin was not surprised by this, because the entire establishment was covered in blood. Then he asked what the guy would do now, and whether he would return to Sutram, since nothing is holding him here anymore. The Viscount replied that he was staying here for now, since he had been sent to the reserves, which is why he had some free time. Smiling with satisfaction, the dark guy replied that it was nice to see that he was a man who followed the orders of a noble family. The Viscount added that they also asked him to deal with something in his free time. Harvin immediately became interested in what exactly. The guy replied that this was the hidden property of one-armed Jack or everything that they could not return. After all, he dug his holes everywhere. The comrade smiled and offered to help him with this. Such an offer was very tempting, so the guy agreed. He also added that this whiskey was not free. Harvin looked at him sarcastically, appreciating the joke of the rising star. The Viscount said that Marcella was also looking for other girls. They were probably all sold, but they must be here somewhere. Harvin thought that the gold coins and the girls must be somehow connected, but he could not find any chain. The Viscount said that this looked like a source of profit. He looked for some, but found no trace of them. The comrade immediately asked who, for example. The guy replied that there was one girl. Her name was Angela, but the guy could not find information about her whereabouts. Several other girls also disappeared. Harvin agreed that it was strange, but there must be traces of them somewhere here. One-armed Jack did a lot of things while he was head of the back alley, but this is different from his usual shenanigans. However, he will try to find out everything. The organization has recently been greatly reduced, so he will not be able to offer much. At that same second, the Viscount called out to Oscar, beckoning him to come over and let him know that they had urgent matters to attend to. The dark-skinned guy said that he checked everything, and there was one suspicious place that he should visit personally. He said goodbye to Harvin, while his comrade said that if he found anything, he would definitely let him know. Looking after him, the dark guy thought that he had just returned, but could not even rest properly. Some time later, the Viscount and Oscar reached an inconspicuous butcher shop, which was located in a back street. Carefully examining the piece of paper on which the names were written, the huge man frowned and then asked what kind of people they were. The Viscount replied that he could see them earlier. The man asked why they were looking for them in the butcher shop, because they do not sell human meat. He then turned around, saying that he had his hands full and still had to deal with this crap in the morning, so if they were done, they could go. Without waiting for the customers to leave, the butcher continued to work with the cleaver, cutting the meat into several pieces. The guy asked in a calm tone if there had been a butcher shop here before, because he hadn't seen it 6 months ago. The man advised to ask Black Bear about this. Besides, he has permission to own this shop. The Viscount knew that Black Bear was one of the 5 heads of the back alley, and this man was trying to scare him by calling the name of his boss. He decided that this seller was simply pathetic, after which he replied that then he would ask him about all the details. Suddenly, the guy asked how he knew that she had magic. The names were written. From this question, the butcher froze and trembled. The Viscount added that usually if you show the inscription to someone in a back alley, they immediately get angry, because it's not easy to learn to read here. And it looks like he didn't know how everything worked here, because he's not local. The man immediately opened his eyes in surprise. However, the guy did not stop, and his tone became colder when he asked that instead of human meat, they sell people. A second later, the butcher turned sharply, swinging his cleaver towards the guy who was ready for a surprise attack. He immediately dodged, moving his head away from the sharp knife, and besides, the man's movements seemed too slow for him. It was clear from the butcher's face that he was angry and irritated, after which he began to ask who they were and where they came from. The Viscount smiled, answering that he wanted to ask him the same thing, after which he offered to cooperate, and they would not shed blood. The man rejected this offer, while the guy began to take out a knife, simultaneously asking Oscar to close the door. The friendly smile on the guy's face changed to a cruel one, after which he announced that he would now close this shop. When morning came, the Viscount decided to clean the blood from the knife, simultaneously asking when such a person got here. Oscar replied that it was not surprising that there were a lot of strangers here lately, since one-armed Jack had not been keeping an eye on the place at all. The guy asked if he was behind it, but the dark-skinned man replied that he had changed a lot after that day. The hero remembered how he asked one of the bandits for information, but he replied that he was just a money collector, and the slave traders knew the details. The guy didn't think they were trafficking people into hairpins. He didn't really have a reason to do it, but he didn't expect that there were very deep roots here. Having hidden the weapon, he said that they had found out the truth, therefore that was enough. Oscar replied that the top people themselves would find out the details. At that same second, Ben ran up to them, loudly calling out to the Viscount and saying that he had found out what he needed. The boy stated that some children saw this. The rising star replied that he did an excellent job, after which he offered him fried meat. While enjoying the food, Ben began to say that they saw the brunette Angela. Someone saw her get into the carriage, after which she disappeared. The guy's face did not express any emotions, but he only thought that she had been sold to another place. With his mouth full, the boy continued to say that there was one strange detail. The Viscount immediately wanted to know the details. Ben stated that all the women who sat there were pregnant, a statement that surprised the rising star. He clarified to the boy that all of them had protruding bellies, and there was not a single girl who was not pregnant. The guy understood that this was strange because why buy pregnant women? They can't even work. Looking at the pensive Viscount, Oscar tried to ask him what was the matter, but he did not receive any answer. The guy was shocked that even Angela was pregnant. But there are those who sell pregnant women. This is strange even for a back street, because this shouldn't happen. Suddenly there was a voice in his head that told him that he should be careful about his warnings. The bad sign was destined to come true, but the guy was sure that there was nothing wrong with preparing for this. After some time, Austin asked him if the guy had found something unusual. He answered in the affirmative. The man suggested that he rest, but the Viscount replied that he himself asked him to do this, but he did not think that he would find something so quickly. Austin also didn't understand how he could relax if the guy was busy with business, because he had just finished sorting out the documents. He then asked if it was so serious that he couldn't put it off for a day or two, and the guy nodded calmly and silently. The man replied that he would think it over carefully, adding that it seemed like an inevitable crisis was creeping up on them. The Viscount asked that if it was not within his authority, he could appeal to the mayor, but Austin said that was not the case. He barely managed to get this vacation, so he doesn't want to spend it working. At that very second, he looked out the window and was surprised. When he stated that he was being attacked from all sides, the guy noticed a motorcade heading down the main street. The distressed man said that they would come in a couple of days, but right now they are approaching his estate. When the cortege stopped, an important-looking man with dark hair got out of the carriage and carefully examined those present. The mayor of the city, who came out to greet him, smiled broadly, declaring that Mr. Joseph's visit was a great honor for them. Ignoring the mayor, the man approached Austin, asking how he was doing. He replied that everything was fine, greeting his comrade at the same time. Joseph decided to find out if anything had happened recently. Austin smiled friendly, answering that nothing had happened. However, the man did not believe his words, after which he turned his gaze to the Viscount standing behind him, examining him carefully. Joseph walked past them and headed into the building, inviting them to talk about it inside, in a more comfortable environment. A couple of minutes later, they reached the mayor's office, after which his subordinate politely invited everyone to enter. Jaeger was the first to head into the office, and I stated in a rude tone that first we were looking at him for any dangers. The subordinate immediately answered him that it was rude to ask him if he thought that he would hide something dangerous against Mr. Joseph. The one-eyed man immediately turned his head, looking menacingly at the man, and declared that it was up to him to decide. That's why he was here. This look frightened the subordinate, so he stammered and replied that there was nothing suspicious there. Joseph, observing this small skirmish, turned his gaze to the Viscount, who did not even pay attention to them. Suddenly the man smiled, telling the guy that he had done a good job. He was surprised, hesitantly thanking him. Then he asked what he wanted to tell him, because he saw in his eyes that the guy needed some help. In an uncertain tone, the Viscount said that he was making a mountain out of a mountain, but the man still asked him to tell him everything. The guy said that he needed help, but it would probably be better to ask for it from the mayor, who may be more competent in this matter. Smiling, Joseph thought that his training had not been in vain. He understands when the right moment is, and in what situation it is possible to say something. Besides, being connected to a family doesn't guarantee that he will gain any power. He then said that the guy made a great decision. At that same second, Jaeger turned to Joseph, saying that he could come in, and he immediately slowly walked into the office. The others followed him while the man told the mayor that he had a wonderful office, in response to which he received words of gratitude. Approaching the window, he added that there was a wonderful view of Sawara from here. The mayor confirmed that the whole city was visible from his windows. Then Joseph's gaze darted to the chair, after which he said that he would need to replace it, because it was too pretentious and tasteless. The mayor was surprised by this demand, after which he decided to ask why he didn't like his chair, since it was not for him to sit on it. But at that very second, the true essence of his words reached the man, when suddenly he cried out nervously, realizing his current situation. Having taken his place, Joseph asked him not to worry and say what he wanted to the new mayor of Sawara. The Viscount was stunned by such a statement, and the others also did not hide their reaction to such a statement. Sometime later, the Viscount was walking down the street with Oscar, saying that the smell made him dizzy, because it was always hard to come here. This is the oldest and most problematic part of the alley, and its most terrible part, where there is blood and various stench everywhere. Then he turned his head, noticing a crowd of tramps, and the following people could be seen living side by side with death. It was not surprising that even Jack did not come here, since he understood that even he could not fix what was happening here. After a few more minutes, they reached the butcher's alley, where the man from the butcher shop had originally directed them. The Viscount knocked on the doors several times, after which he began to wait for someone to hear and open for them. A few seconds later, a small grate on the door opened, and a man appeared in front of them and asked who was there. With an indifferent look, the guy replied that they had already heard. Everyone had a tense look since he entered the alley. The man closed the bars and then asked him to wait. Meanwhile, the voice said that this was a battle in which they were testing who had the stronger nerves. The Viscount didn't think he could allow himself to be ignored like this. He used to be in similar situations every day. But now he has other people's honor behind his name, so he needs to be a little more careful this time. Raising his head up and closing his eyes, the rising star concluded that he could not let them get away with this. They waited for quite a long time, noticing that the sun began to rise over the horizon, but they were in no hurry to leave. Suddenly the door opened and a man immediately came out and in a calm tone invited him to enter. Two more stood behind him, crossing their arms over their chests. Not noticing the reaction of the guests, the man asked if they had changed their minds. The two guys didn't move, so the man turned around and was about to close the door, saying that if he didn't come in, then let them leave. As soon as he pulled the doors towards himself, the Viscount said that if he closed the door now, he would not cope with the consequences. Taking the flag from Oscar's hands, the guy declared that they started first, and then proudly displayed it in front of him. Then the guy said his name, adding that having the noble name given to him, he will fulfill the powers that were given to him. Then he strictly asked to report this to Black Bear. Go out yourself and meet the full-fledged representative of Bayezid. After all, I haven't heard the rumors about what happens if he goes inside after placing a flag in front of the building. After which he asked to take this seriously, because this would be his last favor for them. Meanwhile, the mayor of the city sadly walked towards the carriage, after which he stopped, looking at his office for the last time. He noticed Joseph standing by the window, reading his lips that he was saying that he was sorry, and he didn't do it on purpose. Jaeger said that he only got what he deserved. He cannot escape punishment in Sutram after facts of all kinds of corruption were revealed. Without taking his eyes off the window, Joseph agreed, but he was sorry that he had hastened his sentence. The man then asked what Black Bear said. The Viscount replied that he said he would do everything he could to cooperate. Joseph was glad that everything went smoothly, because he thought that he would be stubborn here. But the guy decided that the fact was that they were both from the back alley. However, the man decided that this cannot be, because he is one of the rulers of this territory, and cannot compare himself with him. The Viscount must have had problems as he was not familiar with this type of work, but he completed the task flawlessly. His plan to raise the perfect knight, with a nose instead of a weapon, is successful, and he sees the fruits of his labors with his own eyes. Joseph then turned to look at his subordinates and declared that they had all done a good job. He currently had 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 managers, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire under his command. These were his vassals who would share the future with him, no matter how good or bad it was. After all, if he becomes the next head of the family, then they will receive privileges. But if he is destroyed, then they too will go to the bottom. Sawara is the last stumbling block for everyone, but now he will do work that requires exemplary rule of Sawara. The man added that he would try to do this, but he would not have time for other things, so he would not be able to be distracted by anything else. They cannot now fight the darkness that pollutes various corners of Sawara, and they will not be able to prepare for everything. But if up to this point he was not only crawling, now the time has come to walk, and this may be his last chance. Joseph then said that he would leave this task to Sir Gregory, after which he asked him to select team members for the investigation. The bearded man immediately bowed politely, after which he thanked the gentleman for entrusting this matter to him. Looking at him, Joseph thought that he was a knight who was always neutral even towards his family. He would not be blinded by the battle between brothers. And even if it does not belong to him completely, he will be able to take over this matter, and will not allow any civil strife. Gregory immediately began to examine his allies, after which he began to choose the people he would need to pursue. First of all, he would like to work with Sir Carl because he has excellent target tracking skills. The man frowned, saying that he hoped that they would get along with the rising star, thereby inviting the guy to the team. That same night, over the estate of Baron Utman and Mosiam, heavy rain fell, calling all residents to hide in their homes. As thunder rumbled and lightning flashed outside the window, a man stood over his child's bed while his mother sat next to him. Both parents were completely devastated as they watched their son's condition getting worse by the minute. There was also a woman in the room who approached the Baron, asking if he could definitely save him in this way. The stranger smiled and then gave an affirmative answer, because she knew that he could not refuse. The man trembled and tears flowed from his eyes as he said that he relied on her. He would pay any price if he could save his son. Suddenly the woman's eyes lit up, and she herself began to float above the ground, asking him not to be sad. After all, if God could keep track of everything, then there would be no people like her. After which the blue-haired woman laughed loudly. Sometime later, a group of knights arrived near the city, and Gregory noticed that the weather was terrible. The Viscount, who was standing next to him, agreed, although they were almost there. In general, it was necessary to add that when life does not go according to plan. He then took out a flask of alcohol, drank a little, and said that a little wouldn't hurt, because it was cold now. Why did he offer the guy a drink? But he said that he would go collect brushwood. Gregory replied that they were wet. It would be difficult to start a fire. Without stopping his step, the guy replied that it was still worth a try, since it would be hard to stay here without heat. Continuing to drink, the man noticed that the Viscount was just like him. In fact, Sir Jaeger's squire. Having walked some distance, the guy picked up the wet branches, saying that they were useless. They would tremble from the cold in this rain. Suddenly, a guy approached him with a stack of brushwood, saying that these should work, because they are empty inside. Rising to his feet, the Viscount extended his hands to those who took the brushwood, thanking Carl and saying that he would carry them. Suddenly, the guy noticed the expression on the face of his comrade, who I wanted to say something, but could not find the words. Carl then said hesitantly that he didn't find a good time to say this on the way here, but he thought about it for a long time. Putting his hand on his heart, the archer bowed, thanking the guy for that time, but then he didn't have time to thank him. The Viscount smiled awkwardly, answering that he was just doing his job, asking the guys not to worry about it. Then he decided to ask how he was doing. Carl replied that thanks to him, everything was fine, but then he thought the opposite. At that very moment, Gregory approached them, commenting that he had chosen the right people for this task. Without looking up from his flask, he added that many would refuse to do such work, since they were knights. He then said that they would now move on, as they were no longer knights, but rather mercenaries. Now they are already in the Baron's territory, and thanks to Black Bear's cooperation, they have found their trace, but they have no evidence. And although they are still in the north, they are now outside the territory of the Bayezid, and this is the farthest point to which the Master's support will reach. They need no one to understand that they are conducting research in the village. They need to behave as naturally as possible. After they discussed this, the man suggested that everyone go back, because they need to save their strength until tomorrow. Letting the others go ahead, the Viscount looked towards the city, hoping that he would not hear the sad cry that he had heard that day. After a little more time, the rain stopped, giving way to thick fog, through which it was difficult to see anything. Driving near the houses, Gregory swore, saying that he felt as if they were being prepared for an ambush. Ethan, who was in the role of the charioteer, fully supported the captain's mood, saying that he had a bad feeling again. The Viscount suggested that it was too early, when suddenly Carl pointed at the building, saying that he saw a tavern. The tavern owner, who was no longer sleeping at this time, was surprised by the visitor at such an early hour, looking at the guests with disbelief. Gregory smiled and said that because of yesterday's rain, they did not manage to get there on time, after which he asked each of them for a bowl of hot soup. The innkeeper asked if it was a mercenary or them, because there have been a lot of bad cases here recently, so they can't let anyone in. The captain replied that they only needed to stay here for a couple of days, and he would have them, so he would not be left without money. Noticing the girl peeking out from behind the bar, the Viscount waved to her, thinking that she was just like Anna when she was little. Seeing his greeting, the little one smiled but became embarrassed, immediately turning her big green eyes to the side. Suddenly the guy heard a voice in his head, which is why he decided to move some distance away so that no one could hear him. Turning his back to everyone, he whispered that this was not like him at all, waiting for the voice to answer. He replied that he thought this was the right place. Then he offered to lend him his world so that the guy would look at this girl. Looking at her with someone else's vision, the Viscount was horrified, as dark and sinister energy hovered around her. He immediately recognized the curse that completely squeezed her entire body, although it did not manifest itself outwardly. Children are pure and innocent, but they are the first to be sacrificed. The guy has seen so many times. Adults who steal from children. Children who had nothing left faced only death, and they themselves could not do anything about it. They died of hunger, cold, or died in tears from exhaustion while looking for the parents who abandoned them. And in the midst of this hell, he decided that he would not become like them, and would never live by such rules. He swore an oath, and an oath must be kept, just like a knight, and now the Viscount is here to protect the children. The next day he reached a small temple which stood alone not far from the settlement. The voice indicated that this was the same place. The energy from the cross ends here. In response, the guy suggested going inside. Starting to examine the interior, the Viscount asked if the voice saw anything suspicious, but then answered in the negative. He also understood that everything was quite normal, but he still had a strange feeling that something was wrong here. At that same second, a voice said that someone was coming. The guy was surprised because he did not feel the presence of another person. He couldn't look like he was investigating the place. He had to look natural, so he immediately sat down on his knee and began to pray. The man who approached him from behind said that he was new here. The Viscount replied that he arrived yesterday morning. The friendly priest said that he had heard about the mercenaries who had arrived recently, after which he waved his hand. Rising to his feet, the Viscount apologized for coming so suddenly. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly stopped. Looking at the Bible that the man was holding in his hands, the guy realized that what was wrong here, because he did not see a single normal cross. The priest asked him not to apologize, since the arms of God are open at any hour, in any place, and for any person. Meanwhile, a voice in the guy's head said that he didn't see, at least for now, he didn't see anything dangerous. The priest apologized for interrupting his prayer, and the guy replied that he felt even better after he gave him permission. The Viscount added that he would leave as soon as he finished praying, to which the man replied that he could do as he wished. The young man thought that the girl's cross led here. There is no doubt that there is a strange presence in this village. Seeing the priest's smiling face in front of him, he understood that he could not completely trust him, because he could not let his guard down. When the man passed by the Viscount, he said that he would also pray, wishing that the plague would not bypass their squad. The stunned guy turned his head in his direction. The priest, adjusting his glasses, added that he wished the same for the children. As soon as the Viscount left the church, he immediately turned to a man who was working alone near his house. He decided to ask about the plague, clarifying in advance what the priest told him when he was in church. The guy smiled and said that due to schedules they needed to stay in their village for a couple of days, but the news about the plague worried him a little. With an absolutely indifferent face, the man asked him not to be afraid, because the plague only kills children. The Viscount immediately decided to ask how this was possible, but the man could not answer this, because he had heard that it had covered most of the villages. However, all this was exclusively on the lands of Baron Uthman. This is very unpleasant, but nothing can be done. The guy was surprised by such a short story, but thanked the man and then walked away. While he was wandering along the street, he thought that women were disappearing in Sor, and only children were dying here. This was clearly a bad sign. Remembering the girl in the tavern, he realized that this was clearly not a plague, but there was no evidence of this, and it was unlikely that anyone would take his word for it. He then asked if it would be wise to return to Sawara and borrow the holy item, but the voice replied that it would be of no use. He thought that this curse was created by a skilled black magician, and only a well-trained priest would be able to identify it. The Viscount decided to ask how they created such a complex thing, but even the voice did not know the answer to this question. Sighing heavily, the guy replied that it was sad. Although they had strong suspicions, there was no evidence. But suddenly he heard a voice not far from him, which said that the church had given them to them. He decided to take a closer look. Noticing a hooded figure handing out crosses to children, he heard that the priest had given one to all his friends. The children immediately accepted the gifts, after which the stranger moved away while the children followed him with their gaze. The Viscount immediately noticed that this knight was suspicious. If he was lucky, he would be able to find evidence. The voice immediately asked him to be careful because this stranger did not look like an ordinary person, but the guy said that he would be fine. Then he added that he was a thief and a robber, and spent the longest time stealing from pockets, but the voice replied that there was nothing to be proud of. Having reached the outskirts of the village, the Viscount continued to monitor the mysterious figure, but doubts were creeping closer. It frankly began to seem to him that he had been specially lured to the outskirts of the village in order to take him away from people. The voice turned to him, asking what the knight had guessed about the surveillance. He realized with a displeased face that the voice was right. "What am I behind the tree?" The guy whispered that he could no longer follow him, so now it was better to return and report to Sir Gregor. The voice replied that he was not sure about this, because it did not look like he would let him go, and then loudly warned that he was advancing. The Viscount managed to peek out from behind the tree, noticing how the knight had already taken out his sword and rushed towards him, swinging his weapon. With an incredibly fast movement, he was able to draw his sword, putting his guard in front of him as he took the blow. The voice decided to help him, asking him not to stop, after which he indicated that the enemy would attack from the left. He managed to put up a defense again, but was unable to stand firmly on his feet, which is why he was thrown several meters. Feeling the ground under his feet, he stopped and thought that when he crossed his swords, he immediately saw that a knight was standing in front of him. However, the guy was not going to give up so easily, so he again took a fighting stance, preparing for battle. It bothered him that he couldn't find out if the man was a former knight or if he was still in the service. However, now it didn't matter since the knight was the first to rush forward, wanting to destroy the enemy. Meanwhile, the guy thought that the key to a fatal blow lay in surprise, and he only had one chance. He then activated the aura around his sword and decided to attack directly, aiming for his opponent's head. The knights dodged, after which he himself activated a golden aura, which was not inferior in strength to the Viscount's aura. The guy was surprised by this turn of events, but they still crossed blades until a voice loudly asked him to stop. The guy just thought that it was too late, and now he had nowhere to retreat, so he decided to continue fighting. The impact of two auras knocked him to his knee, after which he raised his head and noticed how the knight was slowly walking towards him. The voice said that these were strange circumstances for a meeting, and then pointed out that this girl was a holy knight. The Viscount whispered that the misunderstanding needed to be cleared up, to which the voice replied that it was hardly possible to just talk anymore. After all, the sword is fast. Talking takes time. She has already decided that she will kill him before he starts to say anything. The Viscount decided to attack her, but the girl easily repelled the blow, not allowing the guy to get closer to her. He was surprised because her attacks are different from Pablo's attacks. She puts a lot of aura, but does not show it at all. The voice explained that this is a blessing. She does not need to create her own world because she relies on the word of God. The next second, she landed a heavy blow on the Viscount, but he put out his sword, taking the full blow on him. He didn't think it was fair, because he couldn't believe that she had gained so much power simply because she accepted God's will. They continued to exchange blows, but the guy noticed that the girl was not putting much effort into the battle. In addition, even though she is strong, she has many open places that can be attacked at any convenient moment. Therefore, the Viscount decided to choose the perfect time to repel her with another blow, aiming at her weak spot. The girl's eyes widened as she noticed the sword approaching her throat. Then she quickly collected her thoughts. Turning slightly, she caused the guy's sword to move slightly to the side, thereby catching only her shoulder pad. The guy was surprised, and the voice asked him to concentrate and also move his center of gravity, but it was too late. With a sharp movement, the girl knight grabbed him by the face, after which she knocked him off his feet and brought him to the ground. When the Viscount tried to rise, he felt steel that was not far from his neck. The guy was still trying to understand how she was able to repel his blow. The voice replied that she had magical armor and the technique of holy knights. They used plate armor to change the trajectory of the sword. The Viscount considered the blessing and magical armor to be cheating. He also noticed that the girl didn't even break a sweat, which meant she had intentionally opened up a weak spot for him to attack. The Viscount smiled, realizing that she was just playing with him. At the same time, the girl asked who he was. Raising his hands up, thereby showing that he was unarmed, the guy replied that he had arrived from Sawara and was now conducting an investigation. After a little time, they reached a tavern. The girl was called Janetta from San Rosino. She also added that fate brought her together with them, in response to which Gregory bowed, agreeing with her words. As they sat down, Janet said that she had been investigating strange occurrences in the area, and at first thought it was some kind of plague. But in the end, it turned out to be a curse. With a serious tone, she added that she had found traces of something ancient. Gregory was surprised at this conclusion because there is a church here, so evil should not have arisen here. Lowering her head, Janet replied that it was quite possible that the church was the source of that very curse. The Viscount and Carl were surprised at this conclusion, while the voice in the guy's head said that she was smart. Gregory thought that the matter was even more serious than they thought. He did not expect the Holy Knight to say that the local temple was to blame for everything. He was angry that this place was outside the jurisdiction of the Bayezid. What was happening was increasingly beyond the limits of their power and their capabilities. Suddenly, Janet asked to convey her gratitude to the new mayor of Sawara, which greatly surprised the man. She added that the mayor's approach, using information they couldn't find, and taking action was commendable. Looking at her, the man thought that she was demanding that they not dig further, but perhaps this was out of respect. Black magic and everything connected with it is within the sphere of influence of the church, and they have no reason to continue their investigation. So he was forced to agree, and the Viscount mentally concluded that they had drawn the line because of the weight of authority and responsibility. A little while later, the guy was sitting by the window, thinking that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to find Angela. At that same second, the girl in whom he initially found the curse approached him and asked if they were leaving. The Viscount answered in the affirmative, and when the little girl asked why, he replied that they had already done all the work here. The girl said that in this world it is impossible to do all the work. From these words, the guy turned to her in surprise. Looking into her innocent, childish eyes, he thought that this little thing without warning would hit her not in the eyebrow, but in the eye. He then asked if she had any friends and why she was here all the time. She replied that her father told her not to go out. The Viscount understood that this made sense, because what was happening in the area could not be called normal. Suddenly, the girl asked, "Why don't they stay a little longer, since they said that the church would soon be distributing gifts?" Her father and tavern owner explained that the church would soon gather the children and perform a blessing ritual. The guy asked when it was planned, to which the man replied that in 3 or 4 days, and the Holy Father would personally gather the children. The girl again asked if they could stay until that time, while at the same time looking pleadingly at the guy. The Viscount thought, because Janet sent a carrier pigeon asking for help, it would take the Holy Night 4 days to get here. They were running out of time, so the guy said that they could probably wait until the ritual, thereby making the girl smile. Delighted by this answer, she began to rummage through her pockets, offering him a flower ring as a gift. Taking it in his hands and looking closely, the Viscount asked why the flower itself was not here, although the answer came to him quickly. The girl made it from ivy that grows on the wall of a tavern in a village where even flowers are prohibited. Suddenly, the man turned to his daughter, saying that it was time for her to go upstairs to bed. The child did not really like this news. She had no choice but to agree, but finally she decided to ask the Viscount if they would be here tomorrow. Someone gave their consent, thereby making the girl happy, who began to say goodbye. After walking a few steps, the baby stopped and trembled. But during that second, no one paid attention to her. Suddenly she fell on her back, losing consciousness, and her father, who was standing behind the bar, immediately reached out to her. The Viscount turned his attention to the father, who was holding the pale, shaking girl, whose eyes were empty. The guy immediately ran to her, while the voice said that he lent him his world. This will not solve the problem, but he will understand what is happening. He looked at the girl again with a different vision, after which he discovered that the curse had been activated. Hearing the owner's screams, it was true. Gregory and Janet immediately went down to the first floor, asking what was happening here. They looked in horror at the sobbing father, next to the little girl who continued to tremble, her skin visibly graying. The bearded man immediately turned to the female knight, asking if this was what he was thinking about. Meanwhile, a voice in the Viscount's head declared that her breath was leaving her. It was like a curse that was draining her life force. He noticed that white smoke was heading towards the church, but he did not know how he could explain to his comrade what he was seeing. Suddenly, Janet announced that it seemed that her presence had not been noticed, which surprised the warriors present. She thought she was being careless because she thought she was holding back enough, but she didn't expect them to notice the low level of divine power. Then the girl headed towards the exit and said that if she did not return, they should explain the situation to her colleagues who would arrive later. The stunned Viscount looked at Gregory, mentally asking him why he was just looking at this. He understood that this was because of the framework of responsibility and authority, when suddenly they turned their attention to the window, hearing screams from different houses. Not only the innkeeper's daughter fell under the curse, but also the children of other village residents who loudly called for help. The Viscount thought that he didn't want to get out of the alley just to survive, and he didn't want to wield a sword because he admired knights. He understood that if he just stood and watched, it would be no different from life in a dirty corner. The guy firmly decided that he would go forward, but at that very second, he was stopped by the strong hand of a man, not allowing him to pull the sword out of its sheath. Without looking in his direction, Gregory said that he understood what the guy was feeling now, and then asked him to listen to him carefully. A knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. He will definitely become a knight, so he must understand this. Using a sword that wasn't theirs should be justified and responsible, but the guy didn't agree. He asked why there was a need for justification and responsibility if they could not protect what needed to be protected. The man agreed with him, asking him to repeat after him that this is the only justification they can now count on. Meanwhile, Janet had already reached the temple, noticing the cursed seal that could be seen at the very top. She understood that no matter how much this place is shrouded in dark energy, it still stands on the earth created by God. Walking inside, she declared that nothing could stand in the way of his will, when she suddenly noticed a symbol written in blood on the wall. In addition, she drew attention to the various seals placed throughout the hall. In the very center stood a man. Janet immediately recognized the sign of blasphemy, after which with a sharp movement she pulled the sword out of its sheath, pointing it at the priest. The man smiled that she had arrived earlier than he thought, and then asked why she had come here alone. Then he turned around, saying in an angry voice that the two of them could not pray for all these people. The girl did not understand what kind of people we were talking about, because there is a lot of alien energy here, but she does not see signs of the presence of others. Suddenly she heard the ringing of a bell, which again activated the cursed seal, and the priest suggested starting a prayer. At that same second, girls who looked more like monsters began to run in a crowd from the inner room of the temple. They began to break down the door, thereby drawing Janet's attention to themselves, but she still did not know what was hiding behind the door. Suddenly the monsters began to break down the doors with their bare hands, shouting loudly that it was too dark in here, and they also asked where their children were. Seeing this picture, the stunned girl knight loudly and angrily asked how they could do such a thing. Then she asked if they were afraid of God, to which she received the answer that they really should be afraid of him, but he had nothing to do with him. Throwing away the Bible, the man smiled insidiously, declared that he no longer needed his hugs, and then began to concentrate his energy. Thus he gave orders to the monster girls, who at that very second rushed towards Janet. At that very second she lowered the tip of the sword to the floor, saying that the great commander of the divine army, Saint Rosino, who stands next to God, in the face of being oppressed by evil, in exchange for great price, may he come and save these fallen souls stuck between worlds, and she will be the one who will pay this price. When suddenly the girl shone with a golden aura, and wings appeared behind her back. Suddenly, in the middle of the night sky, a bright light appeared, releasing a long beam that descended on the church. The monster girls quickly approached Janet, but she stood still and did not move, knowing that they would not harm her. At that very second, the divine light began to take effect, causing terrible pain in the monsters, who immediately stopped. The priest, dissatisfied with what was happening, immediately bared his teeth, recognizing this ability as a solemn exorcism. This is the light that can be seen without eyes, and the one that can be found in the dark, and which will be visible from everywhere. He smiled maliciously again, stating that she was able to summon such light without a preparatory ritual, thereby impressing him. While creating a sword from dark energy, the man said that it doesn't matter how bright the torch is, because when there is only one, it is very limited. The priest knew that her spell had a strong impact, so this miracle would cost her lifespan. However, she should know better than others that after the bright light, even more impenetrable darkness will remain. As soon as the divine light ended, the burnt bodies of the monster girls were found on the floor. But at that same second, from the bowels of the temple, another crowd of monsters emerged and remained unharmed. Janet noticed them. I understand that there are still many of them. She was also wondering how many more there are. The priest slowly approached the girl, said that now the time of darkness had come. She sat on her knees, unable to move. Then she tried to create the spell again, beginning to say it out loud, while breathing heavily. The man said that it was useless, but an aura shone around the girl again as she asked the church to destroy all enemies. At that same second, a huge phantom of a knight in armor appeared above her, holding a sword in his hands, surprising the priest. He couldn't believe his eyes, while Janet thought that at least she would kill him, even if it cost her life. Suddenly they heard some noise behind them. It was the Viscount, who was dragging a burning cart behind him and demanding to move aside. Looking behind her, the girl noticed a huge cart, which was engulfed in fire, rushing towards her. She mustered the last of her strength to push off the ground and jump to the side, preventing herself from being crushed. However, the priest remained standing in place, grinning at the fiery vehicle that was about to hit him. He stated that this was funny before swinging his sword made from cursed energy, breaking the cart into hundreds of pieces. However, this was only a diversionary maneuver, as the Viscount rushed straight out of the flames, swinging his sword. During the flight, looking at him with a crazy look, the guy said that he crossed the line when he started harming children. Then their blades crossed, and the guy insulted the priest in addition. Let's understand that he was able to infuriate him. Suddenly, the man took a closer look at the guy, seeing an unusually powerful creature inside him. Surprised and then smiling, he said that he only now recognized him, and they met again here. The Viscount asked him to shut up and just die, after which he began to strike one after another, hoping to hit the enemy. His blows were fast, but the priest fought back every swing, allowing the guy to throw out his anger. Meanwhile, Gregory ran up to Janet, asking her if she was okay, who responded by asking if he knew they were going to be in trouble. The man just closed his eyes, answering that they had no choice, since children were dying, and they could not just look at it. He then turned his attention to the crowd of monster girls, asking what was going on here, because he did not expect to see something like this. Instead of a detailed answer, the girl knight replied that they needed to get to the bell, because it was the source of the curse. Gregory thought that they didn't have time to fight their way through and act carefully. They would have to split up, even if it was dangerous. Looking at his comrade, he clearly understood that Sir Carl could not use aura, so they had little choice. He turned his gaze to the Viscount, thinking that he first needed to leave there, after which he began to concentrate his aura. Rushing forward, the man shouted that he was there, heading straight for the priest, trying to knock him down. The enemy did not expect help from the guy, so he took the attack on himself, moving further and further away from the Viscount. Turning sharply, Gregory shouted that Janet said there was something in the bell tower that needed to be destroyed. The guy immediately accepted the order, after which he turned around and ran towards the bell tower. Being in Gregory's strong grip, the lighting waved his finger, simultaneously asking where he was going. At that same second, the monster girls turned their heads towards the scout, wanting to prevent him from reaching the bell tower. The Viscount realized that he was now moving straight into the thick of the horde, but he had no choice but to squeeze through them. Without wasting a second, he tried to break through the crowd, but realized that there were too many of them, and time was running out. Suddenly, he noticed an arrow that hit one of the girls squarely in the forehead, causing her to scream for something as she fell to the ground. The Viscount noticed Carl, who was standing next to Janet, and helped him from a long distance, shooting from a bow. Then he shouted that he would cover him, and he should just run. Having accepted the order, the guy returned forward again. Without stopping, and not paying attention to the girls running towards him, the Viscount rushed at full speed towards the bell tower. He saw a door that led towards the stairs, but another crowd of girls immediately rushed from there. A voice in his head said that he needed to hurry, so the guy concentrated his aura, throwing the monsters aside with his sword. A moment later, he reached the stairs leading upstairs and without looking back, began to climb, without losing speed. While he was running, he thought that all the worlds in this universe are valuable, but not everyone can protect themselves. But if they have sworn to protect others, if they find themselves at the right time, together where they are needed, they must act without hesitation. You need to become a torch that will answer the darkness. This is the second principle of the Swordsman Code, and it is undeniable. Meanwhile, the monster girls rushed to the aid of their master, trying to overtake Gregory. They scratched him in the back, causing damage with cursed energy, but the man's defense was at a fairly high level. He understood that he could not fight on both sides at once, so he let go of the priest, fighting off the monsters. With his peripheral vision, the man noticed another girl approaching him from behind, but he did not have time to dodge. At that same second, something threw it away, but upon closer inspection, Gregory noticed an arrow in the monster's forehead. He noticed Carl not far from him, who continued to shoot arrows, breathing heavily, and blood was coming from his fingers. Gregory smiled, saying that it would be nice if he was always so popular with girls. He then turned his gaze back to the monsters, frowning and declaring that he had seen too many terrible things today. Including his face smiling like an idiot until the very end, he turned to the priest who was still sitting on the floor. The smile did not leave his face, after which he replied that he could do whatever he wanted, because death would not stop him. Approaching him, Gregory swung his sword, deciding to see how he would chat after he cut off his head. In response to this, the priest only grinned, which was able to enrage the warrior, who loudly asked him to laugh until he died. After that, he swung his blade with all his might to be sure to cut off the head of such an annoying opponent. When the priest's head landed on the floor, all the monster girls immediately trembled, and then froze in place. Looking at them, Carl noticed that these women had stopped moving. This calmed him down, because he was already on the edge. Janet, who was still sitting on her knee, said that in order to destroy the army, you need to kill the commander. Therefore, Sir Gregory's strategy was a success. In response, the man said that he was on the verge, after which he put his hand in his bosom. Taking out a flask from there, he announced that today he would have to get very drunk, when suddenly someone said that there was no wine at the service today. Everyone turned in shock towards the head of the priest, who with a smile asked if he could take a sip. Gregory couldn't believe his eyes, so he froze in shock, looking at the still-living priest. At that same second, Carl called out to him, but the man opened his eyes in horror, realizing who was standing behind him. Janet immediately realized that a headless knight was standing in front of them. She had heard about him before, but was seeing him for the first time. The priest's body stood on his feet, and instead of his head a fire appeared with a silhouette of a face. This creature was called Dallahan. Meanwhile, the Viscount was able to reach the top of the bell tower without any problems, noticing the seal that surrounded the bell. A voice in my head said that this was the curse of a noble magician. You need to put your all into it and break the spell in one go. Without wasting a second, the guy began to concentrate the aura, saturating his sword with it in order to prepare a powerful blow. But as soon as he swung, a voice immediately asked him to be careful, when suddenly the floor under him began to crack. The guy realized that he would not be allowed to do what he had planned, and without wasting time, he flew down, not wanting to be crushed. He began to slide along the roof of the temple, dodging debris that flew towards him, almost knocking him off his feet. The Viscount realized that he had no choice but to jump from the roof, after which he went into free flight. He was able to land safely on the ground, but the landing was quite rough, and he wondered what was going on. Raising his eyes, he looked dumbfounded at the temple building, which was almost completely destroyed, and the bell was completely missing. He was surprised when a voice behind him stated that he was impressed. Dallahan approached him with a curse in his hand. He then decided to comment on the steep landing of the guy who was looking at him in surprise. Holding his sword in front of him, the Viscount was able to quickly pull himself together, after which he said that he knew that he was not human. He then asked what happened to the others, to which he received the answer that their lives meant nothing to him, and therefore they were alive. Dallahan stated that he wanted only this, after which he held out his hand in front of him, which contained the curse. The guy asked to give it to him, but the creature offered to try to take it away, thereby provoking the Viscount to attack. Concentrating his aura, the Viscount very quickly closed the distance, attacking Dallahan, but he easily blocked the blow. After exchanging several blows, the creature asked not to try his luck, because he did not know when his courtesy to his peers would disappear. Approaching him, the guy angrily asked why he was one of them, because it was obvious that they were not the same age. Dallahan replied that he was not talking about him, thereby surprising the guy, after which their blades separated. Now it was time for the creature to go on the attack, while the Viscount struggled to parry each blow, barely managing to change the position of the sword. Watching the enemy, he realized that he was getting faster and faster, and at such a speed he would not be able to respond. Continuing to withstand the pressure, the guy heard a voice that asked him not to judge by the cover. He has inhuman movements. After another blow, Dallahan approached the guy, sarcastically asking if he was too slow. The next second, the creature pointed the tip of the blade directly at the Viscount's face, who did not have time to dodge. The voice cried out in concern, but the guy confidently put his shoulder forward, forcing the enemy's blade to move to the side. Seeing this, Dallahan recognized the armor technique and then asked how he was able to apply it to leather armor. He noticed that he was able to leave an extra large mark on the guy's shoulder pads, asking at the same time that he even had spirit protection. The Viscount knew that he could not retreat, so he returned forward again, swinging the sword imbued with aura. His blade hit the target clearly, cutting through Dallahan's side, but it did not appear that it caused him pain. The guy thought that he couldn't win at this rate. It would be good if he too could reflect deeply on his world. Suddenly it dawned on him that the boy's growing world needed to be filled with something, and the boy's world became mixed up with the world of that voice. This is the horizon where they both intersect, where I turns into we, and at the same time the voice gave its permission. Surprised, Dallahan watched as the guy's aura turned white, and his voice gave the green light to use his world. Rushing forward, the embittered Viscount asked if he meant to say that he should just abandon the children. Having not heard an answer, he lowered his sword directly onto the creature's blade, after which they were illuminated by a bright light that spread throughout the entire area. When the curtain of dust cleared, the opponents noticed each other, but were in no hurry to take any action. Suddenly, Dallahan discovered a deep scratch on his forearm, from which black blood was oozing. The Viscount was angry because he could only leave a small scratch. His world is too small. The world of the voice does not fit into it. So he only had 2 or 3 attempts left. Then he watched as the creature's hand began to tighten early on. Suddenly, Dallahan began to transform, saying that he was being gentle with him because he thought they shared the same style. The steel-armored knight who was standing in front of the guy suddenly disappeared, increasing his speed several times. A voice in his head immediately ordered him to dodge, while the stunned Viscount realized that he was being attacked from behind. At the last second, he managed to put up a defense, but the blow was so strong that it threw him several meters away. He was unable to group himself, so he smashed the fence with his body, raising a huge curtain of dust. Dallahan thought that in that brief moment he had pressed out his aura to deflect the blow, realizing that this guy had great potential. What he saw with his own eyes refuted what he thought about him. At that very second, the Viscount's aura went out. The headless knight realized that he had unpredictable potential, so it was worth finishing him off, after which he raised his sword above him. Finally, he said that he should have been more restrained, after which he lowered the blade. But the guy grabbed it with his bare hands. Suddenly a voice burst out, ordering Dallahan to leave this child alone, surprising the creature. The next second, a strike of white lightning struck the knight, which was able to make him scream in pain. Rising to his feet, the voice said that he did not know who he was, but did he know that he needed to do something? The memories of his existence are long forgotten, and only the duty he must follow is scratched deep into his soul. He exists only for the sake of this duty, so now he must borrow the Viscount's body for a while to completely understand. Slowly heading towards the knight, the voice suggested letting the adults sort it out among themselves. Dallahan was still trying to recover from the lightning strike when he suddenly noticed that the guy walking towards him had suddenly disappeared. At that same second, he found himself behind the knight, completely repeating his technique, but doing it at a higher speed. The headless knight managed to put up a defense at the very last second, but the impact of the blow was great. However, this hesitation was enough for the guy to close the distance, again approaching Dallahan. He grabbed the creature by the face, after which he trampled it into the ground, without particularly straining, thereby stunning the knight. The voice asked how he dared to cause chaos with his pathetic skills, in response to which the knight asked who he was. With a smug look, the voice replied that he had nothing to say to the garbage that uses the blood of children to survive. He then ordered it to die, after which white lightning struck the creature, forcing the monster to retreat. Taking a few steps away from the guy, the knight thought that this was some kind of nonsense, because for the first time he was scared. Then he looked into the pure white eyes of the Viscount, realizing that such a creature was indeed something he should be afraid of. Suddenly, the guy flew into the air, preparing to strike the knight once again. But at that very second he disappeared, thereby surprising Dallahan, around whom lightning immediately began to flash and strike the ground. The monster did not understand where the enemy was now. He turned his head, trying to react in time. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him asking why he was talking so much because he was slow. Without wasting a second, Dalakan decided to take it by surprise, turning around sharply and swinging his sword, releasing cursed energy. But nothing worked out for him, since the guy continued to stand behind him. But the monsters again decided to attack him. The monster swung its blade, releasing cursed energy around itself, trying to keep the strange creature away. He then looked up as he heard a voice asking him that someone like him dares to laugh at the potential he treasures so much. The creature looked at Dalahan through the eyes of the Viscount, and they reflected incredible strength and confidence. The headless knight thought that his body was free from death and not subject to pain, but now he did not understand what it was. He was also bothered by a nasty, aching pain that seemed to reach his very soul, which tormented him completely. However, this was not the end, and the voice that had taken control of the Viscount continued to attack Dalahan. After another attack, the headless knight lay on the ground, completely defeated, not understanding how something like that even existed. At that very second, his shoulder was pierced by a sword, which caused a wave of pain throughout the creature's body. Approaching him, the voice demanded that the curse be immediately passed on to him, after which he waved his hand. However, without hearing any response, he began to beat the monster non-stop, hoping that it would give up on its own. This did not happen, so the guy grabbed Dalahan by the rest of the armor on his chest, and then began to break it. A frantic cry of pain echoed throughout the area, while a voice discovered that same curse in the creature's chest. He touched it with his bare hands, after which he ordered it to go back. The creature tried to resist, but to no avail. A bolt of lightning ran through his body again, destroying him, and with it the curse he held. The voice strained all its strength, which is why everything around was illuminated by a snow-white aura, which was able to destroy the curse. When this happened, the souls of the children began to return while their worried parents were next to them. The Viscount watched as Dalahan was still alive, but in unbearable pain, growing weaker by the second. Looking at this creature, the voice said that it knew him for sure, but so far he could not remember the method of killing for people like him. The headless knight trembled, answering that he was not on his side, because he thought that he too could avoid death. The voice said that it couldn't remember, but that didn't mean there weren't other ways. And then he swung his sword. Seeing the result, he declared that he would simply tear off all his limbs. Perhaps for him it would be tantamount to death. Continuing to swing the sword, the guy cut off the creature's right arm and both legs so that it could not escape. Then he noticed that there was only one hand left. But at that same second, Dalahan raised his hand and shouted the name Lamia. When he shouted it several times, the voice was surprised to notice how a clot of dark energy appeared above the creature. The next second, about a dozen hands burst out from there, which were directed towards the headless knight. The limbs immediately began to grab Dalakan, wanting to take him with them and not let him go anywhere. The voice concluded that this power takes away his immortality, giving him the ability to stop feeling pain. A few seconds later, the knight shouted Lamia's name several more times, after which he completely disappeared. The guy had a silhouette of a man named Lamia in his head. He didn't remember anything about this name, but it evokes vague feelings. He was trying to understand what kind of creature this was, when he suddenly realized that he was now in possession of the guy's body, and it seemed that he had crossed the line a little. But even so, his height is simply incredible that the guy was able to hold out until this moment without retreating back. When the guy fell unconscious, the voice thought that he would need to apologize to him when he woke up. The Viscount remained lying there until it began to get light, because he had spent too much energy on the battle. Meanwhile, in the barony of Uthman, a woman was sitting on a throne, looking at the fog that reigned outside the window. She thought that that soul was shining brightly, but the corroded marks were merciless. He was using the magic that had been around for a long time. The beings of the past had begun to move, so she knew it was time to make her move, no matter how hasty it was. She decided that the time had come for the cracks to appear, the era of chaos that she had been waiting for so long, her gaze fixed on the dead people in front of her. She ordered her knights to take any weapon they liked from those in front of her, so they would not be dissatisfied. And the Baron himself has already paid the price. His only son has returned from the other world, although he will no longer be the same. For now, they will remain on this land. In response to this, several dozen headless knights replied that they listen and obey. The woman who bore the name Lamia smiled with satisfaction, looking at her still small army. When the Viscount came to his senses, he was stunned to notice that he had slept for 3 whole days again, having lost too much strength. Ethan stood next to his bed, asking him to be glad that it would be completed, because when he was found, he looked like a piece of old fabric. He then began to explain what he had to go through to get him here and put him to bed. The guy also began to ask if everything was okay with the knights. Ethan replied that among them the captains were in the worst condition, but he shouldn't worry about this and continue to rest, while he goes and reports that he has woken up. Throwing his head back, the guy said with relief that he was glad that everyone else was alive. The voice replied that this was the most important. After all, apparently, the barrier established by Janet was strong enough to hold out to the end, thereby saving her comrades. She is very strong, which the Viscount also agreed with, because he was personally familiar with the skills of the girl knight. The guy said that he had some unusual feeling from talking to the voice when he was not holding a sword in his hand. He replied that it was all because the horizons of their worlds united, and even if only for a moment, their measures became one. Now he can talk to him in his thoughts. The guy decided to try this, realizing that the voice was hearing his thoughts. He was glad that now he would not have to whisper and worry about someone hearing it, and he would not have to pretend that he was praying. If you think about it, he never told him this before, even if only they know this secret. But it was his voice that saved everyone. Not only him and the knights, but even the children in the village, and at the same time their parents, who might not have survived the loss of their children. Then the guy mentally thanked the voice, placing his hand on his heart and bowing deeply, but after that he immediately felt awkward. A few seconds later the voice replied that he too had done his best. These words made the Viscount smile. A couple of hours later, a knight who stood in the guy's way ordered him to stop and not come closer. The Viscount bowed and explained that he was from Sawara, and Miss Janet should know who he was. The knight looked at the guy with disbelief. After a few seconds of hesitation, he turned around, ordering him to wait here while he personally went and clarified everything. The guy thought that even though they arrived late, he was glad that the holy knight still showed up. Now the villagers can finally rest. While he was thinking about this, the same knight announced to him that the guy could enter, in response to which he heard words of gratitude. When he entered inside, he was immediately horrified. In front of him, in several rows, lay people whose bodies were covered with white cloths. At that moment, due to the chaos, he did not realize it, because who would have thought that there were so many victims? At that very moment, he was noticed by Janet, holding a Bible, who called out to him and asked what he was doing here. Approaching her, he asked if he could explore the territory, to which he received the answer that Sir Gregory had already reported the missing women. Without looking her in the eyes, the Viscount explained that he needed to find someone personally. The girl noticed that this was very important for him. She clarified that there may still be remnants of the curse there, so upon completion, he should come here to receive her blessing. Then the guy began to lift the fabrics one by one to find a person whom he did not expect to see here. As a friend, his attention was attracted by the hair that was coming out from under the fabric. Lifting it, he realized that he had found the one he was looking for. He also remembered how he told her that she was sick with bruises, asking her to rest for a couple of days, but Angela replied that these were trifles. The Viscount gave her a chicken egg, saying that he was just doing what he had to do, after which he asked her to put the egg on the final part under her eye. The girl smiled sweetly, answering that it looked like a bribe, but they both understood that it was just a joke. He remembered her words when she said that she would count on him next time. Then he said that life is a very difficult thing. Touching her, the guy asked her not to take such risks in her next life, to be born the daughter of a good family and grow up in love. He then apologized for not being there when she needed it so much and not being able to help. After some time, Janet stirred the tea, asking for details about the battle with Dallahan, asking again about what got him sucked into the black hole. The Viscount answered in the affirmative, after which the girl handed him a cup, asking him to tell him more details. The guy replied that that was all he could say, because he was too busy fighting, having spent almost all his strength. He explained that it was only difficult to repel his attacks. For the girl, any information was important, so she listened very carefully. The voice said he did a good job, ringing true with a good balance of lies and truth. The guy mentally replied that he earned his living with words and learned to sound convincing. Janet thought that the tracks were a disaster, and they sufficiently show how impotent was the resistance to such power. Her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a guy who said that it seemed like he said a name at the end. The girl was also surprised. Scratching the back of his head, the Viscount said that he didn't quite remember, because then he came to his senses and then lost consciousness. The girl knight began to quickly peel the apple, asking him if he would remember it if he had a little refreshment. The guy concentrated, trying to remember the name, naming only the first letters. But as soon as he reached Lamia, Janet froze. She decided to ask again if he was sure that it was this name that Dallahan shouted. The young man confirmed this with confidence. The Viscount was surprised to notice how the girl squeezed the apple forcefully, simultaneously thanking him for his assistance. Slowly rising from her chair, she added that San Rosino would not forget the way he fought that day. Why did she ask him to come back and rest? The voice said that it was lucky that she did not suspect him. However, the guy was confused by her strange expression on her face, as if she suddenly became a completely different person after hearing Lamia's name. Meanwhile, Joseph, pouring tea and handing it to his interlocutor, asked the guest when he arrived in Sawara. The old man, whose name was Luke, sat opposite him, smiling friendly, and I answered that he had arrived quite a long time ago. Joseph said that he would have met him if he had told him in advance, to which he received the answer that now he was only a man of lower rank. He couldn't force him to put in so much effort for him, but the old man was more interested in where the young man was. Joseph replied that he was now on a mission to the barony of Utman, but would soon report news. Luke was surprised that even though he was a servant already on a mission, he also said that he had met with the patriarch before arriving here. He only had 1 ducat left, so he wanted to cover everything up, Joseph thought, which means he didn't come just to meet the Viscount. The old man concluded that all the servants in Sutram were empty-headed, and the people who should take on the name Bayezid turned out to be them. Therefore he wondered if the servant he raised was not like that. But Jaeger replied that he was definitely many times better. However, he is sometimes willful. Luke said that if a grumpy guy talks like that, it means the boy must be useful. You shouldn't be surprised, because when Jaeger was younger, he also showed him all his bad sides and constantly grumbled. The old man hoped that he would like the Viscount, and quite possibly, he would be able to teach him something important. But if he turns out to be like Savanin, who behaves defiantly only thanks to the support of his parents, then he will beat him. Joseph explained that his servant had no parents, thinking that when he discovered Luke's intention, he should capture his interest as much as possible. Then he said that he grew up in the dark alleys without a family, and climbed to his current heights solely with his strength. He mentioned his sad childhood and environment at that time for a reason, so he can remind him how many difficulties the guy had. Joseph said that he was not asking him to give him his ducat, but hopefully he could teach the guy something. The old man replied that lately he hasn't liked any of the young people at all, and it's very difficult for him to please. But since the young gentleman asks about this, he takes a good look at him, trying to discern something special. Meanwhile, the knights and villagers saw off the warriors who helped free the village from the curse. Janet said they wouldn't forget their bravery, and Gregory hoped she'd put in a good word for them. The girl replied that she could not lie in the reports, but she would try to convey their position. He said that it was better not to say anything about them at all. She then looked at the Viscount, who began to fold his flags, not paying attention to her. Janet was surprised that the guy had a flag, and Gregory explained that a lot of time had passed, but Bayezid had found someone she wanted to reconsider. The girl thought that there were traces of a fierce battle. A servant who has the will to fight against Dalahan, he has extraordinary potential. When Gregory said goodbye, the girl replied that she would pray for the blessing of San Rosino to descend on everyone. A small group of warriors set off. There were cheers from the inhabitants. The Viscount turned around to wave them goodbye. Seeing the joyful faces of the children and parents, the guy realized that when the fog receded, everything looked much better. Gregory said that this was originally a place full of sunlight. Everything that happened was because of it. This was a relief for the guys, because Angela preferred burial in a village full of sun. Closer to night, they decided to take a break. Everyone was already asleep, except for the Viscount, who was sitting in thought. It would have been a complete defeat. If he had not had a voice, he would have died, along with all his comrades. Suddenly, Gregory woke up next to him, asking in a sleepy voice what he was thinking about. The guy replied that he was thinking about different things. The man said with disbelief that he looked more serious. The Viscount was silent for several seconds, after which he declared that there are too many incredible people in this world. He doesn't know if he can last, living among them. Gregory replied that everyone has such thoughts at least sometime in their lives. There are no exact answers, but he has already found his own. Taking a flask out of his pocket, the man answered in a serious tone that he needed to continue to burn. A flaring fire can be easily stopped if the wind blows, but as long as there is even a small flame left, it can flare up again. Therefore, you need to hold on and continue to burn endlessly. Hearing these words, the guy looked at the fire in surprise. He realized that there were no limits to growth, and he couldn't catch up with others in an instant. He just needed to continue to keep his flame alive. Because if he wants to stand against the vast world that will suddenly approach him, his flame must also be immense. When the team arrived back, Joseph stated satisfactorily that they had done an excellent job. He would like to thank them all for the responsibility they have shown in carrying out this mission. However, the fact that Bayezid's swords were drawn on another lord's land could not be ignored, and they understood this very well. With his head down, Gregory asked for forgiveness, and as the man in charge of the team, he would accept any punishment. Suddenly, an old man standing behind them said that times had already changed, then asked how they could act so irresponsibly. But what's worse is that they knew the consequences, but still decided to act their way. Looking at the old man, the Viscount tried to understand who it was. He felt that the air around him was rather unusual. Joseph stated that he was right, and they had touched a sensitive point during the general chaos, which was unacceptable at the moment. The empire begins to fall apart. The imperial family cannot control it properly. All problems emerge at the same time. There are small and large territorial wars happening in all regions, and there is no guarantee that this will not happen in the north. Gregory bowed again, apologizing, but the Viscount did not, glancing at his comrade. Joseph said that in times like these, when they observe the curse of the past, the Iron Duke also pays attention to what happened. He understood that they had good intentions, but the fire at their hands was too great, and created many problems. The guy opened his eyes when he heard the old man's words, and then that he needed to get out of there earlier. He also heard that the Holy Knights of San Rosino were there, so handing over that place to them would be a completely normal procedure. Turning around and looking menacingly at Luke, the guy mentally told him that he had no right to say such things, because he wasn't even there. Well, the old man added that children in their time do not think at all about the consequences, after which he smiled. Everyone looked at the Viscount in surprise when he angrily said that if they had not intervened, the children would have died. The old man looked at the guy in surprise, asking himself where Joseph got him, because he thought he was just a standard boy. However, based on his appearance and character alone, Luke concluded that this was a real monster who was capable of much. The guy said that Sir Gregory did everything he could for the sake of the children, being ready to even sacrifice his life. The San Rosinos saw what they were doing and said that their actions deserved praise, not condemnation, from anyone. He wanted to add something else, but Joseph interrupted him, threateningly asking him to stop testing his patience. Everyone looked at the gentleman in shock, sincerely not understanding why he was standing on the old man's side. However, the guy had no choice but to humbly lower his head and ask for forgiveness, but his opinion remained the same. Joseph turned to Gregory, saying that he believed that he too understood the special importance of the second rule of the swordsman. Several difficult situations overlapped each other. They must show Baron Utman their sincerity before he expressed dissatisfaction. Going to the window and putting his hands behind his back, Joseph announced that Knight Gregory was suspended from service for an indefinite period. During this time, they will not be paid a salary, and they will not be able to enjoy the rights that the Bayzid farm granted them. Then he declared that the Knight Charles was receiving the same punishment. They could not resist the will of the master, and therefore they obediently agreed. Why did the man turn around, looking at the Viscount turning to him, thinking that he treated him well, fed him, and clothed him? But it seems he could not tame him properly, since the guy acts too willfully and recklessly. Joseph said he was deeply disappointed and upset by the way he was expressing himself without his permission. However, the guy was also suspended indefinitely. For him it was a loss, but he needed to be stricter with him. He also added that until he was personally summoned, he should not come into his sight. Such words stunned the guy. After this conversation, the guy wandered along the corridor, thinking that he had mixed feelings, and who would have thought that he would see this look again? As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice of an old man, who said that as a servant he had done a good job of upsetting his master. Luke, who was holding a folded flag in his hands, decided to clarify the guy's name, trying to act as friendly as possible. Having not heard an answer, the man asked the guy to look at himself. He does not even answer when the elder speaks to him. He decided that he had not been taught etiquette. The Viscount got angry. I think that Madame taught him to him, who looked at him through the eyes of his mother. Having overcome his anger, the guy bowed low, saying his name, trying to show all his polite manners. Looking at the old man with the eyes of a predator, he asked the old man's name. Luke was sincerely surprised to notice his gaze. He looks as if he is asking for a name before starting a duel in which he will undoubtedly emerge victorious. His old blood begins to boil again, because it has been a long time since he felt such energy that could excite him. The old man asked if he wanted to know his name, after which he said that, unfortunately, he would not be able to tell him now. When suddenly the man opened his flag, on which various coats of arms were visible. Then he said that he was the one who was walking along the lower path. There are knights who do not die in their youth, but grow old, and since they could not honorably go to the battlefield, they begin to go to lower places. They wander in search of the honor they have lost along the way, and sometimes their journey takes an incredibly long time. This is exactly what the founding king, who was also a swordsman, did in the last moments of his life. Meanwhile, the man, looking at the map, said that in the end, Count Gaidar had prepared a bridgehead leading to the north. Moreover, he chose exactly the area where the bridgehead could be demolished. Alice replied that in order to get to the north, he would have to pass them. Looking at the map with concern, the girl asked if he would come to them, although she herself very much doubted it. The man replied that they should prepare for this. Alice did not expect that the center would be blocked, and the west would also be closed. Then she decided to write a letter to Count Bayezid, being sure that he would help them, since he had a reason and obligation to do so. The interlocutor said that she was right. When they pass Deermar, obviously their next goal will be Bayezid County. Smiling slightly, Alice said that she was glad that she had given him her handkerchief, since she was sure that he would play his role. The man agreed, because now they continue to hear different things about him. But he will grow up to be a worthy man. Alice nodded. I said that this time he had acquired connections in San Rosino. Nothing bad would come of being close to the church. The old man covered his mouth with his hand, noticing with a playful expression that the girl was so proud of him. She cleared her throat, explained that she had invested in him. The man replied that this decision was a very good one. At this rate, soon people will consider Deermar's curiosity not lemons but spices, after which he again looked sarcastically at the girl. Alice became embarrassed and replied that since their spy network had become stronger, they needed to increase the surveillance area. This would buy them time at a difficult moment, and she also hoped that they would just have their minutes without unnecessary actions. The world is changing rapidly, so quickly that it is even impossible to predict these changes. But these changes are not only bad. Just as these flowers began to bloom after that young man left, they can bring him comfort and hope. Toward evening, the Viscount sat at the blacksmith's, saying that if he could, he would have struck the arrogant old man right then. The man asked where he used this sword. Not much time had passed since the previous repair, and it was already so worn out. The guy replied that the headless one was a rather difficult opponent. The man did not quite understand the meaning of these words. The Viscount replied that the more he explored the world, the more often he had to fight with creatures he had never even heard of. The blacksmith asked if it was time for him to change this sword. The guy looked at the man in surprise, and then turned his gaze to the weapon. He explained that he did not create anything better than those pathetic toothpicks that mercenaries use. In general, he was lucky that he cut up monsters. The blacksmith also explained that if you use things that are not suitable for him, it will break more and more often. A man with a scar on his eye entered the blacksmith shop, politely asking him to make him a sword that could cut apart ghosts. A mercenary asked him this last winter. He thought he was talking nonsense, but then he mentioned the name of the Viscount, who cut the ghost. Thinking, the guy replied that he knew him. He met him during the destruction of goblins. He really wanted to know where to get such a sword. And the blacksmith said that at such a young age he would definitely not be able to use his aura, so he asked if there was anything special about this sword. Hearing this, he felt some relief, because it meant that the guy was still alive and fighting for good. The fact that he accomplished so many great deeds with this sword is truly impressive. Vikop did not understand what the man was talking about. The blacksmith thought that through the many life lessons that lay ahead of him, he would continue to grow, but the sword would never change. And if he breaks, he won't be the only one, since it will be very difficult for the guy to fight with a weapon that is not suitable for him. He hoped that his sword would not burden the guy, and this sword would not want that, because it should be a support for its owner. Looking at the Viscount, the blacksmith said that he was not asking to change it right now, but he wanted him to think about it. The guy asked if he accepted personal orders, to which he received the answer that this sword was his latest work. Although the man sometimes thought about how quickly the guy grew up, at such times he definitely behaves like a child. Being afraid of completing something is the privilege of young people, but for someone at his age it has already become normal. Then the man asked if he would still bring this sword today, but it turned out that he had no urgent plans. Why did he think about it, saying that he might have to use it soon, and not even just once? Turning his gaze to the blade, the man agreed, deciding to sharpen it before handing it back to the owner. After a while, the Viscount looked at his reflection in the blade. They say that it looks completely new, and as if even sharper than before. He then thanked the man, saying that he would continue to count on him, but he asked him not to come so often. The guy said that next time he would bring good quality meat. The blacksmith replied that it would not be tasty to eat meat alone. Smiling, the Viscount agreed, adding that in this case he would take some good liquor with him to diversify the table. This satisfied the old man, who would look forward to this, after which he wished the guy good luck, looking after him. As soon as the guy moved away a sufficient distance, the blacksmith coughed violently, deciding that it was time to rest today. Looking at the guy's back again, he thought that he was walking with such confidence. Now he could easily get out of this quagmire. Meanwhile, the Viscount was heading home at a leisurely pace to rest a little and think about everything. Luke, who had been watching him all this time, noticed that the guy immediately disappeared abruptly, surprising the man. Smiling, he realized that he had good instincts. It was not for nothing that this boy received the armor of the Bayezid family. The Viscount, who was standing behind the old man, asked why he was following him. He replied that he was simply walking in the same direction. The guy stated that he had been following him all the way from the town hall, and he seemed set for a fight from their first meeting. Looking at the young man, the old man thought that he liked this energy. Moreover, He was able to control himself without letting out anger. He would be capable of even more than he thought, but Luke didn't fully understand why he did this. It suddenly dawned on him as he realized that this youth had rebelled on purpose to provoke him. Luke said that he shouldn't have done anything stupid to begin with, because he didn't say anything at the time. The Viscount looked at him menacingly, saying that if something does not suit him, let him tell him directly and not beat around the bush. Smiling, the old man thought that he really hadn't felt such a spirit for a long time. He missed this feeling, but was glad to feel it again. He then stated that it was better to use swords than words, after which he quickly reached for the hilt of his weapon. The guy thought that he was one of the first Bayezid knights, possessing countless techniques, and Sir Joseph vouched for him. He didn't know his name or his reasons for doing this, but he was sure that he had a good reason, after which the Viscount declared that he would start first. Wasting no time, he rushed forward, simultaneously taking out the newly repaired sword, aiming it at the old man. Luke easily blocked his attack, saying that he has good skills but still has room to improve. The guy was not going to retreat, continuing to press on the man, gradually increasing his speed. As they exchanged several blows, Bacon noticed that he was deflecting all of his attacks with just the tip of his sword. This is not a coincidence, however. He sees this only from the feeling of their swords crossing, while this old man fought with an infinity of swords. In a disinterested tone, Luke asked if the guy was done, but he answered in the negative, surprising the man. It was not his eyes that widened when he noticed that the Viscount began to concentrate his aura, imbuing his sword with it. The old man thought that even in the shadows of light days, those who could use such a bright aura at his age could be counted on one hand. This picture impressed the old man, who also became interested in continuing the battle. Wasting no time, the Viscount rushed into battle again, deciding to rely on his aura, hoping to defeat an experienced opponent. He began to bombard the man with blows one after another, but he easily fought them off, without particularly straining. The old man liked his passion, while the guy thought that he would not let him leave, even though his techniques and experience may not be up to his level. But he should still be stronger due to his age. He figured that he could make the old man tired. However, Luke didn't even think about giving up, smiling and stating that it was a treacherous act to rush into battle with an aura. The guy, irritated by such words, replied that he would see how long this smile would last on his face. The old man said that his strategy was not bad, but he decided to try it on the wrong opponent. Suddenly, the guy felt like it was a little harder to fight, while the man said it was a physical strengthening. Barely holding back his onslaught, the Viscount thought that this strength was completely different from the one he had just now. Raising his hand, the man said that it was too early for him to be surprised. If he adapts, he can use it too. The Viscount understood that this was madness, because the old man was literally holding a sword soaked in aura with his bare hand. The guy decided to surprise the enemy by pulling out a knife from behind his back and waving it sharply in front of the old man's face. He smiled and thought that throwing the sword was a smart decision. Even a trained knight could hardly have come to this. Only someone with the heart of a monster who is no stranger to using vile tricks can take such a risk. However, Luke was not going to give in to him so easily, and then concentrated the power in his fist, directing it at the guy. The blow was so strong that it threw the guy a fairly decent distance, not allowing him to regroup. Noticing how the Viscount rolled across the ground, crashing into the wall, the old man realized that he had overdone it without even realizing it. He quickly walked towards the guy lying on the ground, simultaneously asking if he was okay, thinking that his defense was rather weak. He remembered the words of Joseph, who said that he valued him quite a lot, so he asked him to try not to harm him. For several seconds, the old man stood thoughtfully over the Viscount, thinking about what to tell Joseph about this incident. Suddenly, the guy stood up, thought that Gregory said that everything is fine as long as the flame does not go out, no matter what the situation is. Luke didn't expect the guy to rush at him with such speed, but he managed to grab him by the chest and then hit the man's face with his forehead. There was a short pause, after which the guy began to sink to the floor, slowly saying that this was not fair. Touching his forehead, which was enhanced by the aura, the old man replied that this could end badly for him. Why did he look at the unconscious guy, saying that he was definitely talented, so he was passing his test? Meanwhile, the older man was telling William that Sir Luke was now in sore, and the Viscount seemed interested in him. The bearded man calmly replied that everything was clear to him. His interlocutor smiled and replied that this brought him relief. William said that Sir Luke was a knight of the Patriarch's past. Someone like him is difficult for even him to deal with. And after he sighed and left, looking at their servants, he had a very bad feeling for a long time. He didn't know whether he should consider that they had restored some of their honor, or regret that this was the only one who could interest him. The interlocutor answered with a heaviness in his voice that times are changing. Sir Luke is a living testimony to turbulent times. At that time, he rose to the level of a knight, starting as just a simple servant, so now the servants of their time could not interest him. William replied that no matter how times change, some things remain the same. When he sighed, it was not a simple insult. Moreover, apparently he was deeply impressed, since San Rosino personally sent him the armor. The old man said that knowing them would make it even more special, while William decided that he should send it to Sawara. He thought that fortunately, this is not the end. The old traditions of Bayezid continue to live, and all thanks to a single servant. A short time later, when the Viscount woke up, the first thing he did was insult the old man, feeling his head hurt terribly. He then said out loud that he had never seen anything like this before, and couldn't believe that he used the aura on his body instead of a sword. The voice immediately replied that he could learn a lot from him. Talents reveal themselves in a variety of forms. While the guy was saying that people probably respect him for this strength and competence, someone immediately broke into his room with his feet. He recognized Anna, who noticed that the guy had woken up, although at first she thought that he was just talking in his sleep. He asked if she had been taught to knock, to which he received the answer that she did not have free hands to knock. The Viscount asked with displeasure why she was washing his things, since he was able to do it all himself. The girl smiled, answering that this is all the service of their tavern. They should do this, because he is a guest living on the most expensive floor. The guy was surprised by her tone, which sounded serious. Then he said that he didn't have that much money to pay. Come to the table, Anna replied that everything was free for him. Only his being here was already helping them. Marcella said that this would be enough after all. He had the mayor of Sawara and the second son of the Bayezid family behind him. She also added that he was a full-fledged knight. But the guy replied that he was not quite yet, and asked not to tell people about it. While organizing his things, the girl discovered a purple scarf, asking that from what she saw, he was already a knight. When suddenly her tone changed when she read on the handkerchief, Lady Alice's knight, the Viscount flinched, trying to justify himself. With a frown, Anna said she felt some satisfaction from cutting his hair and helping him swing his sword. Feeling as awkward as possible, the guy tried to thank her for this, but she immediately left the room, loudly slamming the door. Valuable people shine no matter where they are, and others will always covet those people. After he handed over his role as the leader of the group, he went in search of the boy, as he knew what happened that day. He was stopped by those who wanted to get valuable people, trying to catch him by any means possible. And right now, a crowd of people was chasing one incredibly beautiful black horse, not wanting to let it go. However, the incredible boy who rode him that day was not in this place. He had to go through certain things on his own. That same evening, Luke, sitting opposite the Viscount, said that he would treat him a little more so that he would not be angry anymore. The dissatisfied guy replied that some things cannot be bought with money, so he will not pay off so easily. However, he still said that he really liked it. The old man replied that this armor is only given to promising services. When he received her for the first time and did not let her out of his arms for several days, the Viscount asked what he already knew about this, and still destroyed her. Without answering the question, Luke said that he wanted him to go somewhere with him to show the young master how useful he was. If during the delay he does not do anything useful, he will only create problems in the eyes of others. The guy decided that this sounded convincing, and to prove his benefit, the old man suggested that he do something together. He wondered what kind of business they were talking about, but the old man just smiled and asked if the guy liked horses. A short time later, they joined the nomadic traders. Luke said that there was a rumor that there was one black horse galloping around Sawara, but one day she disappeared, as if she had been swallowed up by a ghost. Ethan replied that he had also heard about it. The ugly one called her a ghost horse. The Viscount asked about this, to which the guy replied that he did not have the best feeling from mentioning this. He was worried that this horse might be connected to the headless knight who controlled the girls who looked like ghosts. The voice said that if you really are the ghost horse from the rumors, then they might actually be related. The guy asked if it was really possible to just lie around here, to which Luke replied that while they were with the merchants, there was nothing special to do. The young man offered to at least inspect the surroundings, but the old man asked him to just rest, and this horse would show up to look for them. The Viscount looked at the man in surprise, asking why she should look for them herself, and how he knew this. The man replied that the horse, which people called ghostly, was not only fast, but also behaved strangely. She observes her surroundings from afar, looking for people on horse-drawn carts or carts, clearly for some purpose. She understands what is being done. This is an unusual horse. Otherwise, they would not be doing such things. The Viscount wondered why he had a bad feeling, because this horse could be controlled by the wrong people. The relaxed old man said that he didn't know what the guy was thinking about. Well, he couldn't do anything here, no matter how much he thought. He himself will understand when the time comes, but for now they can only wait for the horse to show up on its own. Luke thought that the horse wasn't that important to begin with. He just wanted to keep a closer eye on him during the search. After all, if he likes the guy, maybe he will teach him something, after which he asked how long he uses the aura. After thinking for a few seconds, the Viscount replied that it was somewhere around 3-4 months. Luke said that was quite fast. He explained that his progress in using aura compared to the time he started using it. Although it is curious that he still could not find his own color, this information interested the guy. Luke explained that the aura is a manifestation of his heart. The fact that he has not yet found his color means that his world is not yet defined. The guy suddenly approached the old man's face, asking what he needed to do to find his color. Standing up, the man asked if he had been taught aura, to which he received the answer that he was taught only the most important basics. The old man was sure that the grumbler had an idea of how he should be taught, so there was no need to tell too much. Luke then smiled, advising him to show more of himself to the world and not hide too much to be more visible. Seeing that the guy didn't understand, he explained that he needed to create something that would reflect his inner world. The knights call it a key. He asked if the guy had seen knights use aura, then asked if that was the only one they used. This made the Viscount wonder, wondering out loud what other way they used aura. The old man gave him a hint by asking if they did any special movement, but the guy replied that he always found himself in some kind of urgent situation. Then he strained his memory even more. I remember the last battle with the owners of the aura, when suddenly it dawned on him. They all made certain movements. Pablo put his sword in front of his shield. Gregory directed it parallel to his legs. Luke noticed that he still remembered something, and said that this was the key, a tool and a ritual for opening his heart to the wide world. The guy replied that he was simply succumbing to the feelings of a certain situation, but this meant that he had not yet found his color. When the time comes, Jaeger will tell him about this, but it wouldn't hurt to think in advance so that there would be no embarrassment in the future. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened, and a voice inside the guy ordered him to lie down. At that same second, Luke grabbed him by the back of his head and threw him to the ground. At that same second, an arrow hit their cart, and the frightened Ethan asked what it was, noticing how it flew past. Noticing the arrow, Luke, who was still holding the Viscount, stated that it seemed that everything would not go so smoothly. He then shouted loudly that they were ambushed, and everyone needed to be on their guard, so he wanted to warn the entire caravan. The people walking ahead heard this, but did not attach due importance to his words, when suddenly an arrow hit one of the men in the forehead. Someone pointed to a hill where there were bandits on horseback. There were an incredibly large number of them. The old man asked Ethan to bring the horse up and hold it tightly so that it would not run away. He immediately listened to him. Looking at the rather large detachment, the Viscount asked in surprise where a bandit could come from in such a place. The man explained that these were not just a bunch of bandits. They were much more problematic than ordinary ones. They were barbarians.